Buenos días, señoras delegadas y señores delegados, autoridades nacionales en materia de cooperación internacional de los países de América Latina.
Dear delegates in Latin America and the Caribbean, representatives of organizations of the United Nations system, representative of the civil society, dear friends, we are going to open our second session of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have with us José Manuel Salazar, the Executive Director for ECLAC, Mateo Estremé, the Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Cult of Argentina, and also as a presiding officer of the conference, we have the presence virtually of Dima Al-Khatib of the Office of the United Nations for South-South Cooperation of the United Nations. In first place, it's a pleasure to offer the floor to José Manuel Salazar, the Executive Director of the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Good morning to each one of you, the colleagues, and those of you who have joined us virtually. Dima Al-Khatib, the Director of the Office of the United Nations for the South-South Cooperation, Mateo Estremé, Director General of International Cooperation of Foreign Affairs Ministry, International Trade and Cult of Argentina, and Chair of the first meeting of the Regional Conference of Cooperation, South-South Cooperation, and dear representatives of Foreign Affairs Ministries and cooperation agencies, members of the diplomatic entity accredited in Chile, appreciated colleagues of the United Nations systems and organizations, international organizations here present, dear friends and colleagues of ECLAC. It's a pleasure to give you the warmest welcome to ECLAC in order to open our second meeting of the Regional Conference of South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. The creation of the second session, second session of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in December 2021 had a decisive step throughout a more integrated cooperation and effective within the region. This space, built on decades of work within the regions and countries, developing countries in 1981, and the Committee of Cooperation South-South from 2004 has strengthened the bonds between countries of the Global South and has opened new doors to triangular cooperation with extra-regional actors, donors, and international organizations beyond the exchange of good practices. This initiative has propelled the transfer of knowledge, and facing the future, it sets important opportunities to identify and implement projects jointly that strengthen the collective action facing the developmental challenges. This is more important than ever, facing a global scenario characterized not only by multiple crises and simultaneously, but also by a new geopolitics that is redefining, diversifying the political, productive, and strategic alliances. In 2025, economy and the world geopolitics is the most complex in many decades. The world is so uncertain, with geopolitics in process of reconfiguring itself with low economic growth, with the main commercial partners of the region, the resurgence of protectionism, and the trend towards mitigating official assistance for development in certain countries and issues. The service, the weight of the debt service and the reduced fiscal spaces limit the margin to maneuver political, financial, and public investments, which are ambitious and necessary. And we have to look into the program of Latin America and the Caribbean that we presented throughout last month, and sustainability. It's also faced by ecology that also affects the productivity and the life quality of the populations that are more vulnerable. Under these new conditions, this The second session of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean throughout June 2025 is without a doubt a key space in an extraordinary moment and appropriate to reflect and dialogue on how to articulate actions and strengthen the existing alliances and the new circumstances of interdependence globally summon us to establish. This edition of the conference is especially necessary to go into depth into our main goal, to speak about the transforming goal of the South-South Cooperation and Triangular with the instrument to strengthen capacities nationally and regionally, to drive resources, to foster multi-sector partnerships and integrate mainstream focus on gender equality, the management of risk, disaster, and effective mediation development. In this context, it's not only a tool of solidarity, but essential to build a more productive, inclusive, sustainable, just, and resilient in Latin America and the Caribbean. Friends and colleagues, South-South Cooperation and Triangular not only complements the traditional efforts of development that, of course, are weakening, but it also builds a strategic instrument to face the crisis and especially the geopolitical changes. And this is so because this cooperation is part of the response to the need of driving financing throughout the consolidation of innovative regional instruments. The second meeting of the conference sets us, and as I said, multiple crises, large geopolitical changes, and also competition, collusion, I would say, within large powers and countries. It's a context that I would say a crisis of international cooperation, where certain countries and visions are questioning multilateralism, the United Nations system, and international cooperation in a series of spheres. It's a moment in which we need to rethink the role of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation as an essential mechanism to strengthen capacities, to foster solutions that are adapted to the regional and national realities. The point is that it's practically an obligation that is taking place. It obliges us to rethink, and South-South cooperation is one of the ways in which we can diversify economically, politically, and geopolitically in partnerships. And international cooperation is essential to guarantee safety, stability, well-being collectively and interconnected. Despite the fragmentation we observe in times of crisis, not only is it an ethical option, but also necessary to be prosperous together. An important amount of countries and movements, political movements, not necessarily see it this way. The second meeting of the conference must summon us to debate about the new challenges of international cooperation in this reconfiguration or configuration of the world and regional context. And we need to speak about different topics. Firstly, the international cooperation for development, South-South and Triangular, in relation to the integration and the need of a regional consensus with a common language, participative governance. The whole issue of integration is more important than ever, as we have diversification of partnerships elsewhere and intermediate powers. Uh, BRICS, and we see enormous opportunities in a region that has more than 600 million inhabitants, and there's so much to be done to have integration and stronger regionally. And secondly, we must connect the political agendas throughout dialogues of public policies that are more integrated or integral. Thirdly, the importance of the partnerships for the development between multiple actors and sectors at multiple levels. Fourth, the need of strengthening the South-South and triangular cooperation to build and applying metrics that are multidimensional, complementary to the IDB. We had a very interesting seminar on which we'll speak on January about the metrics of development and the criteria of the graduation of countries, which is also related. And fifth, the importance of technological transfer, the productive development in the age of artificial intelligence. In Table 2, we will dialogue regarding the quantification of cooperation South-South to drive funds for development. The first meeting during June 2024 held an agreement to measure the conference of the United Nations of Cooperation South-South with the United Nations Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and create a work group within this framework to create data around the goal 17.3 of the SDGs, referring to driving additional financial resources of multiple sources for the developing countries. We expect to highlight the importance, the regional importance of the global and voluntary framework to measure the South-South development led by UNCTAD and look into the voluntary framework to measure South-South cooperation. One third issue in this conference refers to the integration of the gender perspective in international cooperation for the development within the region. The gender equality agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean has been key towards having more equitable, just, and fair societies. Thanks to this joint effort of the governments, the civil society, and the movements of women and feminists, we have gone ahead with different frameworks, the political innovation, gender violence, and what is to be done in this and many fields, and sexual reproductive rights. As you may know, on Friday, we were signing this agreement and launching it with the minister, the head of state, and a great deal of enthusiasm, preparedness, excellence amongst us, the government of Mexico, for this great conference with great quality and presence of women's leaders in the civil society. We had many activities throughout mid-August.
Beyond making visible the agenda, it can empower women, guarantee its full participation in all the fields of life, positioning the region as a benchmark in the promotion of women's rights at a global level. In fact, a movement of women, and there was a conference such as this one that will be celebrated in Mexico after the one in Buenos Aires, the 6th conference. There is no other region with that conceptual framework, with that vision, which is a new paradigm of a care society, this support, general support of NGOs and movements in pro of this topic. The presiding officers in its first meeting held in Santiago in June last year requested the Secretariat that, with the support of other agencies, funds, and United Nations programs, to sign an action plan for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in programs and projects of international cooperation for development that would serve as a methodological and conceptual tool to guide the adequate incorporation and implementation of the gender perspective in the different modes of cooperation among the member countries, and that document were presented at the second meeting of the regional conference, that is this meeting. In compliance with the agreement and panel 3 of this conference, we will be presenting and analyzing the document entitled Guidelines and Action Plan for the Mainstreaming of Gender Perspective in International Cooperation for Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. The document is intended to be a guideline, a conceptual and methodological framework to guide and promote the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in different phases, processes, and modalities of international cooperation for development, and offer a practical and strategic framework for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to incorporate the gender perspective in the policies, programs, projects, and actions of international cooperation. Panel 4 will approach international cooperation for the comprehensive risk and disaster management, another fundamental aspect. Disaster management constitutes another area where there is plenty of opportunities and needs as well for international cooperation, and specifically for South-South and triangular cooperation. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the main initiatives for cooperation among the countries were stimulated to face the consequences of disasters that, as we know, statistics tell us all sorts of disasters, hurricanes, floods, landslides or mudslides, excess water, drought, they are on the rise. And for that reason, this is an absolutely central topic for cooperation and learning. We hope that the representatives of countries from Latin America and the Caribbean reflect on the role of international cooperation in the management of disaster risk. We hope special attention is placed also to the need of funding to the joint efforts of the government and international agencies, civil society, academia, and private sector to strengthen the resilience in the region in view of this greater risk of disasters. A topic that cannot be left out of this conference refers to the 4th International Conference on the Financing for Development, that in a couple of days will be held in Seville, Spain, and its importance in international cooperation. There can be no sustainable development without adequate financing, nor effective financing with solid international cooperation. We need an international financial architecture that's more just, transparent, accessible, that acknowledges the particularities of the middle-income countries and truly support their transformation efforts. As we all know, this is a topic that has been dealt with great strength under the leadership of the Secretary General of the United Nations. There have been debriefing and position documents, a clear agenda of what needs to be done. The point is how to advance it, how to reach agreements in this very complex geopolitical situation, including issues as sensitive as changes in the balances of governance in the Bretton Woods agencies, but they said that they're more feasible, such as being able to ensure that the special drawing rights be used for climate funding and other needs. In this panel at the conference, we hope that the regional conferences representatives of organizations and agencies may share the visions and their priorities. And finally, as a response to the matter to the first meeting of the conference, we'll have a last panel entitled Strengthening the Coordination at the Level of the Whole UN System in terms of South-South cooperation. As you know, when the United Nations system is going through a difficult moment in terms of risks and reforms as well. Risk because of the lack of financing of some members, opportunities related to a profound process of reform launched by the Secretary General under the initiative of UNAT. In view of this, we have invited representatives of organization funds and programs from the UN, resident coordinators, representative of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation to have a dialogue and present regional experiences on the implementation of initiatives or cooperation projects as a multiplayer for development. As we talked in depth in the Forum of Sustainable Development at this very same room in the month of April, 10 years after the approval of the 2030 Agenda and of the start of its implementation in 2015, there still is a long way to go to reach the goals of that agenda. As we said then, we estimate that only 23% of the goals would be met by 2030. 41% advances in the right direction, though at an insufficient pace to attain the established threshold, and 36% presents a path to compliance that is either stalled or stagnant. This performance, definitely disappointing, is explained by 3 types of factors. First, structural factors, including the low capacity to grow and transform our economies, which is what we have called the first development trap, in which the Latin American, Caribbean economies find themselves. Second, the lack of financing and the reduced fiscal space. And third, weak institutional capacities and non-effective governance, which is what we have called the third trap of regional development. As to the low capacity to grow and transform, let us just think that the first decade of enforcement of the 2030 agenda. That decade precisely coincided with what we have called the second lost decade of Latin America and the Caribbean. Between 2013 and 2023, the average growth rate of the region was only 0.9%, less than 2% that the region grew as an average in the famous lost decade of the 80s. And so the point here is not that it is economicist distortion just to grow just because, but it is very difficult with such low growth, not to say impossible, to reduce poverty. All the trials show that there's a tremendously high correlation between growth and poverty reduction, creation of quality employment. 1% growth does not have a dynamic labor market, and a non-dynamic labor market makes that most of the employment is informal, which is what has been happening around quality employment, and also have the tax returns and the necessary fiscal room to fund the investments and social transfers that are needed. So it is a vicious circle that's very strong, unfortunately. Many countries also face or have institutions with low technical, operational, political, and prospective capacities, what we have called top capacities. And with institutions or without those capacities, it's very hard to effectively manage transformations. So we need collective and sustained action that articulates national and regional efforts, but also international, to escape the traps and close the structural gaps that are characteristic. In that, international cooperation becomes indispensable to mobilize concessional funding, to foster productive development, strengthen institutional capacities of the countries. Without a global commitment geared to a more equitable, sustainable growth, it will be difficult to break the structural vicious circles that perpetuate inequality, limit productivity, weaken governance, thus preventing or making very hard to comply with the achievements of the SDGs. Latin America and the Caribbean move towards the SDGs require strengthening the top capacities of the institutions that guarantee strategic planning, effective execution, and transparent accountability. Cooperation in all its modalities is a great vehicle to transfer knowledge, share good practices, generate institutional innovation, and strengthen public governance. All this that we have called the house, which is the institutional effectiveness to move the needle in each one of the areas, because without solid institutions, there are no effective policies, and without institutional capacity, it is very hard to promote and advance in the different dimensions. Well, to start to close, just to say and repeat that the current moment requires courage, creativity, pragmatism, conviction, and commitment. It also requires long-term vision. The conditions of the economy and the world geopolitics could not be more complex. And even though there are opportunities, we're going through a very unfriendly moment for the efforts of growth and development. As far as we can see from the world economy, we will not be receiving new booms or miracles in primary products or business partners that grow at 9 or 10%, as it happened during the financial crisis of 2008, 2010. That does not mean that there are no opportunities. There are many opportunities, but to harness them, we have to be prepared and do the task in each country and complement them, particularly with South-South cooperation. So my vote is that this conference may be an inflection point, a platform to renew commitments, to build bridges, activate concrete solutions, and accelerate the compliance of the SDGs. The future is not written. It is in our hands, and it starts with whatever we decide to do together today, here and now. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL. A continuación, las palabras de Dima Al-Khatib, directora de la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas para la Cooperación Sur-Sur. Adelante.
Good morning, Excellencies and distinguished guests, distinguished participants, Mr. Secretary General, The United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation is privileged to be part of the second session of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Latin American and Caribbean region has a unique and a very special role in the history and evolution of development cooperation. It was in this region that member states of the United Nations first convened to shape a development cooperation that would transform traditional paradigms heavier in development assistance and aid rather than cooperation. And in 1978, the high-level representatives of 138 countries gathered in Argentina and adopted the Buenos Aires Action Plan, BAPA, the blueprint for cooperation that took forward and operationalized the spirit of Bandung, developing countries committed to national and collective self-reliance, working together in solidarity, providing support to each other as peers in a manner that ensures mutual benefit and poses no burden. And centered initially on technical cooperation among developing countries, it grew in scope through the years to become more broadly known as South-South and Triangular Cooperation, Southern-led collaborations on a wide range of development priorities. Greater numbers of countries, of course, 160 member states, have gathered in Buenos Aires years later in 2019 to reaffirm its principles and commitments. So with BAPA, BAPA plus 40, and the institutionalization of this conference itself in 2021 by you, the member states of the UN ECLAC, consolidated the global recognition of this region as a pioneer of South-South cooperation. Excellencies, this is a history familiar to many of you today here, but it needs revisiting and elevating across all regions, as just mentioned by the Secretary General. Because we face today a confluence of shocks, complexities, and uncertainties that will require the dynamism and resilience that the region demonstrated throughout this journey. And to view this from where you sit today, whether from the global north or the global south, it is the same. A socioeconomic, political reordering is underway around the globe. And South-South cooperation is more crucial than ever. And our collective action at the regional level, within and between regions, will shape prospects of whole economies and societies in pivotal years ahead. Excellencies, also allow me to share a few insights and raise some of the imperatives for our reflection today. First, the multilateralism, respect for sovereignty, and solidarity embodied in South-South and Triangular Cooperation are essential in addressing challenges that transcend borders. The growing geopolitical and economic fragmentation, the financial distress, and the instability mark our global landscape today, playing out in distinct and direct ways at the regional level. We will recall that in 1978, the very first paragraphs of BAPA itself stated that international systems was in a state of ferment, with concepts, political and economic positions, institutions, and relationships that needed to be adjusted to the new realities and changing perceptions, and foundations for a new international economic order needed to be built. South-South cooperation, therefore, from inception, is about addressing tectonic, multidimensional shifts. Its entire record since BAPA illustrates the power of this cooperation modality to pave the way through solidarity and strengthen multilateralism. And it was also in decades since BAPA that this region, in fact, produced one of its most impressive records, the rapid reduction of poverty from 51% to 27%. Regional integration and cooperation in those decades were essentially South-South cooperation in action. The processes involved the massive lifting of barriers in the region, established channels, and created ties of profound integration that enabled cooperation beyond the economic sphere. And this experience coincided and linked with processes that built the muscle for the institutionalization of South-South cooperation and in and through the intergovernmental fora, specifically the development of coordinated priority setting agendas, policies, and actions at the regional level, such as the Community of Latin America and Caribbean States, CELAC, such as the Common Market of the South, Mercosur, such as the Ibero-American General Secretariat, CEGIP, such as the Latin American and Caribbean Economic System, CELA, such as also the Cooperation Technical Group and this conference itself. Second, our efforts need to be informed by the reality that the Global South itself is a rapidly transforming landscape. Among the countries we know traditionally as the Global South are some of the world's most dynamic economies today. Once known as aid recipients, these countries have been transforming to become new development partners. And these are countries with new capacities, taking on greater roles at the regional and global level, lifting their new aspirations and self-defined growth trajectories. For instance, the preceding and the current presidencies of the G20 are from the Global South. India in 2023, Brazil in 2024, and currently South Africa. They are champions of South-South and Triangle cooperation, and behind trust funds established by the Global South that have been entrusted to us as an office, for example, to manage the India-Brazil-South Africa Fund, IBSA, which supports Southern-led initiatives addressing poverty and hunger. The BRICS, an intergovernmental group originally established in 2006 by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, has since grown into 11 members with 10 partner or observer countries from the Global South. And among them, countries from this region, Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. Excellency, what is vital for ways forward, however, is the way these efforts are leveraged and channeled where needed, which brings me to my next point. The relations among the Global South countries have been transforming in significant ways, with implications for development cooperation itself. South-South trade, as we know, hit a milestone 2 years back, surpassing North-South trade and contributing to up to 42% of the global GDP. And this milestone fundamentally changed the development landscape of the Global South itself for good, as the shift not only broadened developing countries' access to each other's market, but also embedded a deepened development cooperation based on the principles of solidarity and mutual benefit. We see this playing out in significant ways in the increasing force of Southern-anchored regional integration and regional cooperation arrangements, which are becoming platforms for addressing transborder issues. And they are shaping global agendas, such as financing for development with Southern regional development banks, financial institutions, and sovereign wealth funds, coalescing on shared priorities. The emerging development partners, the EDP's network, growing at cross-regional trajectories, are also coalescing around Southern interests and aspirations. And one member of this network is also from this region, the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation of Colombia, which also represents the region as a vice president of the UN High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation, our advisory body that we have recently supported in the recent election. And we're very happy to have Colombia on board. All of these, Excellency, call for transforming the way we advance development cooperation that fits the new realities. South-South cooperation is essentially leveraging the experience and expertise of countries in contexts they deeply understand for mutual benefit. The increased significance of this cooperation modality requires greater coherence at all levels, from the global to the regional and the national. Let me also highlight that at the 22nd session of the High-Level Committee that was convened earlier in May, countries from across the regions recognized the crucial role of regional bodies to bridge and channel the vertical and horizontal processes in international cooperation, whether it was statements from the floor, but also from different interventions. In proceedings leading to the 4th High-Level Conference on Financing for Development, member states are also calling for more innovative partnerships that recognize the new expectations for and the contributions of the Global South towards a fairer system. Similarly, also the 3rd Conference on the Landlocked Development Countries, the LLDC3, recognizes the transformative role of South-South and Triangle cooperation in transforming landlockedness into land bridges for growth. Our collaboration in the context of this regional conference is a timely and crucial response for all of these calls. The UN Office for South-South Cooperation stands ready to deepen this collaboration in support of member states, starting with building links between the conference and the high-level committee processes, and leveraging the unique strengths of this conference for synergies with other regions. I'd like to thank you in advance, Excellencies, for the opportunity in the next segment to share various ways and channels that UN Office for South-South Cooperation advances in these efforts. And in conclusion, let me convey our deep appreciation for this collaboration and our readiness to more systematically leverage the transformation potential of South-South and Triangle cooperation as a complement to traditional development cooperation. It is an honor to work with you in solidarity with the essential role of UN ECLAC and this regional conference as platforms you, the member states, have established. Let me thank you and get back to you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, directora de la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas para la Cooperación Sur-Sur, Dima Al-Khatib, por participar de esta inauguración. A continuación, invito a Mateo Estremé, director general de Cooperación Internacional del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, Comercio Internacional y Culto de la Argentina, en su calidad de presidente saliente de la conferencia, para su intervención en esta inauguración.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL, José Manuel Salazar Chirinacs, señora directora de la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas para la Cooperación Sur-Sur, Dima Al-Khatib, estimados colegas, responsables de agencias de cooperación de los países miembros de la conferencia, señoras y señores. Es un honor para mí estar nuevamente en la sede de la CEPAL para esta segunda conferencia regional de América Latina y el Caribe sobre cooperación sur-sur. Es también un honor y una satisfacción poder estar aquí para traspasar la presidencia de esta conferencia, cuya primera sesión le tocó liderar a la Argentina, junto con la mesa directiva integrada por Brasil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, España, México y Uruguay, a quienes les deseo extender un sincero agradecimiento por habernos acompañado y por haber trabajado conjuntamente durante estos 2 años. Al inaugurar esta segunda conferencia, damos por concluida la etapa iniciada hace 2 años, aquí mismo, que significó a la vez un comienzo y una continuidad. Un comienzo porque se trató de la primera vez que nos convocamos como conferencia, desde que en el 38º periodo de sesiones de la Comisión, bajo la presidencia de Costa Rica, recomendaron, en pleno aislamiento por la pandemia del COVID-19, los países que integran la CEPAL recomendaron elevar el estatuto del Comité de Cooperación Sur-Sur a un nuevo órgano regional con rango de conferencia, lo que finalmente fue concretado en el 36º periodo de sesiones del Comité Plenario en diciembre del 2021. Y una continuidad, decía, precisamente porque ese salto supuso una jerarquización y un reconocimiento del trabajo que los Estados, con el invalorable apoyo de la Secretaría de la CEPAL, venimos realizando desde 1981, cuando se creó el Comité de Cooperación entre Países y Regiones en Desarrollo, y desde 2004, cuando se estableció el Comité de Cooperación Sur-Sur. La decisión de la CEPAL se apoyó, además, en un consenso previo, a nivel global, plasmado, como lo dijo la señora Al-Khatib, en la segunda conferencia de alto nivel de las Naciones Unidas sobre cooperación sur-sur, PAVA más 40, celebrada en Buenos Aires en 2019, y cuyo documento final exhorta al sistema de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo a que ayude a los países en desarrollo, previa solicitud, a constituir la capacidad humana e institucional necesaria para formular y aplicar políticas, estrategias y programas nacionales de desarrollo para la cooperación sur-sur y la cooperación triangular también. Asimismo, reconoce el papel de las comisiones regionales, como la que hoy nos alberga, en el apoyo a las iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y de cooperación triangular, de conformidad con sus respectivos mandatos y teniendo presente la reforma del sistema de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Entregar hoy la presidencia al país que esta conferencia elija en unos minutos es una demostración más del compromiso que quienes estamos aquí reunidos tenemos con el fortalecimiento de la cooperación sur-sur y los principios que la definen. la horizontalidad, la solidaridad, el respeto a la soberanía nacional, la apropiación nacional, la complementariedad, el beneficio mutuo, la equidad, la transparencia y la rendición de cuentas. Antes de pasar la presidencia, entonces, permítame hacer un breve raconto centrado en lo que creo son los principales legados de estos 2 años. Durante la primera conferencia, celebrada aquí mismo el 30 y 31 de mayo de 2023, presentamos un documento elaborado por la Secretaría sobre avances y desafíos para la cooperación sur-sur en relación con el desarrollo sostenible. En el marco de la conferencia y de la mano de ese documento, describimos el camino de la cooperación sur-sur en la región. Destacamos las narrativas regionales sobre la
We
cooperación.
highlighted the regional narratives on international cooperation for development. We saw the institutionality of cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the status of the evaluation and assessment of cooperation. We analyzed the multi-stakeholder cooperation as opportunities for new partnerships and international cooperation for the comprehensive management of risks and disasters. Finally, we put our critical access to international cooperation for development in the new world context. The topics of the assessment and evaluation, as well as the multi-stakeholder strategy and the opportunities brought about by international cooperation for development, were picked up again at the first meeting of the presiding officers of the conference held in May 19, 2024. From the presidency, we have geared the discussion towards 2 areas of the evaluation and assessment. First of all, the regional discussion on the redefinition of the metrics for development. The Secretary General just mentioned, in our region, we are doing a very intense work about it. We're doing it also in the Ibero-American field, but we're doing it vis-a-vis the conference of FFD early June this year. Because we want development not to be only measured through unit of measurement metric, but for it to consider precisely multidimensionality in the process of development, which is never linear. And we need to try to capture in the best possible way through the work that we do together. And in this, I have to highlight the work done by ECLAC on this. Past January, we had the opportunity of holding a seminar here in CEPAL in ECLAC. And in that seminar, we were presented a proposal in multidimensional metrics, which recently we had the opportunity to discuss with countries of OECD in a meeting we held. And I believe that we need to try to continue discussing at an international level in other spaces, including other regional economic commissions, and particularly in light of the space left to us today, the constitution of the high-level panel by the Secretary General, according to our mandate, the mandate of the member states. The objective is that the countries of the region of the world may access, according to their needs, financing for development as well as other facilities stimulating sustainable development, such as knowledge transfer, technical assistance, debt relief, preferential access to markets, support to social and economic infrastructure, among others. An initiative from ECLAC that we supported as the presidency was precisely what I mentioned before. This seminar that we held on the measurement of development and its relationship with international cooperation held January 27 and 28. Our conceptual framework was presented that precisely refers that beyond graduation and the development of a comprehensive index to measure development. This has served as input to feed a discussion that, as I mentioned before, we expect to replicate at a multilateral level. But recently, apart from these conferences, we're also reviewing these activities. I mentioned the Ibero-American Summit and what we're doing with OECD, amongst other things. It is vital to continue this work. Secondly, relating to the second dimension I mentioned, we have believed in the need to support the different regional advances as to the mechanisms of reporting and measuring cooperation, particularly the project on the conceptual global and voluntary framework to measure South-South cooperation defined by UNCTAD that has been mentioned by the Executive Secretary. At this point, we would like to especially recognize the synergies of work between the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation and the Statistics Conference of the Americas, of ECLAC, following the agreements of the presiding officers and harnessing strategically the spaces of intergovernmental meetings. In November 2024 in Lima, Peru, in the framework of the 32nd meeting of Directors of Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean, organized by the Latin American Caribbean Economic System, CELA, and the Peruvian International Cooperation Agency, we held the conference entitled Capacity Building for the Measuring, Valuation and Assessment of International Cooperation, with the leadership of ECLAC and the participation of UNCTAD, in order to strengthen the capacities of the countries of the region in the measurement of South-South cooperation. During the event, both UNCTAD as well as ECLAC presented the progress of the project of measuring South-South cooperation, including the most recent version of the handbook for the measurement of cooperation, as well as the tools and methodologies and instruments for data collection, system of classification in the countries, and the proposals of development of an integrated process. This permitted sharing the accumulated experiences and the technical decisions for the measurement of South-South cooperation within the United Nations system. During the event, an interactive dynamic was fostered, led by the regional experts, where tools were introduced, such as a welcome kit designed to support the countries joining the process of measurement. Likewise, comments and feedback were obtained from the participants on the material presented, as well as requests to continue the joint work and to cater to the technical needs identified in the region. This event was the formal start of the second stage of the project, consolidating methodological and operational progress in the measurement of South-South cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is important to highlight that measuring cooperation amongst developing countries is key to strengthen its world protagonism, improve its effectiveness, and advance together towards sustainable development. Evidently, these topics, both that I have mentioned, are gaining momentum at the verge of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development that will take place in Seville in the coming weeks. And we hope that from this space, we may continue to stimulate discussion at an international level. We hope that, of course, we understand that the next presidency will take these visions and continue to give visibility from the perspective of Latin America and the Caribbean. At this point, I would like to remember all other topics that in this Declaration of Power Plus 40 we mentioned. What's the relevance of incorporating modalities of multi-stakeholder cooperation? In the context of reduction of official resources for international cooperations, it is vital to design strategies that allow us to incorporate the participation of the private sector, of academia, of other stakeholders, of integrating these sectors into the design and implementation of cooperation actions. These are some of the aspects that we have developed throughout the years. Of course, there is still much more left to do, but it is up to the next presidency to see to that, and we hope that this path that we have continued, because it started before, will continue to be consolidated and that we may attain greater achievements. Before ending, I would like to mention the commitment of Argentina to continue to work in the framework of the conference with the countries that form part of the presiding officers, and particularly the new president, who will receive all our support and everything that we can offer so that in this joint work we may attain the objectives that we set forth. I would like to mention recognition and gratitude to ECLAC, to all the professionals of the Secretariat for the fundamental support to the activities of the conference. I would like to specifically mention Luis Yanez, and a very special gratitude to Enrique Oviedo, who has been with us throughout the years with dedication and great professionalism. Particularly, we highlight the convocation capacity of this conference as an intergovernmental platform on the Commission. We appreciate the joint work, the counseling, the dialogue about policies, the documents, the rigorous analysis that ECLAC always presents. To all, sincere gratitude on my part. I am certain that the second meeting of the conference will continue with success the important task of strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation in our region and project it towards other regions, and to give greater visibility, and that it will compromise us all to pursue our goals. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Mateo Estremé.
Thank you so much, Mateo Estremé, for your words and this inauguration, and for the work during the presidency of the conference. Thank you from ECLAC. So we adjourn the inaugural ceremony of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin and the Caribbean. And as is usual, we will now start the election of the panel that will direct this regional conference for the next 2 years. The Secretariat received the expression of interest of Chile to be the new presidency of the conference, and so far the interest of Peru, Ecuador, and British Virgin Islands to hold the vice presidency of the conference. I hope that the application of Chile be accepted by the conference to formalize this approval. I would ask for an applause.
Invito, por lo tanto, al señor Enrique.
I thus invite Mr. Enrique Farguille, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Conference, ANCIL, to take position as president of the conference and to chair it.
Y quiero indicar que, además de las...
I would like to say that apart from the vice presidencies that we have received now, we will wait until tomorrow to receive the interest of other countries of this conference.
Before I give the floor to the new chair, I wish to indicate that on the table, you will find documents regarding the conference. We have the preliminary agenda, the resolution project that we expect to approve by the end of this conference, and the document Evaluation and Assessment of South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, with a proposed action plan. All of these documents form part of this conference.
Bueno, sí doy en este momento La palabra para aprobar.
I give the floor, therefore, to approve the agenda of this session. I give the floor. If there is any observation whatsoever, if not, we would approve this session's agenda.
Damos por aprobado el temario de la reunión.
It is therefore approved.
Continuando con el temario que acaba de
And continuing with the agenda that has been approved, we report the challenges of international cooperation, the configuration of the new regional context, and worldwide. The intervention will be held to open the dialogue on these topics. Firstly, I give the floor to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Tilinak, for his intervention. Thank you very much. I apologize for having to pay so much attention to me this morning. As we were speaking with Luis, with the Secretariat and the Presidency, there were suggestions that it would be useful to present a summary of the narrative that we have been developing at ECLAC, updating it with the new realities, and therefore we have a picture of the document presented in Peru, October last year. It's a document quite lengthy indeed. I won't look into it in further details, but it's to provide a sense. It's not only the document, but it's a type of narrative division. As you may know, narratives and storytelling matters. As psychologists say, what we tell ourselves, the conversations that we have with ourselves matter. The conversation that the countries hold regarding their identity, their development, their goals, and as a region, the conversation regionally, therefore the added value, part of the added value, I have a conviction on behalf of ECLAC, and it has been throughout the decades and the years, to have that conversation for countries, for the region that provides us identity, solidarity, to work jointly and to look into opportunities and to dream together about transformations that are extremely necessary. I'm going to begin with a characterization of geopolitics within the region, then the history of the three tramps, the Decalogue of gaps and the 12 transformations, and the emphasis on how, and two on the how, because the question of how, we try to apply it to each one of the 11 transformations, while two of them, growth and productive transformation, and how to drive funding. Therefore, in terms of globalization, it's very important to look into this as a long-term perspective, 23 years, so that's long, medium long term, and how this has changed in the global economy. It's what we could call geoeconomy, not geopolitics, because if you were to observe, the largest change, of course, is what occurs with China. It used to be 6.6 of the global gross domestic product a few years ago, and it triplicated to 18.7 nowadays. It must be 19% of the global GDP. It's harsh data and a reality. If we look at emerging Asia, but also includes China, India, other Asian countries, duplicated its presence throughout the world, 15.6 to 33.4. That's also the suffering of Asia and how it overweighs the global economy. And the United States reduced its participation from 20.5 in 2000 to 15. It's 5 percentage points, and the European Union from 21.7 to 14.7. Latin America also decreased its participation to 9.4 to 7.3. That's what we were thinking of the worldwide gross domestic product. USA is a main commercial partner of the region, though its relative weight has decreased. We look at exports to the United States from Latin America, 59% in the year 2000. Nowadays, it's 43. And China increased from 1% to 14% in terms of its exports. This is a bit of a slide that has a lot of information. It's a summary of where we are. What was the previous scenario and where we currently stand? One way of characterizing this is that before we were facing a globalization scheme where the absolute priority was market efficiency, seeking efficiency based on rules and looking for the localization of its geography for its supply chains and where it would be the cheapest. And this lasted 20, 25 years in globalization. It brought many benefits, including cheapening many products that we observe, from flat screens, refrigerators, cars, because they were produced in cheaper terms. And the interdependence was celebrated as a great advantage for the consumer, for efficiency, and so forth. And there was a global governance based on rules and mechanisms to solve controversies and they were applied in common terms and broadly respected. And this was with China and so forth. What's the current scenario? It's a great change because it has taken some time and it had taken around 10 years, but it has accelerated. The word security that used to be applied to the military sector now is applied to safe energy safety, food safety, supply chain safeties, and we have used this once again. The subsidies never left. Many countries have used subsidies, but we see what occurs in the strongly developed economies with its tariffs. I won't say how because it will be quite complicated. There are many goals that are contradictory in the use of tariffs. But there's lack of trust in interdependency. There's a great reconfiguration of the supply chain, de-risking that we've been hearing, nearshoring, friendshoring, and this concept of depending of supply chains that are in China or countries that are perceived with the competition or the global scenario has completely changed in this regard. There's a transition towards we doubt if we should speak of a world order. Many articles are speaking of a worldwide disorder. In many cases, there are new rules for new fields, trade, investment, environment, what happens with the plastics. But there's also safety as a dominating target. But the disorder is also a collapse of rules, a series of stakeholders in important countries that don't follow or abide by them, the other forums of the International Trade Organization and whatnot. Therefore, we go from a unipolar state. There was an order maintained by United States as a stronger power with a mix, and we have spoken about this in geopolitics of hard power, military, financial, the strength of the dollar, of its currency, by a soft power as well. There's a Joseph Nye who deceased recently that is based on the attraction of a country, the attraction of cultural values in democracy. He spoke of soft, and he was the leader, the architect, the soft power based on partnerships, on trust. And the soft power, we go to the disorder in geopolitics, the lack of leadership. There are many centers. And to set this into the context of this room of Raúl Previch, and there's a competition between large powers, a certain collusion. There's also a deep issue, which is important to look into, the erosion of the soft power of the United States, lack of trust on behalf of its allies, emergency, a larger influence of intermediate powers, BRICS, which is a very important meeting held in the second week of July, the weakening of the multilateral system for its help and cooperation, and the help or aid for projects and infrastructure to be what they were originally, which is help for the development of countries, and they are weaponized, as we hear in English, based on supremacy. Who is building the infrastructure? Who is operating the infrastructure here or there? Therefore, as I was saying, it's too much information in one slide, but it gives us the contour, the implications of all of this. There's a series of questions amidst the governments and the foreign affairs ministries how to approach the political regional arena to align ourselves, the strategic autonomy. We are using a series of terms. Some countries have more chances than others of exercising a level of autonomy. Others are largely pressured or too vulnerable to these pressures not to be aligned. How to compete and how to simulate investment. Here's an essential question to say this world is filled with opportunities. Latin America has assets in lithium, in the Amazon, of biodiversity, of oil, of capacity, of people. And how can these assets, many of these assets are strategic. They are strategic for the large powers. How do we negotiate them in such a way that this contributes in the best way possible for the economic development and this new phase of globalization, just as I described it? How to propel the economic development, productive, between blocks, electrical system, artificial intelligence, digital systems, and financing related to climate change. And the old important question of how to have more common positions as a region facing different global fora. And the question of South-South cooperation is part of that, a fundamental question. My apologies. I can't resist the temptation. This House, ECLAC, and part of the fame, prestige, and the contribution that it had for many decades, and it continues to have, is that ECLAC always thought and conceptualized the relations between the center and the periphery, and to think what the center was, that there was a specialization and the increase of productivity of the peripheral sector was transferred to the center, and there was a deterioration systematically in the center, and the effort we are making was to wonder, when we have many centers, many peripheral aspects, it gets complicated how to theorize, how to take advantage. That is part of what we are currently doing. The three tramps of development, three vicious circles that reinforce themselves mutually. I mentioned this, the tramp of the low capacity to grow, the high inequality, low mobility, social cohesion, and low institutional capacity. The data is more eloquent than data. 75 years practically of growth. We may observe every red line is the average, the mobile average of growth of a decade. And you can observe how the average growth in the decade of the 50s, 60s, 70s was 4.9, 5.7, nearly 6. It's unbelievable. The average of the whole region. These are the rates that are very high compared to what we are currently growing. We have the lost decade, nearly 2%, the opening period, the Washington Consensus, 99, 2008, 3.0, a boom of commodities as well. From 10 to 19, it goes to 1.9 in a larger measure because China stopped growing around 2013, 14 at 8, 9, 10%.
Amongst other things, of course, but if we see from 2015 to 24.9%, 2014 to 23. And it is not because of the pandemic shock. It produced a contraction of -6%, but it had a rebound effect of 7%, so that is cancelled out. So there is a decade of much lower growth. That's why we have been saying that since we finished the second lost decade and how to prevent the third. Here we have another sophisticated methodology. The same period, 30 years, 30, and 15. So from 51 to 79, 5.5 growth. From 80 to 2009, 2.7. And in the last 15 years, 1.6. Clearly, there is a trap of low growth capacity, and Latin America needs to do not something, but lots of things about it in order to leave and escape that trap. Pauses, large conversation. There's a document, a full chapter about this. 3 big elements, lots of discussion about this. The topic of low investment, we will show it in a graph. We are the region of the world with the lowest rate of public investment as well as private. The issue of the lack of human talent with the competencies and training required, and the topic of low growth of productivity. There are several things that could be said once again so as not to stop because this becomes too long. Look at the graphs. This is the updated graph of the fiscal overview that we sent a month ago with investment rates per region. Look how Latin America has a public investment rate of only 2.1 points of GDP. It's extremely low. And partly why? Because it also deals with a little fiscal space, the variable of adjustment when there is a high debt, high service of the debt, other social demands, paying salaries in the public sector, which adjust to investment, unfortunately. But that is the effect that for longer term has very serious consequences. In the fiscal situation, we have issues of multipliers of public spending, etc., which is interesting, but the multipliers with such a low rate, and that's why it's important to raise public investment. There's fiscal multipliers that are interesting about private investment and other benefits. Productivity, there we see since 1950, I believe. Particularly from the 50 up to the 80s, the blue line is Latin America and the Caribbean, growth that is quite significant in productivity. But starting in 1980, we see stagnation. After the last decade, in general, until recently, we rose a little bit. But the world, look at the average productivity of the world. There is a turning point around 2014, 2015, where we are below the world average. The world average that includes Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, all the countries. That is sad for a region who would like to converge. That turning point is a terrible news. For the high inequality trap, just one graph. Here we have the Gini index since 1990. And as you see, the blue line is Latin America and the Caribbean. Even though there was a reduction in the Gini since 2005, we continue to have the record of the highest Gini index, that is the highest inequality compared to other regions in the world. What factors account for inequality? We have been working in the narrative with the colleagues of ECLAC and others and research, but not all the stakeholders, because there are containers, trains, ships of literature in the issue of inequality. So here the idea is to say, what are the 5 or 6 factors which are the drivers, what truly explains 70%? I'm saying this, it's a rigorous, not empirical result of a research, but it's empirical factors. First, the low growth, low dynamism of the labor market and productive heterogeneity, because inequality is deep-rooted in the structure of production. If you see, there's lots of research about that in graphic terms, few high productivity sectors and a large majority of sectors with low productivity. Informality, that is an average, is 50% for the region. In some countries it is 60, in others up to 70, and we know that the informal sector in general has much lower productivity. large presence of micro and small enterprises, self-employment and micro enterprises, the productivity is extremely low. So that productive heterogeneity means that part of the solution is productive development policies for inequality. Of course, regressive fiscal systems, social protection systems that are insufficient with no fiscal space, then social policy cannot compensate for the inequality, cannot sufficiently compensate the inequality deep-rooted into the productive sector, and also regressive tax systems. Segmented, low-quality educational system, vocational and training systems that are not at the level of the challenge for the 21st century in general, gender inequality and care systems that are inefficient, high inequalities and segregation of space in the urban regions. Our factories are centers of inequality for several reasons. And we are one of the most urbanized countries in the world, and we have to understand the cities to understand inequality in general. And of course, the topic of discrimination, human rights violations that certain groups of the population suffer. In those 6 factors lies a very high percentage, and the conclusion is that, of course, there's reason why you have not been able to make significant reductions in inequality. But somehow we need to keep working on all those factors in order to have an effect. The trap of a weak institutional capacity. This limits the government's capacity to implement effective policies. We see in Latin America that we're filled with excellent diagnosis, excellent strategies, aspirations that are so good, but what happens with many reforms that just lag behind? In others, the problem is that without quality institutions, it's very hard to truly have to move ahead and having state policies, because many of these topics are not things that are resolved in 4 or 5 years. So it needs a cumulative process of a full decade if we see the international experiences. So, and there, institutionality is one of the key ways to have state policies. There's 2 measures. It's not that we invented this, but there's 2 measures of institutional capacity. One is this Hans-Joachim Index of State Capacities. As you see there, all the dotted lines are countries that are selected from the index. They are developed countries: Sweden, Finland, the United States, UK, etc. And in general, Chile is quite high in that. But if we see a series of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in that index, they are below. And the other is the index of world governance indicators from the World Bank that has these dimensions at the left: voice and accountability, political stability, absence of violence and terrorism, effectiveness of the government, regulatory equality, rule of law, control of corruption. The green bars are the Latin American and Caribbean countries, and the other bars are different years of developed countries. So there is a problem. So this is the topic of the 3 traps. The other is what we call the decalogue of gaps and the 11 indispensable transformations. It's a way to have a more detailed look, identifying 10 gaps. Several of them are subsumed in some of the traps, others are different. For example, at the top, we have all the issue of low, volatile, excluding, and not sustainable economic growth, which is trap number 1. To the right, social protection gaps, the welfare state, educational systems and professional training, vocational training. That have risen, particularly the intra-regional ones, particularly, or the issue of regional economic integration. All this converges in the macroeconomic topic of all the limited fiscal spaces, because thus there are no resources for investments or social transfers. This is the same thing, but put not as a diagnosis, but prescriptive. That is, that decalogue of gaps needs to be closed. It's 10 gaps plus the number 11, which is the 3rd trap. the strengthen state capacities, institutions, governance, and social dialogue. Here, very rapidly, another topic that we're highlighting very much and is very important and key for South-South cooperation is the issue of the house. How do we ground this? That deals with the schemes of governance in each area of policies, in each one of the 11 caps, and what are the institutional capacities, what do they consist of, what are the spaces of social dialogue, because to have effective government, you have to dialogue with the different sectors. Otherwise, some of them go out to the street and do not allow you to govern. That's important, the old and important topic of political economics, which is how to make coalitions in favor of change to be more effective than the coalitions that are refractory to change. So it's simple way, but powerful to ground the house. This issue of the top technical capacities, technical, operational, political, and perspective, there changes in general, but for 4 of the transformations we did the work of thinking specifically what are the top capacities required by the social institutions, by the productive development policies, the institutions in charge of the policies. So applying this conceptual framework to each one of the topics, we see very interesting things. About social dialogues, and it is by someone who worked 14 years in ILO, so I'm very familiar with the tripartite dialogue of ILO, which is very adequate, and it's more than 100 years old, and it's one of the first conventions between governments through the Ministry of Labor, employers, and workers to negotiate labor conditions, salaries, etc. But the question is, how are the space of social dialogue for other topics, for productive development, for the tax reforms, or for territorial development? So it is something that we are going deep into. It's important and a research question for us because there's good ways of doing this. There are other ways that are not that good. Some dialogues are different. So using this conceptual framework, as I said, the idea, and this is part of the research agenda we're carrying forward, how to manage the respective transformation, and we talked there about those 11 transformations. Just to give you a very brief idea of the house applied to the issue of growth. Part of our proposal is that we need to have sectoral approaches. There was a period in which the economists discussed, and still some, but that's it's the discussion is more peripheral. No, it's not role of the state to select sectors. That's picking winners, and it's captured by the private sector, etc. But the point is that there's lots of international experience, Asian countries, China, no doubt, etc. But in Latin America as well, that it is important. And there are methodologies. One is the cluster initiatives to support sectors and have sectorial productive agendas. That's how in my country we built the cluster of medical devices, which is the second export, and we developed the cluster of modern services, and in Mexico, aerospatial, automotive. Of course, it is important to have a policy framework, the free trade agreements, access to markets, but at the end, there needs to be a microeconomic work of the private sector with the universities, with the training centers, educational centers, to train the human talent required by the cluster and to advance towards that development. So this is part of the vision. Every time we present the graph, we say, it's not that this is the list, the closed list of choice. It's an illustrative list. Each country, each territory even should see what would be the choices for the clusters. But the message is that the productive development policies require other elements, but the governments should not be shy in making these productive choices because it's the experience of the vast country. The European platform has 3,000 cluster initiatives.
We have a platform that we recently launched. We have 2 new products. We have the policies of productive development and a social landscape that we launched last year. It will be every year. It is the landscape of productive development and policies. To set that conversation, we have a portfolio and we have clusters and territorial articulation. We have a portal with more than 300 cluster initiatives in 17 countries, geo-referenced. It's a portal where we have seminars, training. There's basic information identified in each one of these clusters. It's something that Latin America is carrying out, but our message is that this must be done with more ambition. There are many success stories, and it's something that really works as a productive policy. And this is key related to South-South cooperation, how to drive funding for further development. First of all, what are the restrictions? Where do we face the constraints? The low growth limits the tax income, and firstly, it's a way of looking into these types of development. So we have 3 to 6% of the GDP. It's quite high. The evasion, the large level of debt, it could take many points of the GDP, high cost of funding for its new growth we were discussing up to the year 2018, 2019, before the pandemic, the surprise of the economists, it came from the world of having 10, 13 years of zero interest rates or that were negative. The low interest rate day have gone by and we are in larger interest rates and the international financial architecture. We look at what happened with the general government of the OECD countries, and in orange, Latin America, there's a gap of 12%. It has been closing, but we have a burden, a tax burden, which is quite lower than developed countries. This is a complex issue. It's not just to say that we need to run to reach that target, because that is part of the political economy. For a country to be able to have a reform, a tax reform, we first have to show that the state is efficient, that gives good services. The welfare states gave better services in education, health, and so forth. So people were happy to pay more taxes. But if there's no trust, how will we think of better services, or if the monies will be spent in other ways? And I like looking at the tax burden per country, OECD, Brazil, that is the first country, and then you observe a series of countries. There's a whole array of the tax burden in Latin America. This is the interest payment of the debt. This is a chart that we have published in 2023. And this is the payment of interest. It's not the payment of the whole debt. It's not the main one. For you to observe in 2012, the payment of interest, 45% of the expenses in education, and then we look at 70% in health, 86%. And in 2023, the payment of interest of the debt, 86% of health expenditure, and then we look at social protection. That's why we have this concept of development distress. When we speak of debt, it's debt distress. Debt distress, yes, but the one that is distressed are banks and the financial sector. But when we have these levels of debt, when a country is only using an interest service, it's 70 or 86% in health. There's stress on the health scheme. That's why it's so important to have conversations regarding not only ways of relieving debt, but to restructure it and to do something in this regard. And here you see per country It's the same information per country. So you observe 3 countries that use more than 5 points of the GDP per annum to pay the debt, which is Jamaica, Brazil, and Barbados. And there are many other countries that are in 4.2, 4.4. You see the average for the Caribbean, it's 3%, it's 3 points. And for Latin America, 2.9. If you think that the Colombian government with José Antonio Campo, with the first month, had a tax reform, you don't know how hard it is. It had around 5 points of the GDP. When you think a country is paying 3, 4, 5 points of the GDP, whatever is done in terms of debt restructuring to decrease these payments, 1, 2, 3 points of the GDP that could be invested in other needs of development. This is within the document, so we'll quickly look at it. What does this require? Many strategies to drive funding and to have a better tax collection, debt management, use financial innovative instruments. There's macro-prudential, the reserve of capital. There's a whole financial concept that is quite important, and at the same time, of the international architecture and reform that is the agenda of this meeting in Sevilla, the better mechanisms to solve the sovereign debt, the improvement of capitalization and debt, efficiency, rating agencies, the special rights, and top applied to resource movement. The technical capacities, the technologies that we have for tax administration, for efficiency and expenses, how to strengthen the progressive tariffs. These are TOGP capacities, but applied, for instance, to Treasury. The key messages is that we're required to undergo these deep transformations. There's much to be done. The question is how to avoid a third lost decade. It wouldn't be good news to be in the year 2030, 2031 or 32 saying we grew 1% in average. That would be a disaster. We invite you to rethink, reimagine development to make it more effective, the 11 large transformations and the how, more information in terms of governance and the TOPP capacities and the South-South cooperation. It's a very important place to discuss South-South cooperation, to prioritize them and adapt them in a sense. And a general reflection that development is a complex process of the longer term. There is no country destined to develop itself. It's not a right, it's not an entitlement. We have to work very hard for it. It won't occur automatically due to the strength of the market that has been tested, proven. The state cannot do so isolatedly. That's what's related to governance, partnerships, public-private partnerships, and other sectors. And it's also important to look at the role of the state to define its targets, aspirations, and to drive the necessary resources. If that is not done, there are many dystopic scenarios, frustration, conflictivity that are not only imaginable, but we are already facing them. They are feasible. This is a report. I wish to invite you to have a further read if you have not seen it before. Thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. The words of Dima Al-Khatib, the Director of the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation.
Thank you very much. Just give us a minute to upload the presentation and we will proceed. Thank you. Sharing it. To go to the first one. Right, distinguished participants and colleagues, it's really, let me first acknowledge how informative and important the previous presentation by the Executive Secretary was. Extremely informative to have this overview and a deep dive into the situation. In my presentation, a few slides to capture a little bit the trends and South-South and Triangle cooperation, the global trends, and the information that is included is based actually on the recent reports that have been prepared for the Secretary General and the UNDP administrators in preparation for the high-level committee on South-South cooperation. As I mentioned, that was held in May, but also we used some information from different surveys, including a survey that has been recently conducted in conjunction with the Latin America DCO that talks more about the UN system support to South-South cooperation in this region, and the results of which will be eventually finalized and revealed at a later time. But we wanted to also give you a bit of a glimpse of some of the findings. So with the recently conducted 22nd High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation, the member states, as I mentioned earlier, they have resolutely reaffirmed the indispensable and central role of South-South and Triangle cooperation as a complement to North-South, but also as a driving force to sustainable development. And what the reports have been showing us is that South-South and triangular cooperation are increasingly being mainstreamed and institutionalized across regions in line with the Buenos Aires Action Plan +40, but also they have, we have been seeing more than or an increasingly and growing number of UN system entities who have been integrating South-South and Triangle cooperation in their strategic plan, but also UN country teams who have integrated that in their cooperation frameworks. And this is extremely promising, and hopefully this will enhance the close collaboration with the respective governments in which these UN country teams are operating, to be able to support them in advancing institutionally, but also from a partnership perspective, South-South and Triangle cooperation. Now, specifically to this region, and as per the recent survey that I mentioned, 68% of program countries in the Latin America region prioritize South-South and Triangle cooperation in their development strategies. And that is something that we would need to collectively capitalize on. And it also it shows, some of the trends, not particularly to this region, shows that also South-South and Triangle cooperation are expanding across sectors and involving a broad range of stakeholders, but also there is a growing momentum for Triangle cooperation at both, the regional and the global level. The influence of the Global South is also on the rise, as I mentioned earlier. We see more leadership on the G20 presidency. We see more leadership from the South also on, for example, the climate change conference of the parties. We also see the BRICS expansion, as I said, now incorporating more member countries. And we also see innovative financing that is supported by countries also from the South, such as China, such as Brazil, and through, major initiatives such as the Belt and Road initiatives, but also we see more the New Development Bank disbursement, which is really transforming development finance in the region. For example, in 2023, the Latin America region countries, they received about 5.5 billion in BRI investment, the Belt and Road Initiatives, covering sectors including energy, ICT, and digital economy. And we also see from the BRICS Bank, the New Development Bank, the LAC portfolio, the Latin America portfolio, has heavily benefited Brazil as the only full member country in the region for projects in sectors including renewable energy. Similarly, we also see South-South trade and investments are growing, with South-South trade reaching 5.6 trillion in 2023, and by 2025, 1/3 of the global FDI outflows will originate from the South. This is more of a also global figure. Now, when it comes to Latin America, and the Caribbean region, it is, and I know the executive secretary was also mentioning some of the challenges in terms of the institutionalization, but this region, Latin America and the Caribbean region, is also known for institutionalizing and advancing South-South Triangle cooperation with a good regional frameworks, with growing intra and interregional trade. And we, as the Office of South-South, we always use it as a good example also for other regions. And this is what we also intend to hopefully be able to share the experience of Latin America with other regions. For example, the intra-regional Mercosur trade reached 32.5 billion in 2024 and accounted for more than 70% of the region's GDP. These are more specific figures for the region. The China-LAC cross-regional South-South trade has more than doubled from 257 billion in 2013 to 518 billion in 2024. A digital transformation is also accelerating with regional initiatives such as the LAC Digital Agenda 2026, driving regional cooperation on science, technology, and innovation. Also, Latin America region accounts for nearly 40% of all triangle cooperation projects globally, making it the most active region in triangular cooperation worldwide. Let me here open a bit of a bracket, because also with the lead up to FFD, there is a call by the member states to include, as part of this measurement framework of the 17.3.1 led by UNCTAD, to start integrating also triangular cooperation as part of the measurement, and that would be something interesting to look at. But also in terms of triangular cooperation, from our studies, it has also revealed that measuring that, including with the OECD countries, has not been fully, comprehensive. Not all the countries report on triangular cooperation. So there is also an issue of measurement up there. So there is also a strong uptake from this region on the voluntary measurement, as I said, with the 4 countries in the region: Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and Mexico. And we all look and support the development of this framework. This is extremely needed, especially during this time, and we look forward to the finalization of the framework. I think there will be, as a follow-up, a need for building capacities around that in order to scale up these measurements across all the countries of the South. Now, in terms of the multi-stakeholders engagement, with the BAPA +40 outcome document urging, a robust and inclusive multi-stakeholder approach to South-South and triangle cooperation, this is a vision that the Latin America region is advancing by uniting, governments as policy coordinators, regional bodies, and knowledge sharers, and the UN being also a strategic guide, the private sector as innovators, civil society as champions, and international partners as financiers. I think this is, definitely quite an opportunity in terms of collective collaboration to drive sustainable and resilient and transformative regional development, to fill some of the gaps that were shown in the previous presentation. Now, in terms of the challenges that we have seen from our analysis and the reports that we have facing the Latin America region. And based, as I said, on this preliminary survey that as an office we have undertaken jointly with the DCO LAC, the main challenges of promoting and supporting South-South and Triangle cooperation at the country level stems from the limited financial resources, but also the capacity gaps. And here I'm talking capacity gaps also within the UN system, because we also aim not only at the mainstreaming of South-South within the national framework, but also within the UN system at large to be able to fully support and service the respective governments. There are also, these challenges, we look at them as challenges, but they are also opportunities, right, to advance South-South and triangular cooperation engagement. And in terms also of opportunities, the further or advancing, if you will, the mainstreaming of South-South and triangular cooperation into the national and the regional development strategies would be extremely important. And to scale up also the support of national South-South cooperation focal points, and ensure that integration is not only, put on paper, but also operationalized. And also to enhance and have closer linkages between the different partners, the regional, such as the Regional South-South Conference in Latin America, but also what we were thinking and in mind, since globally there is, we do get guidance from the high-level committee on South-South cooperation, and also Latin America is very well represented in the bureau of this committee each 2 years as they get elected, is to also create those linkages between the high-level committee and the work that is being done in the LAC region as part of the South-South Cooperation Conference. Of course, opportunities of facilitating knowledge exchange and peer learning is always important. That is the glue that brings South-South cooperation to its fullest. And to provide, evidence-based and thought leadership in different forums and in different platforms by documenting good practices, but also to think about those opportunities of, given the proximity, given the common, sometimes cultural aspects, language, there is a lot of opportunities to share those best practices and good experiences. So knowledge exchange is extremely important, documenting that, sharing that, and we are more than happy to keep offering, our platforms for this. Some examples from our side in terms of, creation of knowledge and sharing of knowledge, doing those deep dives, for example, in preparation for the landlocked countries, whereby we are trying to look into the transformative potential of South-South and triangle cooperation in landlocked countries. And in the case of Latin America, we have done a deep dive for Paraguay, which is now currently in its final stages of revisions, but we will be more than happy to share it widely once it's completed. We are also very much, as an office, part and parcel of the interagency work to support the agenda for small island developing states, and in leveraging, South-South and triangle cooperation to support that agenda, specifically on the data front and the innovation front. Of course, with the trust funds that we manage, whether the India, Brazil, and South Africa Fund, and here this is more targeting poverty alleviation. We will keep on supporting that in support of all countries in the Global South, including Latin America, but also the India UN Trust Fund, which also is producing scalable projects and supporting least developed countries and supporting small island states, as well as the different collaborations that we have with other countries from the South, such as with China. Recently, there has been also a collaboration with the Russian Federation, wishing to help countries, for example, in Central Asia on sustainable agriculture, but also countries in Africa in terms of building health resilience. And also let me also mention here that with the recent launch of our Triangle Cooperation Window, with what launched last year actually in Portugal as part of the International Conference on Triangle Cooperation, we are building collaborations with several countries, and we will be more than happy to see how we can further collaborate with Latin America region. Colombia is a partner, and this would enable a wider benefit for the countries from the expertise from all countries across the globe. And I think this is something that we should be collectively also encouraging as a complement or as a part and parcel of South-South cooperation. At the end, I just want to also reinforce and mention that as an office, we are committed to also walk the talk with this conference, and to also align and listen deeper to the needs that are coming from this region, to be able to jointly and collaboratively advance South-South and Triangle cooperation in what best serves the region. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Muchas gracias, Dima Al.
Thank you so much, Dima Al-Khatib, Director of United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, for your presentation. I invite Mr. Máximo Torero, General Assistant Director and Regional Representative for United Nations Organization for Food and Agriculture, FAO, who will refer to South-South Cooperation, the eradication of hunger and malnutrition. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Allow me to start expressing the situation we're living today in terms of food safety. As you all know, we've been here for a while, international communities facing interrelated challenges. Food and food security have been increasing since COVID-19, with an exacerbation after the Ukrainian war and a slight recovery subsequently, being the greatest recovery in the region, fundamental in South America. But this world is facing different events that are complicated even more the current situation. The more structural and exogenous that we cannot control are the climate events that will be exacerbated in frequency and aggressiveness. But we have other events related to the macroeconomic situation of the countries, related to conflict, and also related to world governance that has been evolving, generating great uncertainty as to elements that affect the food security directly. And we have inequality in the access to technologies, inequality in innovation, access to innovation, and an income inequality. That means that the most vulnerable countries have lower capacity of resilience, and it complicates further the impact that they may suffer. So what's the situation today in terms of figures, which is what reported from FAO, Organization of Food, from the US. In terms of hunger in the world, we're speaking of 733 million, usually report a single figure. But given the uncertainty we lived since COVID, we have to report a range, and the midpoint is 733 million. The new report will come out the end of June and will be launched in the Food Systems Summit platform in Ethiopia. We have food insecurity of 2,300 million persons, which is with a fierce scale of food insecurity, which is part of the SDGs, and shows the over food and malnutrition and hunger. Healthy diets is a central element because we want to solve the problem not only of nutrition, but also overweight and obesity. And we have that there's 2.3 million persons who have no access to healthy food. And what we see, the short-term indicators, which are the one we use in emergencies, we call acute food insecurity, find that there's 295.3 million persons in acute food insecurity in 53 countries. The most complex is that many of the countries are repeated in time, which implies that there's countries that are in a food insecurity trap that will increase the hunger and malnutrition in the world. As we said, this occurs in conflicts, variability of the climate phenomena with intensity that affect 5 dimensions: extreme temperature, excess or lack of water, variability of the climate events that are difficult for the growers to make decisions, diseases and pests that will evolve with the changes in temperature, and finally, migration of individuals and fish.
We also have the amount of countries that are in a vulnerability debt condition that allows them not to have resources to cover the import of food, because most of them are net importers of food. This is also complicated with the uncertainty that has taken us to devaluation of the exchange rate, and not only are they more expensive, but also of the weakened local currency. Finally, what we were discussing due to the lack of access to a healthy diet. If we simply look at the impact individualized in terms of conflict, economic crisis, individuals, and these are the 3 economic drivers that impact on food safety. If we compare to the blue bar where there's no effect, we see that in the years there has been an increase in terms of conflicts, that has increased substantially, 3% between 2015 and 2023. In the case of climate variability, if we look at the extremes, 1.8% macroeconomically, 1.4% due to COVID-19, and we also have an increase due to the lack or due to inequality. Due to having these drivers, the situation is deteriorated, and if we combine the events and the drivers, the situation is more complex. We know nowadays we have gone through 6 of the 9 planetary limits, and it doesn't matter what we are to do in the next 5 to 10 years. We might have improvements, reducing emissions. We'll have an increase in the frequency and the intensity of the climate change events, and the biophysical dynamics not necessarily will be linear, and the problems will keep on increasing, and we need to work with all the models to incorporate this new linear models that can take us to breakpoints and to accelerate exponentially the impacts that we may have within these sectors. What I was mentioning previously is that the affected countries, due to variability in terms of climate, firstly, the countries impacted due to extreme weather events, and then extreme weather events due to macroeconomic issues, and then climate events with conflicts, the combination of the 3, and countries that are not affected. In the regions of the country affected by extreme climate situations, it increased 0.08 points between 2019 and 2023, but when we combine with the deacceleration of economy and conflicts, it increased to 9.2. The combination of these elements entails us, in the case of Latin America, it's a combination of the macroeconomic with the climate change effects. In Africa, it's due to conflicts and the macroeconomic scenario. What is the cost of no action? We're simply explaining the cost to eliminate one of the indicators of the SDGs. It's the hunger indicator, which we are reporting. And as we can compare in 2 recent studies, one in the year 2021 and the last that was held in the previous year, there has been a strong leap in the costs that were required to mitigate to 0 the level of hunger. Therefore, we need an additional expenditure of $541 million in social transfers in order to work with this goal. But the leap from 2,000 million, and due to the non-action in the time it should have been done and how it should have been performed. What is the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean? For the 2nd consecutive year, Latin America and the Caribbean has presented a mitigation in the prevalence of hunger and food safety, being the only region in this tendency at a worldwide level. Despite that, there are important differences by sub-regions. Despite having progress to eradicate hunger and malnutrition, with food safety and malnutrition. In subsequent years, there are disparities in the vulnerable populations, as it is with women and the rural communities. The region, on the other hand, has the highest cost of a healthy diet. It hasn't been the case in Latin America and the Caribbean, but there's much to be done. But the highest cost of a healthy diet makes us wonder, why is it an surplus of production? It exports larger parts of its food. It has increased largely its exports in food. What has happened? It's a study that we're trying to find answers in terms of how to mitigate the cost of healthy foods, because the fact that we have international trade is necessary to increase resilience, but it shouldn't sacrifice the local consumption of food. We need to seek out the appropriate balance. Innovative technology, South-South cooperation will play a pivotal role. If we look at the Sustainable Development Goal 2, hunger increased at 41 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean, 0.4 percentage points, 2.9 million people less than in 2022, 0.7 percentage points, 4.3 million people less than in 2021. The reduction in South America, between the regions, we see the economic recovery of many South American countries with an increase in the levels of employment and a decrease in the levels of poverty and extreme poverty. And here clearly we show the capacity in the social programs. Social protection in Latin America is in the boundary. We need to expand this to all countries, but it's another side, but South-South cooperation can help Africa or Asia to attain these results. The increase of energy prices after the pandemic COVID-19 benefit the exporting energy countries of the region, and also the response of the governments through social protection, as I previously mentioned. That's why we've been saying in FAO, if there is a region that can accomplish SDG 2, especially Latin America, South America, if we increase our efforts and we focus our efforts on the countries that are being more affected so that they are able to decrease in speed. The prevalence of food unsafety is 28.2, decreased for second consecutive year. It's below the world estimate, but it's slightly above the pandemic levels of COVID 2019. It increased in the subregions in 2022 and in South America 4.5 percentage points, followed by the Caribbean 1.7 percentage points, and Mesoamerica 4.5. The cost of the healthy diet. The region has the largest cost of a healthy diet of $4.56 PPA, the Caribbean of $5.16 PPA per day, South America with $4.29 PPA, and Mesoamerica with $4.05 PPA, an increase in 11.8 in the region regarding 2021. This is what we need to look for solutions soon, because it makes no sense that our region has this cost. 27.7% of the population of the region, 182 million people, cannot have a healthy diet in 2022. In comparison, 2021, and it increased 2.4 percentage points, which is equivalent to 14.3 million that can have a healthy diet. In the Caribbean, 50% of the population could not have a healthy diet in 2022, followed by Mesoamerica with an estimated proportion of 26.3% and South America of 26%. What are the actions that we can have in Latin America and the Caribbean? How can we strengthen this resilience? And here is the importance of South-South cooperation. When we speak of resilience, it's two components. The first one is to minimize risks, vulnerabilities, and the second component is to face the risk when these are to occur. We know that the frequency and intensity of the climate events will occur. They will give us its shocks. But firstly, we can prevent, and secondly, to have the capacity to absorb. When we speak of preventing, early warning systems, the first week of July, the Food and Agriculture Organization is launching the Situation Room with 12 early warnings, 6 climate-related, not climate-related, by country, by region, that allow us to look into catastrophic insurances and to rework with insurance companies throughout the world and the refocus on health. After COVID-19, we see an enormous potential to prevent the apparition of new situations as this one. This goes beyond the boundaries, and we know that with climate events, this increase the amount of diseases, of zoonotic diseases. And lastly, in insurances, the catastrophic insurances for producers, and there's large experience, and other countries of the region with South-South cooperation can help us accelerate that process. This allows us to prevent. We know that La Niña or El Niño may occur. We can look into populations. If a cyclone is going to hit a country, strangely as it is in Peru, we never had a cyclone before. We can provide the funding beforehand so that people can protect themselves, but the effect will occur. And that's the second component. And here we need to increase the absorption capacity for the poorest part of the distribution. Social distribution is a crucial role. The partnership against hunger, poverty in G20 Brazil. It's a forum in South-South where we have better practices in the best practices of policies, the coordination of funding, the second pillar, and the implementation within the country. Social protection will play a role, but also in a model based on the consumer, prioritize intervention in the short and medium term that will allow us to be more resilient. The loss and waste have no sense in the world. A third of everything we produce in food for the food of human beings is lost or not used. And that is a triple gain. We improve the access to healthy diets, we reduce the natural resource use and emissions in the world. And also the government will be essential to minimize these effects. We are working in production chains, in the behavior of the consumption, healthy diets, in food systems, environments, because we want to seek the governance and the systems to be able to attain better availability, access, use, and stabilization of the food. For that, we need to anticipate, prevent, absorb, and adapt. That's what will entail this transformation, which is what we seek for the agro-food industries to attain these goals. Under this aspect, obviously funding will be at the very core, but we wish to seek ending hunger, food and safety, and we have to be innovative. We work with public funding. We have to see how the public sector can prioritize the few resources that it has in the actions that will give us the largest return. How can we work with the private sector? How can we facilitate the private investment, drawing de-risking in financial terms and de-risking in technical terms? It's a role of FAO working hand in hand with countries and optimizing the use and resources of the private sector jointly with the investment banks. Therefore, there's great space to improve and to gain efficiency, and South-South cooperation will matter. The Global Alliance COP28 and the route to reach the SDGs and the 1.5 degrees and to overcome what will happen to improve efficiency, not only thinking in the SDGs, but also thinking in the future, better food for us today and tomorrow. That's why it matters. Taking action. How will we make this happen with this triangular and South-South cooperation? As we have mentioned, it has to be jointly with shared benefits, contributing to improving production, the environment, the means of life, and regionally promoting a joint knowledge and modernization, leaving no one behind, but also between our countries. South-South cooperation does not imply that a country cooperates to bring and to draw resources from the other. South-South cooperation is that we are at the same level and we also cooperate in transfer and technology. That's South cooperation. There's public well-being, structural framework, and I will give a few examples. There's much to be done and learned. This will lead to technological learning, and it's the innovation that we require in the second component of resilience.
Inclusive and sustainable growth, joint investment, digital platforms, and traceability. For the global platform of Triangular South-South Cooperation, we launched the portal in the framework of the 22nd session of the High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation of the United Nations held in New York, a global tool to connect the countries that offer technical solutions and demand them. And the portal promotes inclusive digital transformation, facilitates the transfer of knowledge at a local level. We have Resilient Caribbean, adaptation resilience to climate change, rural women, risk management, Mesoamerican No Hunger, youth program of international cooperation, Brazil FAO, procurement in food agriculture in China, and food for school children. We will always favor the cooperation among different countries. The international program, Brazil FAO, looks for advances in school feeding in 16 countries of Latin America. We have trained professionals, more than 40,000 trained professionals, support to the design of regulatory framework, 6 countries in the process of elaboration, development of technical missions and events of exchange of experiences, more than 40, interinstitutional committee for food, 11 countries, increase of the budget for food feeding, 12 countries, structures of social participation, 14 countries. This is what we need to learn. Brazil invested much resources to design a system of school feeding, and other countries have done the same thing, Chile, Peru as well, and many countries. Paraguay is starting a massive program of school food feeding. Dominican Republic, there's lots in the region to cooperate so as not to duplicate efforts, so as not to repeat errors. And that's what South-South cooperation is. And this type of initiative has very strong results. We usually hear to speak about school feeding, but we don't know what is happening behind these tremendous efforts and the impact they have on the countries. Same thing in digital transformation, innovation, and agriculture. When we analyze the marginal effect of short-term return of investments in agriculture for the reduction of hunger, IT is the first, is the one that gives the greatest return if well applied. We have 12 countries of the region: Argentina, Barbados, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Guyana, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Suriname, Trinidad, Tobago, and Uruguay. 800 persons in rural areas directly participated, 4,000 persons benefited indirectly, 70 trainings. And this is done with the ministries and select to take advantage of the results. And Resilient Caribbean, cooperation for the adaptation and resilience to climate change in the Caribbean. Initiative in 14 countries of CARICOM to improve resilience and the impact of global crises such as COVID-19 and climate change that has significantly affected these countries. And there's much to do to help them. That's why we have set up a specific task force in FAO to help the specific problems in this region in specific countries, such as the Mesoamerica with No Hunger in Mexico. So this is what I wanted to present to you, the importance that South-South cooperation, when well done, can help, and how it can help us solve the problems we face today and attain the goal that we're searching for these regions, especially South America, and we hope that the rest of the region, Central America and the Caribbean, we can achieve it by 2030. Thank you very much. We thank the intervention of Mr. Torero, and I now invite our President, Enrique Farro, Executive Director of ACSIL. Thank you very much. This is the first time I participate. I want to start by thanking ECLAC for receiving us here once again in the second conference. I also would like to thank the transfer of the presidency from Argentina to Chile. And to say very briefly that for Chile, it is an honor to assume the presidency of this regional conference that brings together the countries of our region and with whom Chile has had and has a privileged relationship of cooperation and with whom we share common challenges. Having said that, it is evident that we live in a period of transformations, profound transformations. The climate crisis, growing inequality, geopolitical tensions, and technology transitions seem to contribute a framework of uncertainty that goes beyond what we could have imagined. In this context, I have the conviction that international cooperation needs to be rethought, not only as a technical instrument, but as a political bed where the multilateralism, solidarity, and shared responsibility among the peoples acquire a fundamental protagonism and become our main option. Today, it is not rhetorical to say that our world presents as a fragmented reality, where it is possible to observe the weakening of the traditional frameworks of cooperation and the emergence of new forms of regional agreement. Latin America and the Caribbean have responded with institutional creativity, reevaluating historic places of convergence and betting for more strategic cooperation with a long-term goal. In the revision of common strategies, ideas such as the strengthening of horizontal and participative nature of the cooperation system has acquired leadership, as well as shared leadership to make visible the advances to the eyes of our citizens. One of the most urgent pillars is to break the exclusive dependence of GDP as a measure of development. The countries of the region have insisted in the multilateral spaces, including the financing for development fora, advancing towards a multidimensional vision of development, including well-being, sustainability, equity, and social cohesion. This perspective not only permits a fairer evaluation of progress, but it reveals the internal gaps that still exist, even in those countries that fortune had been quote-unquote graduated. For cooperation, it means redefining priorities, criteria for eligibility, and the forms of measuring impact. In this context, Chile has actively promoted the concept of development and transition, arguing that going through certain levels, a threshold of income does not imply development. As Axida said, the per capita income does not reflect on its own the levels of poverty, inequality, vulnerability that our countries go through. Apart from the financial adverse event of the graduation sector, the fall in the access to grants and concessional loans, non-financial impact have come at the difficulty of mobilizing resources for triangular South-South cooperation. Thus, we urge the international community to consider other criteria that consider social, territorial, environmental, and resiliency indicators, promoting a level of grading rather than graduation with more flexible and sustainable transitions. This position has been shared by stakeholders at CECLAC and the Development Center of OECD, who have highlighted that the 2030 agenda requires indicators that respond to the complexity of current development. From this perspective, international cooperation must be in line with strategies geared to strengthen the state capacities, the reduction of internal gaps, and the improvement of the quality of life of the persons without losing track of the risk of backwardness. Something that's ever more visible is that the exhaustion of the paradigm of income as the only, GDP as the only thing that must be measured for development. Other elements must have central part. This is not just technical, but political. It aims that we don't want to have structural blindness vis-a-vis the asymmetries that exist in our own countries. Strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation is key. In parallel, its strengthening permits us to recognize it as effective ways to share solutions in context, local innovations, and learning amongst peers. This type of cooperation is based on principles that are broadly recognized in multilateral elements, creating consensus. From a conceptual perspective, both modalities have shown a strong capacity to articulate experiences, position, exchange institutional capabilities, and integrate at a regional level. They respond to the particularities of the Global South, but they also represent strategic tools to consolidate process of development from our own focuses, both that are culturally and politically relevant. The focus promoted by different cooperation agencies in Latin America and the Caribbean has insisted that this type of cooperation needs to be understood as the main pathway towards more sustainable models of development that are just and democratic. Yet its consolidation requires to overcome barriers related to institutional fragmentation, lack of structured funding, and the scant systematization and compared assessment of its results. An area of special relevance for the strengthening is the technology transfer adapted to local context. Far from constituting a simple flow of technical resources, the idea is to create conditions for the exchange of strategic knowledge, strengthening technological sovereignty, promoting social innovation, and contributing to the sustainability of the solutions implemented. We also acknowledge ever more that cooperation needs to be supported at a multi-stakeholder, multi-level. The paradigm is not the donor-recipient, but that of strategic partnerships, including local government, civil society, academia, and private sector. This perspective responds to a vision of cooperation as quote-unquote cooperation for action, that is, cooperation geared not only to funding, but to the joint implementation, the generation of shared knowledge, and flexible articulation of different stakeholders around common challenges. The value of these partnerships resides in its capacity to generate synergies, maximize impact, and make democratic decision-making on development. The notion of partnerships for development proponent from Latin America emphasizes the shared responsibility among partners, the adaptation of instruments to territorial context, and the construction of solutions from a rationale of co-creation. This orientation aims to make cooperation a more influential, effective, and legitimate space capable of responding to the complexities of modern development. In this scenario, progressive reduction of the traditional flows of official assistance for development forces us to innovate in the ways of cooperation. High levels of public debt in many countries of the region limit the margin of state maneuver. So in this context, cooperation for development are not just desirable, but necessary as a mechanism to support transformative public policies and mobilizing resources that would be out of the national scope. So more strategic cooperation is demanded, inclusive and long-term, supporting for multidimensional perspective development, for strengthened peer cooperation. It's not just technical task, it's an ethical and political mandate.
Muchas gracias, Enrique O'Farrill.
Thank you so much, Enrique O'Farrill, President of the conference. Right now, we have time for interventions of the delegations. We will open the floor for the contributions of the countries who so wish to speak.
Bien, tiene la palabra el delegado de...
The delegate from Costa Rica has the floor. Thank you very much. Our intervention would be virtual. The Director of International Policy is online. So we would appreciate if you gave him the floor.
Muy buenos días. Ya está. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Se escucha?
Sí.
Yes, we can hear him. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting Costa Rica to this very important conference. I would like to greet Mr. José Manuel Salazar Sirinar, Secretary General of FECLAC, Mrs. Dima Al-Khatib, Director of UNOSC. I would also like to extend our greetings to Mr. Máximo Toredo, as Deputy Assistant Director and representative of the Organization of United Nations Organization for Food and Agriculture, FAO, and my dear friend Enrique Faro, Executive Director of the Chilean Partnership for International Cooperation for Development. In my intervention, I would like to touch on 3 specific points. The first is the global and regional challenges faced by international cooperation. The second is the strategies to strengthen cooperation and its alignment with public policies. And the third is the relevance of South-South and triangular cooperation for the region.
To the first topic regarding the global and regional challenges of international cooperation, as we have said here previously by many of the previous speakers, we clearly face a challenge, an important challenge in an international context with geopolitical tensions, political crisis, and political competition that makes us reflect and analyze as the space this forum provides us with. Costa Rica, with a medium-high average income, has seen reduced the traditional flows of help, and it affects many countries of the region. And as a challenge, it allows us to propel to strengthen the model of South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, decentralized and multi-stakeholder. In the region, the integration mechanisms are key in order to face common challenges, but the diversity of stakeholders can unleash fragmentation. That's why it's crucial to strengthen the dialogue spaces to align priorities and optimize resources. Costa Rica advocates for a multidimensional phase for the development to visualize gaps and to justify international funds and aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, adopting a proactive horizontal partnership. And it's also necessary to develop multidimensional metrics or to incorporate some of the existing in the sphere of a concessional financing and the official aid towards development. Secondly, the strategies to align cooperation with national priorities. In this regard, Costa Rica considers it's crucial to modernize the cooperation, institutional cooperation at a level of the states in order to align it with national priorities, ensuring transparency and efficacy. We consider that it's necessary to foster partnerships in innovation as clean energies and circular economy to increase decentralized cooperation with local governments to have a direct impact. In the same way, it's also crucial to have public-private partnerships for infrastructure as it is for services and public-private partnerships for development in the framework of a multi-stakeholder cooperation that allows us to drive private resources and the technological transfer. Climate change demands capacities for adaptation and resilience, integrating gender perspective as it is highlighted by ECFAC. Cooperation must support public policies that are to propel competitiveness, employment, and reducing inequality in technological transfer. And there's a firm conviction in Costa Rica that based on cooperation and development, it's not what will allow us to move forward throughout the lane of development. It's an essential source, but we must work in improving our public policies in these other fields previously mentioned in order to attain larger levels not only of growth, but also of sustainable development. I'll finish with the last topic that has to do with the importance of South-South cooperation and triangular for the region. These modalities are strategic for Latin America and the Caribbean, and they are very more relevant. According to the report of 2024, The initiatives grow 2.9% in 2003 in relation to this year. There are more than 10,000 projects from 2017 where South-South cooperation represent 3/4, and the triangular has duplicated its weight within the region. In Costa Rica, I allow myself to share that our country has participated in 161 initiatives within the year 2022 and 2023, with a 50% in relation to South-South bilateral, 28% in triangular cooperation, 22% in regional cooperation. As a receptor in bilateral, and Costa Rica as a receptor in bilateral and offering. According to the report of CEGIP, there's a relevant role in triangular cooperation, transferring capacities in the environment, in the environmental sector, in the fishing, agricultural sector. And there's also an increase in education and disaster management. And also listening to the intervention of other countries, representing countries, I think that we are convinced that within the international context framework in which we currently are, it's necessary to reflect in order to clearly outline a strategy so that we can maximize the cooperation possibilities for the region. Thank you. Thank you very much. The delegate of Colombia has the floor. Thank you. I wish to greet Chile for assuming the presidency of the presiding officers, and also to acknowledge the work of Argentina, the previous presidency, and also acknowledge the focus that was imprinted in this table. In the current world where there are multidimensional crises, the second meeting of the South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean has more sense than ever. It's a message that sets hope on behalf of the member states, the associate organizations of ECLAC and the civil society. We must move forward in measures that are to face the significant challenge in implementing the Agenda 2030, as it was mentioned by the executive director in the 3 traps of development and the Decalogue of PAPs in development in Latin America and the Caribbean. In this sense, it's necessary to quantify South-South cooperation, and in this way to aim our efforts in complying goals of development towards our region, to measure and assess the flows to allow transparency and trust. The government of Colombia has bet on consolidating itself in leaders of the South-South cooperation, and it has been actively participating in different scenarios of discussion where we approach how to quantify the cooperation. Despite that, the progress must be guided to positioning the South-South cooperation as the leading modality of our region. In this regard, our country has contributed in the new framework to measure South-South cooperation of the Conference of the United Nations about Trade and Development in the General Ibero-American Secretariat and its program for South-South and triangular cooperation. Latin America and the Caribbean have a particular identity in the accrual of identities in the Global South. We see developing countries in a dual role and less developed countries, but as a whole, they claim solidarity. In Colombia, we believe in the possibility of development in transition and complementing South-South cooperation with the North-South cooperation. The South-South cooperation agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean must be focused in taking advantage of the experiences from global risks that have had the largest impact in our region and have allowed us to add good practices to share within the framework of scenarios where cooperation and its principles of being horizontal mutual benefit are tools to mitigate the threats at a regional level. Thank you. Thank you to the delegate of Colombia. The floor is for Dominican Republic.
En primer lugar, muy buenos días. Agradecerle.
Very good morning, and thank you for giving me the floor, and to thank Chile for being elected and the management held by Argentina. It was a great honor to participate in the second meeting of the South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to thank ECLAC for summoning to this important meeting that allows us to renew a more inclusive, efficient, and guided towards sustainable development South-South cooperation. And the agenda sets at the focus of our reflection the urgency of overcoming the structural gaps that are aggravated by climate change, the challenges, geopolitical changes, and the increasing inequality. We completely coincide that by reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, this requires cooperation mechanisms that are have more solidarity and aligned with the national development concept. Dominican Republic acknowledges South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation instruments that are essential for strengthening capacities, the knowledge transfer, and technologies that are appropriate as it is to foster innovative solutions based on mutual learning within the countries of the Global South. In that sense, we have strengthened our architecture institutionally throughout the implementation of R&D Corporates, the interinstitutional system under International Cooperation for Development of the Dominican Republic that has allowed us to consolidate and offer technical cooperation in fields of risk management, public health, technical development, resilient agriculture, touristic, sustainable development, and modernization of the state. We wish to highlight the importance towards moving in these matters. The middle-income countries face structural changes that are not reflected appropriately in economic traditional indicators. And for that reason, we share the vision that it's necessary to avoid automatic graduation to sustain the progress made. In that sense, the Dominican Republic highlights that strengthening must be a strategic aim for cooperation, but it must guarantee the functionality of the latter, the driving resources, having access under fair conditions. Scientific, technical cooperation is not a mean in itself, but necessary to sustain progress, avoid setbacks, and to have sustainable development in mind, specifically in the context of vulnerability with which we face with which many countries of our region are to be faced. Thank you very much to the delegate of the Dominican Republic. The floor is for the delegate of Guatemala.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy buen...
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's the first time the Republic of Guatemala is intervening. I wish to thank the Republic of Argentina for the work performed, and at the same time, I invite Chile to continue with the work that has been held, and also thank you for presiding this table. On behalf of the Ambassador, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Guatemala, Mr. Ramirez, I wish to extend my gratitude to ECLAC to summoning us to this important space of dialogue and cooperation. This conference is taking place in a crucial moment for Latin America and the Caribbean, based on the geopolitical changing scenario with a world order which is more fragmented, that has impacted trust and multilateralism. Meetings as this one are highlighted strategically to build consensus, propel regional integration, to revalue South-South and triangular cooperation as crucial tools for sustainable development. Guatemala visualizes international cooperation as an instrument that complements the public policies in order to look into the national development gaps. Our policy of international cooperation establishes a framework guided to results, aligning the flows of cooperation with the priorities of the country, and promotes transparency, inclusiveness, and effectiveness. In this sense, we value the regional spaces that allow the countries of the South to generate synergies, to share capacities, and to find solutions jointly to structural changes that are also in common. Aligned with this vision, Guatemala has been strengthening its interinstitutional field of work to improve articulation between the public entities in order to create a bond with the new and existing sources, and also create the environment which is necessary to have cooperation projects in place. This effort also responds to a broader aspiration with promoting the experiences of the country with its installed capacity to exchange good practices and knowledge, especially in fields where we have documented results and we have generated a larger impact in the life quality of our population.
Risk management, social programs, and capacity building. We aim to consolidate Guatemala as a partner committed to sustainable development, willing to actively contribute to the regional progress. We consider indispensable to consolidate a shared strategy of cooperation that promotes partnerships, political dialogue, and prioritizes key sectors such as productive development, digital agenda, creative economy, technology transfer, climate action, and risk management. Guatemala firmly believes in the value of the regional platforms to articulate public policies, connecting agenda, and generate regional public assets. Likewise, we support the efforts to establish common methodologies of quantification of the South-South cooperation that strengthen accountability and decision-making based on evidence. Finally, we stress that international cooperation needs to respond to the global challenges and international commitments undertaken regarding the right to development. It is the moment to support the principle of solidarity amongst the peoples and consolidate a Latin American and Caribbean voice that's strong, cohesion, and propositive in the international scenario. Guatemala is committed to this path and the strengthening of partnerships that generate real transformations for our region. We hope that this meeting be fruitful, effective, and with concrete results to all the nations present. Thank you. Thank you so much, Guatemala. I give the floor to the delegate from Honduras. Thank you very much, distinguished delegations. It is a pleasure for me to be here in this space of dialogue where those responsible for cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean have gathered together. Likewise, I would like to express my gratitude to ECLAC for bringing together and offering us this meeting of thought and collective construction in a moment and a context which is crucial for our region and the world. International cooperation is going across a stage of profound transformation. We live in a global context marked by multiple challenges: climate emergency, geopolitical conflicts, food insecurity, the increase of inequality, and a foreign debt that is choking many of our countries. These factors not only reconfigure the environment of international cooperation, but also demand more coordinated, innovative answers adapted to the needs of our peoples. Along these lines, South-South cooperation is consolidated a strategic tool to strengthen our shared capacities, foster solutions from mutual knowledge, and deepen regional integration. It is important to acknowledge that international cooperation needs to advance towards greater coordination among the stakeholders of the international and regional system, reinforce the financing mechanisms, strengthen institutional, national, and regional capabilities, as well as preserve and revitalize multilateralism. As a region, we are facing a common challenge, and it is that of developing an effective model that will allow us to quantify South-South and triangular cooperation, its efficiency, and the valuable contribution of the Global South to sustainable development, aligned to the principles of the Global Partnership for Effective Cooperation to the Development and SDGs. Honduras acknowledges that in view of the international context of the moment, the countries of the region can support each other through the benefits and possibilities often offered by South-South and triangular cooperation. The exchange of good practices and vital knowledge are necessary to stimulate the development agenda for countries. Likewise, it is important to highlight the contribution of cooperation in horizontal topics such as climate change, culture, gender equality, and the empowerment of women and girls in the context of sustainable development. So it is necessary to continue to stimulate these topics and incorporate others in all the modalities of cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honduras. The delegate of El Salvador has the floor. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate our colleague Enrique Farrell. It's an honor to know that cooperation is in good hands. From the presidency, thanks to ECLAC, who would think that in 6 months we would be here again. I'm glad to see you all. And El Salvador, those days, was having a change in the institutional architecture for cooperation for development. ESCO depended on the presidency of the Republic, but when I returned from ECLAC, we had a major change. Today, the cooperation agency depends from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so it is an honor and pride to represent now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we recognize the work of Argentina, our colleague Mateo Streme. It is not by chance that we meet in different areas and spaces, and I believe that speaks highly of the commitment and the effort all countries are doing in terms of cooperation. In El Salvador, being a country that we practically always receive cooperation, we are now giving a twist, because we can offer cooperation in certain public policies in which we are a reference and we have experience that speaks even natures of security that you all know, and you acknowledge the work that El Salvador has done. We acknowledge the current problems require agile and exclusive responses geared to capacity building, and we highlight the importance for different multilateral spaces to continue supporting the generation of networks for South-South exchange, facilitating access to technical platforms, mobilizing financial resources, responding to priorities defined by the developing countries. I believe it is important to strengthen specific funds for South-South cooperation and stimulate a greater convergence in global, regional, sub-regional platforms. I know that these days we will also be talking about risk management for disasters, and countries such as El Salvador form part of the humanitarian country team, where the UN system also accompanies all these efforts. And something I would like to highlight, the past days, there was a high-level committee, and El Salvador was leading and accompanying the Vice Presidency of Colombia in said space in the United Nations. We also acknowledge the work done by the United Nations Office. I believe that institutionality that we have in South-South cooperation needs to be stimulated. Cooperation also goes through reports such as the South-South Cooperation Report with SEGIF, which also we presented after 15 years of the start of that cooperation. So I invite you all to continue to stimulate from the different countries how to collaborate, how amongst all of us we can start a dialogue. And we hope to see you all in the Conference of Seville and ensure that our countries and all of us stimulates that the fact that South-South cooperation is a complement, and that these innovative forms of cooperation can reach small countries such as El Salvador. Thank you, Salvador. I give the floor to Brazil.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Since I take the floor for the first time, I'd like to greet the panel and the delegates, congratulate Chile for the election, and thank Argentina for the work conducted. Just to make a comment about the measurement of development, Brazil expresses a positive assessment as to the results of the seminar held by ECLAC in past January on the measurement of development. Brazil highlights the fact that the interventions of regional experts and authorities from public agencies that manage international cooperation generate important contribution for the dealing of these topics in different international fora. Brazil highlights the celebration of 2 debates in January after the fact of the measurement of development that has an impact on every country, every developing country, regardless of their GDP. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brazil. British Virgin Islands has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chair of the Regional Conference, Mr. Enrique O'Farrell Julian, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon. Mr. O'Farrell, please permit me to first congratulate you and the government of Chile on assuming the chairmanship of this regional conference. You have the British Virgin Islands' full support as you carry out your term. Let me also commend Argentina for their leadership over the past 2 years, which has brought us to this point. Excellencies, South-South cooperation within our region is more important now than ever because it is not clear as yet how reliable traditional development partners will be going forward as political, economic, and security priorities shift. Triangular cooperation will also be critical in mobilizing the much-needed resources for sustainable development and economic transformation. The heightened uncertainty we are seeing in the world today compounds the already challenging situation for small island developing states. As you know, the middle and high-income countries of the Caribbean have been graduated out of official development assistance, despite their developmental needs, vulnerabilities, and need for concessional financing and grants. At the same time, their debt burden remains high. The high debt is in large part due to the climate crisis that has seen Caribbean countries negatively impacted by hurricanes and extreme weather events for which they've had to borrow to recover. The United Nations liquidity crisis is impacting those areas where the UN system has traditionally offered technical assistance to developing countries, including the SIDS. We can no longer assume that this support will be available and must seek alternatives. As highly import-dependent small open economies, SIDS are also extremely vulnerable to external economic shocks, such as sudden shifts in trade policy or sharp movements in the price of oil. The sustained economic growth of SIDS depends upon a stable external economic environment. The economic implications of the ongoing war in the Middle East could affect the economic prospects of SIDS in the medium term. Already, the cost of living in the Caribbean is too high for too many, especially when it concerns energy. Excellencies, the need for closer South-South cooperation between the Caribbean and the countries of Latin America has been mutually recognized on both sides of our family as a region. Just last week, the countries of the Caribbean and Brazil held a summit which will serve as the basis for renewed cooperation. In late May, CARICOM and Colombia also signed a cooperation agreement in the margins of the Association of Caribbean States Summit in Cartagena. The ACS itself is also seeking to facilitate more South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation for the benefit of the Greater Caribbean. And Mexico maintains a strong technical cooperation agreement with CARICOM. The priorities of the Caribbean are climate resilience, sustainability, and investment. This is all set out in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. The Caribbean can benefit from South-South cooperation with other partners in Latin America that have an interest in supporting the sustainable development of the sub-region and SIDS. Triangular cooperation will also be essential to these efforts if we are to accelerate the SDGs. Excellencies, these are the matters that should form an important part of the agenda and priorities of this regional conference going forward. Let me close by thanking ICLAC for convening us here today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bueno, agradecemos las intervenciones de
We wish to thank the interventions from all of the countries. And according to the schedule, we have reached the long break until 2:30 p.m. and we'll continue with the schedule that we have for today. So we'll be seeing you soon.
Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Vamos a esperar algunos minutos para comenzar.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Vamos a retomar la reunión. Bueno,
We will resume this meeting. And now I invite Rolando Campos, Director of the Statistics Division of ECLA, to chair panel 1, Quantification of South-South Cooperation to Mobilize Funds for Development. Rolando.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'd like to welcome you to this first working panel of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to start this space of dialogue that covers a topic that's fundamental for sustainable development, that deals with a quantification of South-South cooperation as a tool to mobilize resources and make visible the contributions of the Global South. In this panel is framed in the international project developed and implemented by UNCTAD in collaboration with the regional commissions of the United Nations, which aims to strengthen the statistical and reporting capabilities of the developing countries, in this case for our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, to measure in a rigorous way the financial as well as non-financial modalities of South-South cooperation. This agenda directly responds, as was planned, to the commitment assumed in the Buenos Aires document 2019 and the technical work of the group of experts dealing with indicator 17.3.1 of the Sustainable Development Goals. As for South-South cooperation, not only implies quantifying flows, but also acknowledging and valuing the exchange of knowledge, this capacity building, and solidarity among countries of the Global South, respecting the principles of horizontality, equity, and respect to sovereignty. Our region continues to show strong leadership in this process, as has been made evident in the following interregional seminar that we had last week, June 10 and 11, where Latin America and the Caribbean shared their experiences jointly with countries from Africa, Asia, and Middle East. And this type of encounters confirm that the advances that we have in the region are supporting and inspiring other regions, consolidating a global community around this agenda. Additionally, June 12, we had a webinar coordinated by OECD, and the Cooperation Agency of Argentina, where we were making some presentations referring to this process. We have pilot countries such as Peru, Ecuador, that jointly with Argentina, Chile, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay have formally joined the process in the second stage of the project that we call the master stage, where in phase of validation and application, they will test the tools that have been developed from the methodological aspect, as well as the framework and the measurement handbook. Throughout this session, we will be listening on the one hand, the representative of UNCTAD will giving us a state of the art of how the project is at a global level. We will also listen to the presentation from ECLAC, our colleague from the Statistics Division, where they report to us about the state of the art in our region. And we will then listen to 3 presentations to subsequently open up for comments from the panel, one from Colombia, one from Ecuador, and one from Mexico. Without further ado, I will give the floor then to Bojan Nastak, who is virtual from Geneva, and I will change into English.
UNCTAD, and his work evolves around methodological and guidance for measuring tax and commercial illicit financial flows, and he has been recently engaged in supporting methodological guidance on measuring South-South cooperation. He has worked as a statistician at the UN Statistics Division and in UNCTAD, and he has as a Director General of the National, and he has been a Director General of the National Statistical Office of Slovenia. So, Bojan, you have 7 minutes for your presentation, and thank you for being with us so late in Geneva.
Dear Rolando, dear colleagues, I hope I'm audible enough. And let me share my screen. I would like to make a short presentation, as you said, about 7 minutes. Okay, I will let you scream if you don't hear me, if you don't see me. But essentially, the idea is to speak very briefly about this question, an important question on the quantification of the South-South cooperation. And specifically, what I would like to address are the 3 major questions. One is actually the group of questions, the why, what, and the hows of the Measuring South-South cooperation. A very quick touch on the global project, and of course, a major question, I think that's why we're also here, is what is the next stop? On the Measuring South-South cooperation, I'm not going to go into details. What I would like to stress from this slide are essentially 2 points. One is that South-South cooperation has become more vivid within the 2030 development agenda. However, 2030 agenda finishes in 5 years. South-South cooperation is a much broader concept. It's a much broader prospect for the countries of the South that goes way beyond. So in this case, South-South cooperation does not have an expiry date. It is really a strategic management of development support, and it is providing evidence for policy making, which means that using the South-South cooperation data, we can really address monitoring and evaluation that is needed for the international development cooperation. Now, on the question of how and what, essentially, in Doha last year, experts from various countries of the South met, and when they were asked, can you use one word to describe South-South cooperation? Solidarity and development really came up. And this is exactly what Rolando has mentioned, that there are certain principles of the South-South cooperation, solidarity, horizontality, mutual benefit, that are really driving the whole work on the South-South cooperation. South-South cooperation has a framework. It has been adopted, led by the countries of the South, and adopted at the Statistical Commission to define what South-South cooperation is. And this framework clearly identifies 3 major groups. The group A on the financial cooperation, group B on the non-financial, but monetized, so expressed, for example, in US dollars, and group C on the non-financial support, not monetized, but measured through non-monetary units. For example, number of doctors or kilograms of equipment that has been donated. Now, this framework and this distinction between the groups A, B, and C is central to the South-South cooperation. In its concept, it really identifies and really emphasizes the need for a proper, more than just economic collaboration across the countries. However, it does offer some questions on methodological development, meaning how to actually measure it. Now, based from and I'm repeating what Rolando has said, based on an important contribution in leadership from this region, notably Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, the work has been done on the so-called manual for the measuring the South-South cooperation, which is a step-by-step guide to allow countries to measure South-South cooperation, to report the data, and actually to use them. And I'm very happy to report that through a very close collaboration with ECLAC, CEPAL, notably Alfonso and the team, this manual, as you can see here, is also available in Spanish. So I think this is a very valuable contribution and, of course, an important step in bringing this whole South-South cooperation framework closer to the countries in your region. It is important to understand on reporting the data for the South-South cooperation. Essentially, it is various national sources, and they have to be brought to a consistent and standardized data collection table based on the framework and the manual, and of course, then used for further reporting. For example, for the SDG indicator 17.3.1, there are some filters that are applied or some aggregations. However, South-South cooperation, as mentioned, is a much broader concept than just the SDG indicators. And this work is an important basis for discussion and the work on the so-called integrated information system. We can split it up into 4 pillars or 4 modules, if you'd like. The one is really in the collection, and this is what we are working on right now. But of course, it brings with it alongside many important elements. Obviously, a crucial one is the validation. So not only the cleaning of the data, but really actual validation of a specific data points. And then this allows the use for various analysis levels or for the dissemination, not only for the SDG indicator again, but to any other national, regional, or international data reporting. Now, the global project, the so-called UN Development Account Project, is conducted or implemented by UNCTAD, and then we have the 4 regional commissions, ECLAC, ECA in Africa, ESCWA in the Arab world, and ESCAP in Asia and the Pacific, but also with the UNSD, and then also partnering with the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. It envisages 8 pilot countries. These are listed up here. So we have Ecuador and Peru in this region. And the important element, that project is well underway. It has started in 2023 with a kickoff meeting in Brazil. Last year, there was a follow-up expert meeting in Doha. This year, there was supposed to be an in-person meeting. However, due to financial situation, we were unable to actually see it through. Yet we did, again, as Rolando has mentioned, last week had a webinar to actually address some of the important measurement issues of the South-South cooperation. Important thing to note is that the national workshops are being handled right now. We have study tours and the e-learning course is being developed with the idea that after all of this, the manual and the tools will be refined after pilot testing and then further brought up to the international use. I want to use a minute just to show and mention that the South-South data insights are being prepared and they're still in the draft phase, but essentially it is using data from the 3 pioneering countries, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, and showing how those data could be essentially used for the South-South cooperation. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go to the website right now, but the message that is clear out there is, yes, data are available. Yes, South-South data are being collected, are being validated, and are being used. So it is to showcase the process being made, and the idea is to actually add more and more countries to these data insights and then create a platform for the data collection. So what is the next step? Obviously, it's a collaboration. It's all about awareness raising. It's all about advocacy. It's all about capacity building, not only at the national level, but at the regional and international level as well. It is about developing digital tools and methods. For example, we're working very heavily right now on 2 important elements. One is the e-learning module, to be publicly available, of course, and the other one is the data collection form to support data reporting on South-South cooperation. And last but not least, it is about community of practice. I think we have seen through various discussions, let's say in the last year, maybe years, that there is a strong need for creating the community of practice, for peer learning, for sharing experience, and essentially in the nature of or in the spirit of the South-South cooperation, drive this forward in such a manner. I believe my time is up, so let me stop here, dear Rolando and colleagues, and back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bohan, for your presentation.
Muchísimas gracias.
Que nos presenten cuál es el estado del área.
We're going to present the state of the art in our region with Alfonso Cerón, that collaborates as a statistician here in the Statistics Division. He is an economist with more than 20 years experience in the macroeconomic analysis on fiscal policies and the development of statistical indicators, entailing the quantifying project of South-South cooperation and mobilizing funds for sustainable development goals, the project entailed by UNTAD. You have 7 minutes, Alfonso. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, beloved friends, Monica, Ojan, and together with Alfonso and Andres. It's a pleasure to participate in this conference and to share some of the most recent progress with ECLEC in this project of quantifying South-South cooperation to drive funds for sustainable development goals. Let's remember, there was a really good summary held by Bojan, how this is designed. It's entailed by UNTAD, the 4 regional commissions, and I forgot to mention here that we also have UNSD, which is in relation to statistics. Bearing in mind, it has 3 phases, also mentioned by Bojan, in which we had their active participation and the pioneers, not only at a regional, but also globally. It was Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, for the creation of the manual and also the framework that we are currently using, or the framework to measure this project. In the second phase, that is called a master phase, which is the one we are currently encountering. What we are attempting to do has a very clear purpose, which is to prepare the landscape for the countries that will be in the pilot and for the countries that will be annexed within the following phase. Therefore, recapping, what the project requests is the last point, 2.4, national or regional workshops. And for this purpose, we had prepared not only the workshops, but we have focused on three basic tools in order to attain and to prepare the field, not only to provide an explanation of the framework, but we are going to three main lines: technical tools, strategic events, and political partnerships. I'm going to mention in details each one of them. As I was saying, the second stage, we are preparing the field. In terms of technical development and practical tools, we have already worked on the translated manual, and as Putin said, it's translated into Spanish, available for all countries, and it can be queried on the UNTAD page so that you can start working alongside with it. We also created a welcome package, also developed by the Executive Secretary, presented in many forms, and this tool, what it seeks is to provide guidance to organize the work teams from the countries to diagnose the institutional capacities and also schedule the data planning that is very important for each one of the countries that form for the first time ever part of this project. We realize what happened with countries that have the manual, the methodology, but where should I actually start? We started to develop this tool with consultants and also with the help of Colombia. We are also working together with UNTAD in a pilot survey. This pilot survey and assessment tools, it's also for the region, because as a final goal of the process of the second phase, not only do we have the report is a means. The target is to provide feedback to UNTAD regarding the manual and the methodological framework. If something needs to be improved or changed, that's what matters the most. With that tool already strengthened, we can head to a third phase where we invite other countries. We are designing together with UNTAD a governance document. We realized that there wasn't that much clarity regarding processes and how we can operate between the different regions, UNTAD, and the countries. So we are also working in that regard to be able to show this to you and what would be the best workflow for countries and UNTAD so that we can support each other, not only in the second phase, but also in the future, to plant the seed so that in the future, all the countries or this project is to be strengthened. We're also working on the jurisdictional framework in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are preparing a document in which we are going to analyze the differences existing within the legal system. Mexico has an act that obliges all the institutions to report any exchange of South-South cooperation or support that they may have with any other country. Brazil does not hold this, and Brazil has a wealth of information. I don't want to say less or more. It's a wealth of information because they work very strongly in convincing institutions. Therefore, this document, what it seeks to achieve are the lines in which we intertwine a few countries and how they could strengthen a few of the agencies in this sense. And lastly, we are working in a document called Reflections of Latin America and the Caribbean, where we add all of the lessons learned throughout this project. And this document is quite beautiful. It has been reviewed by all of the pilot and the pioneering countries. And we expect to be able to publish this soon at ECLAC. It's not only for the countries here, but for you to be able to realize what has taken place and for other regions to realize how to work or how to search that connection or those partnerships with other stakeholders. As a second point, we have the events and spaces of articulation, and we have two workshops, two face-to-face workshops, one in July in Santiago, Chile, and the other in November. And if not, we'll continue towards January. The idea is for everything to be done accordingly, but the workshop on July, we are quite in a hurry there. We will present the tools and we'll try to look into all of the technical input of each one of the countries. Aside from that, we are supporting UNTAD with the e-learning course, with the institutional structure survey that they are performing, and we will participate in the interregional webinar that Rolando mentioned last week. By political and institutional partnerships, we created the open work group. And on May 16th, we signed, and it's a pleasure to announce, it's an agreement with APC Colombia in order to have these workshops held and to disseminate this methodology with the pilot countries that are working jointly with us. It was for $100 million that allows us to bring countries and all of the documents that we have showed you. We have also had the support of Brazil, Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, and Mexico, especially Brazil, that has been highly involved in trying to shift through all the countries and seeking how to support them. Very quickly, I'm going to convey more or less in those political partnerships. In November, mentioned by Mateo, we had a meeting held in Peru where we showed the welcome kit. In December, a study tour between Brazil and Chile, in which we also participated to exchange experiences. In December 2024, we also participated in February 2025 with countries of Africa, Nigeria, Namibia, where we introduced a welcome kit and we also received feedback. And these efforts portray themselves in this action plan 2025 should be the timeline. The workshop in July, September, October, remote technical assistance and accompanying countries. By October, we need to have a draft version for the countries, and then in November, we would have another workshop held in Colombia with the pilot countries heading there to meet in person. And measuring South-South cooperation is not only a technical challenge, but also a political process that strengthens our capacity, elevates our voice in the international system, and increases the efficiency of our public policies. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alfonso. Déjenme pasarle ahora la palabra.
Thank you, Alfonso. I will now give the floor to Monica Barrios, the coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation, APC of Colombia. Monica is an attorney with vast trajectory in government public policies. She has a master's in this subject and international economic law, and with the University of London at Birkbeck College. Monica has faced different international cooperation projects with gender and to promote participative and equity. Therefore, we wish to thank you for this Colombian participation for the South-South Cooperation Project. Therefore, the floor is yours for 7 minutes. Thank you, Rolando. Good afternoon for all of you. It's a pleasure for the Colombian agency to be here, and a pleasure to have the new presidency Chile and Argentina, who used to preside. South-South Cooperation is a technical access. We are developing technical and financial efforts in order to be a part of this proposal, which we consider very important. We want to begin saying that, as many of the colleagues mentioned at the beginning, we are in a changing context with multiple challenges and with more complex scenarios. And South-South Cooperation is born and consolidated as an opportunity, as a key vehicle to shift technical and financial resources. It's a resource that allows us to hear each other and not impose us from vertical agendas, to weave collective actions from the territories and to create transformations. That's why we value it so much. From the agency, we believe it's necessary to take these South-South principles, how horizontal it is, reciprocity, to the whole international cooperation without mattering its shape, and the official development aid in this context must stop being vertical and needs to see us as strategic partners and agents of our own change. In that context, we also wish from the agency to reiterate the importance to this measurement, because what isn't measured is invisible. And we must allow ourselves to add value what we are doing at a South-South cooperation to highlight the true support to complying with the 2030 agenda. We believe that data tells story, and they empower our institution and the global South communities that are finally for those who work. We wish to acknowledge the ancestral wisdom and using it for sustainable development from a diverse perspective that comes from our territories. The analytical scenario not only transforms, it improves efficacy and transparency of the use of cooperation resources. It allows us to quantify the real contributions that are held to the Sustainable Development Goals. The data are a concrete information, and the strongest one, in order to keep on managing the South-South and triangular cooperation. As Botan said, this is an instrument to have changes held from public policies and incorporate them from the decision-making perspective. From our national cooperation strategy, we have included an essential access to improve our value chain of data, from capturing to its use and analysis. And starting from that, we wish to keep on working in this perspective. This, of course, is aligned with the commitments established in point 25 of the PABA plus 40, where the developing countries were required to have their own system for the effects of the South-South cooperation to gather quality information regarding our initiatives. Under this mandate, it's important to emphasize on data protection of quality and that are at the core of our priorities and our policies. In this measure, I quickly wish to share from the Presidential Cooperation Agency, we have a model to add and quantify value that we have set available for many countries in bilateral and regional cooperation that wishes to measure quantification, the direct and indirect costs of our exchanges, but we also seek to measure value adding in 5 components that we consider key in South-South cooperation. We need to look at knowledge, and secondly, with relationships, we believe that South-South cooperation weaves networks and forms communities that must be sustainable once the initiatives are over. We need that it's necessary to have visibility within these projects, the incorporation, of course, to the SDGs and the differential focus. Once we have shared this model, we will look at a few milestones in this measurement of South-South cooperation. Colombia, Botan, and Alfonso, together with Brazil and Mexico, we were the pioneer countries in applying the measurement of South-South cooperation with UNCTAD. With 2023 data, we implemented the methodology for a pilot plan based on the data of the FOCAI, the International Fund, and other strategic resources. And thanks to the technical work of the team, we could send the report corresponding to 2024 to the Statistic Division of ECLAC, and it will be shared with UNCTAD. And we wish to highlight the role of the United Nations, starting off with ECLAC, because they promote technical and political dialogue on the need of having this measurement. Asides, as my colleague Alfonso shared, we signed an agreement to strengthen the measurement of the South-South cooperation in a concrete way and to strengthen the ability of the countries to be able to implement this framework and for it to be a sustainable initiative. In that measure, this agreement includes to disseminate tools, design public policies, and fostering transparency. Part of this effort will be in the regional spaces that we have previously mentioned by my colleague Alfonso. We are going to take this strengthening to the extra-regional sphere from APC Colombia. We are articulating, for instance, the Thai Agency of Cooperation internationally, seeking to strengthen the design and implementation of a solid system of South-South cooperation, sharing our tools and methodologies. Colombia has also participated in a few spaces that we consider key. One of them is the interregional meeting for South-South cooperation in Qatar, and the other, the International Data Forum in Medellin, where we shared with many statistics organizations, and we will also see the colleagues of SEGIP, which is an initiative that can strengthen this proposal, and the South-South and Triangular Cooperation in New York at a high level of South-South cooperation held in May last month. In these scenarios, we have set the agendas, the agencies of cooperation with real capacity in data production for not only measuring development, but also assessing what type of development we are nourishing and what type of development is required.
Particularly on the World Data Forum, I'd like to tell you that I had a report, an initiative, which is data from the production from the citizens. We believe that data should not be produced only by technical institutions, but we need to link the citizenship and civil society in this topic, because that's the only way in which we will get appropriation that makes it sustainable. Also, on the New York event, we had the opportunity of sharing it and do it in the framework of the nomination of our Director General as Vice President for the Group of Latin America and the Caribbean of the High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation. This space was done in partnership with the USGP, and it was very rich with a broad dialogue, listening to the different perspectives of persons working on this topic. We'd also like to highlight the work of SEGIP. Colombia has a major role in the period 2023 2022, we have 311 initiatives reported, being the first country in this measurement. And with SEHIB and the work that they're doing about the construction of a multidimensional index of South-South cooperation with criteria such as the amount, horizontality, diversity, and complementarity, we believe we can develop a potential to simplify and strengthen our measurement. We are convinced that if we can measure South-South cooperation in a consistent and reliable way, this may have a multiplier effect, not only in terms of visibility, but also in terms of mobilization of resources. For that reason, we want to continue to construct in the hands of each one of you. We want to continue to strengthen this vision from the South with evidence, with data, to build a much more inclusive future for everyone.
Muchas gracias, Mónica, por tu presentación.
Thank you so much, Monica, for your presentation. Allow me to go now to Alfonso Abdo, he's Vice Minister of International Cooperation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador. Alfonso has more than 20 years of experience leading entities, both in the public as well as the private sector, with key trajectory in areas such as economic development, public policies, innovation, and sustainability. He has held different positions, high responsibilities, Vice Minister of Production and Trade, Under Secretary of MIPIMES, Small and Micro SMEs, Economic Development with Quito. His curriculum is very lengthy, so I'd like to say that his vision and leadership with the sustainable development turned him into a key reference in the South-South cooperation in Ecuador and the region. Alfonso, you have the floor for up to 7 minutes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Greetings to everyone. I very rapidly thank the work Argentina did and congratulate Chile for undertaking this challenge. I would rapidly want to make a more practical presentation of the case of Ecuador. As you know, and if you don't know, well, precisely, it's important work for cooperation of Ecuador. We have created a hierarchy and institutionality, and now we have a Vice Ministry of International Cooperation that was clearly geared to aim for an articulation based on a systemic approach. It is clear to negotiate, to record and monitor initiatives, but to adopt strategic decisions within foreign affairs, but also to turn the cooperation initiatives into public policies once they are proven to be effective. And for this reason, the configuration of the ministry today, we have given the nature of a Bureau of South-South cooperation precisely to press very forcefully the cooperation, the Global South from Ecuador. And obviously, we have given strength to the evaluation division to measure the impact. What data do we have? Actually, we have the supply of cooperation, technical scientific area, contributions to international development agencies. This is interesting. We have different administrative records, and one of the ones that has attracted our attention is that of humanitarian aid and help to refugees that Ecuador provides to the persons and condition of human mobility to Ecuador. As to operational cost of the ministry, funds from cooperation programs. It's important to highlight that when we have identified these sources of administrative records, we have found valuable data. In the case of humanitarian aid and help to refugees, we can say that only in 2023, we've been able to register close to $70 million destined to these groups in terms of education and social integration. What do I mean by that? That definitely, the more data we have, the more registries of the work we do as a country exist in the different areas of cooperation, the more visible we will make that South-South cooperation. Very well. In Ecuador, for some years, we have a system of registry that we call CIGESI. It is mandatory for the institutions to record the information. As most of the institutions, this information is registered at the year end, but we also registered in other platforms. Those, from OECD, but we also have the SEGI platform, and definitely in the South-South Cooperation Framework of UNCTAD, ECLAC. Maybe a call to attention is that in these 4 platforms, the methodology is different. It's not standard and it's not interoperable. One of the major challenges that the reporting entails. But I would like to stop on the strengths and opportunities that we have received with the sustained work and quantification of South-South cooperation. On the one hand, the fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the ruling entity of the cooperation allows us to reach the institutions and demand that those reports. Nevertheless, we consider it important to launch a law of international cooperation in different areas that will allow us to have a better response to the institutions. Alfonso, my colleague, was saying the regulatory framework is not necessarily what helps us, but the empowerment of the institutions. And we have to weigh that. The fact of having worked for years with the CIGESI means that there is a prevalence and that the institutions somehow have acquire the habit of reporting. Having a specialized bureau, as I said, is also geared to be more agile in data collection and in the collection and validation of said data. As I was saying, identify sources of existing information. Administrative records of our governments have lots of records. Some of them have very valuable data. And finally, the methodologies that we have been able to develop even have stimulated, in this case, they have given voluntary reports. And to start closing, what are the difficulties and challenges we face in our system? On the one hand, we see this diversity of players and mechanisms of implementation. Monica said how important it is to empower persons to give us the data. Well, that's a challenge of how to standardize that information. And we believe that providing a systemic management approach will definitely help us to have a greater harmonization. Something that happens very much, and I would imagine in other countries as well, institutional changes that are constant slow down the effectiveness of the information. And we need to work very much in institutionality and governance. The lack of definition and standardized criteria within the same countries. I said it, even the different platforms, that's an issue that slows down. And the appeal is to search for that convergence of information and criteria for reporting. On the other hand, limitations in data collection, that's a Latin American malady. This is in the design of public policies. By design, we need to precisely implement what refers to data production and thus be able to measure effectiveness of public policies and obtain the information that allows us to quantify the impact and, of course, the contributions. We don't have sufficient information in spite that it is mandatory to report, and we have to work very much and facilitate quantitative and qualitative indicators. In other cases, do case studies to identify the best possible way how to provide that information. And as I said a while ago, it's not sufficient with a standard. We have to work very much in empowerment. One final point I wanted to add here, which is the vision of the ministry's focus, as I said before, in being able to go from a project portfolio to leap to public policy. That's a challenge from the standpoint of cooperation. It's a moment to rethink cooperation. It's important, but the question is, how are we going to quantify it? Once a project is no longer an investment project and becomes a regular project, a regular policy, how do we measure it? Maybe that is something that's worthwhile putting on the table. And to end, definitely South-South cooperation, as has been said throughout the morning, is key for development. It is a stream that we need to strengthen in a very certain way, and the invitation is for us to search for that convergence that will allow us to all speak in the same language and thus make visible the great contribution made by each one of our countries in the development of our region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alfonso.
Thank you very much, Alfonso.
Le pasaré ahora la palabra.
I will now give the floor, as they say in English, last but not least, a dear friend, Andrés Aguirre Romero. He is the Director General of Project Execution abroad in the International Cooperation Agency for the Development of Mexico. From Mexico, he has a solid trajectory in the public sector, currently from the General Bureau, and he has a degree in law from the National Autonomous University from Mexico, as well as a PhD in public administration. He has broad political experience. He has been twice federal member of the House, participating in several legislative commissions, environment, natural resources, youth, potable water. And in the public sector, has been a mayor of Tiploapa, his hometown. His academic training also gives him strength for territorial cooperation, as well as the institutionality in Mexico and in our region. And Andrés, you have the floor for 7 minutes. Thank you so much, Rolando. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by congratulating Chile for this presidency, acknowledging the work done by Argentina. Receive a greeting by the director of our agency, Alejandra Moral, as well as from our foreign minister, Juan Ramón de la Fuente, and to tell you that in Mexico, we're very proud to have the first woman president in North America, our president, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum. The Mexican International Cooperation Agency has a law that allows us, from the creation of AMEXIT, the power to generate measurement conditions. The calculation in a mission is based on technical and scientific cooperation in humanitarian aid in front of national disasters in the international community, peace missions, and scholarships given to students abroad. So we have several agreements with international organizations with whom we are participating very actively. CARICOM. We have one meeting this weekend with Mesoamerica project that allows us to start seeing the progress that we have. Positioning Mexico as a contributor of a dual nature, being receptive as well. And in this case of the South-South cooperation, forces us to position ourselves as a country in the forefront of methodology. We are registering the quantification of any sort of cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are very clear that following the comment of the Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar, of generating sectorial options, well, we are doing that in order to have international cooperation with local governments. Our geopolitics stems from a federation with 32 entities, and we're generating from AMEXIT the cooperation with these 32 entities. Even with the more than 2,500 municipalities Mexico has, to be able to participate with them in local projects with governments that want to have local participation. We are having cultural choices with civil society, with enterprises, with scholars, research centers. In Mexico, we have the Center for Research for the Improvement of Maize and Corn that we are giving agreement with the countries of the Persian Gulf to install there in that region offices of our Center for the Improvement or Research for the Improvement of Maize and Corn. Today, no doubt, we extend an invitation to large projects of South-South cooperation. I'd like to tell you that we are totally available to obtain greater closeness with you, that we can have triangular projects and look towards Africa and to the Middle East, that certainly we can be able, amongst all of us, to obtain better benefits for our countries. In Mexico, we are betting to measure programs such as planting lives that we have in several countries in America, when the issue of food safety in a program America Without Hunger, in science and technology, and we're also highlighting from a Megxit the issue of gender perspective. Today, we're convinced that given the mandate of our first woman president, the gender perspective needs to be stimulated permanently. We have technical challenges, and today with the National Register of International Cooperation for Development and for Megxit, the work is permanent, the update is done, and we are doing it openly from the platform so that it can be verified. We are facing internal reform of the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation, which will allow us to generate work, regional work, with all the countries of the world. That is, all the horizontal topics of the Mexican agency we're seeing at a global level. And sometimes we stop giving follow-up, as was commented by my colleague from the embassy. We stop doing follow-up to many countries who have major issues in terms of cooperation, and we don't see them. It is important to comment that the path that we follow is the cooperation in a permanent way with Latin America, the Caribbean, and today, this opportunity given to participate with you, we'd like to extend our total intention to cooperate further with South. We have topics with Chile, Colombia, Argentina. We have topics that permit us to tell you that Mexico is still open for all this. We're proposing the existence of an instrument that contains cooperation programs that have been analyzed by different countries, so that the lessons learned generated from the use of complex handbooks of data collection may allow the rest to learn from that experience, sharing successful experiences, sharing better practices of cooperation and exchange, no doubt will give us all greater benefits for the immediate future.
I wish to finalize conveying that international exchange of these experiences, the follow-up with South-South cooperation, and the impact of the developing countries to create national networks of cooperation with the states and municipalities of the different countries with different states to strengthen will provide us the mechanisms to have integral cooperation, and for what citizens need in our country is to give results for this meeting to be strengthened and favored with the proposals that each one of the countries will provide, but also in sharing experiences we are to attain jointly to have better indexes of measurements attained by countries. Mexico will always have their arms wide open receiving you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Andrés,
And thank you, Andrés, for your words. We have gone through different comments and presentations. On behalf of our colleagues, in one first instance, we heard of the global perspective of this project entailed by UNCTAD to undergo South-South cooperation and evidence for decision-making. We presented the South-South framework, not only including the monetary support, but also in species and the support for this first stage, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia. And the idea is how to continue in this process with on first, second, and third stage, and the next steps in relation to capacity building, digital schemes, the tools and methodologies that will be implemented in the future. Alfonso from ECLAC introduced the progress made within the region and how the different spaces have been created in order to entail this process, as it is the regional workshops that we intend to carry out throughout the year with the support of the funds signed with APC from Colombia. Monica from APC Colombia introduced the strategic access of South-South cooperation, the process the conceptual process which shifts constantly and that is related to the South-South cooperation with countries, the importance of the measurement and the real efforts in order to measure in a better way the efforts within the region and how to take the South-South cooperation principles to all forms of cooperation. She spoke about the 5 components in which we are working in terms of knowledge, in relationships, to have visibility, inclusion of the SDGs, the focus, the differential focus with inclusion and gender. Monica, which is a pioneering country in the South-South cooperation, and this agreement that we have to disseminate tools throughout workshops and seminars taking place currently, and all the spaces that were held in her participation at Qatar, and also presenting data in the World Data Forum that took place in Medellin, Colombia, where we had a whole data presentation from citizenship and civil society to include them in South-South cooperation measurements, and the works with SEGIP to build this multi-dimensional South-South cooperation index. And Alfonso spoke of this new space of cooperation being built, the technical cooperation, and how the disaggregated South-South cooperation in the scientific sphere, humanitarian aid, and other contributions to other funds and programs. He commented on a very crucial aspect. The more data we have and the more quality data is able to be obtained, it will be easier to make visible South-South cooperation. He spoke about the strengths, the pros and cons of South-South cooperation, the data, the organizational structure that has been created, and in terms of the difficulties or hurdles, the diversity of stakeholders, the lack of uniformity in building data to compile all of this information, and how we can make visible from one part the programs, going from portfolios to programs to building public policies and give continuity to those policies once they are available. Finally, Mexico. Andres spoke about the act, the law that has had some time in terms of cooperation, that speaks of the different aspects in order to incorporate the measurement of South-South cooperation, what is being currently done with the Caribbean, with CARICOM, a crucial stakeholder that Mexico has been supporting for some time. This new modification or amendment to the act to incorporate how to take South-South cooperation, not only from the federal entities, but with others too, and also seek triangular projects, not only with Latin America, but also including Africa and the Middle East in that initiative that the President of Mexico is working on, the Saving Lives and the Perspective projects, working with countries. These are the types of works that have been held in terms of Mexican cooperation projects. I believe we have enough time to ask questions to our colleagues and then open the table towards the participation for all of us present. It's quite late at Johan in Geneva.
So if you can tell me what conditions do you think must be in place to ensure the continuity and sustainability of South-South cooperation measurements once the current project was ended when the project has ended. How do you see the process of this measurement of the South-South cooperation?
Thank you, Rolando, and distinguished panelists. I think this was a very interesting presentation or setting the stage. Now, to your question, I was always told, when you're not sure how to respond, start by saying this is a good question. And this is a good question because it is a difficult one. I do think that there are several ways how to actually ensure sustainability of the work in going forward. I would say number one would definitely be national and regional capacities. So this is really and I think in the case of Mexico, it's only, or in other countries as well, not only national, but also subnational. The second part, which I think is very crucial, is country ownership. So we know we are starting from centralized concepts, standardized international concepts framework on the South-South cooperation. But it was recently said in another meeting by a Nigerian delegate that we need so-called domesticization of the concepts. So we need to adapt them to the national needs. I think this is important. So this is a country ownership. But mostly, when we talk about the UN framework for South-South cooperation, it is the concept that is by the South and for the South. And I think this is the strongest driving element behind the UN framework to actually continue. Another important element is obviously something that I've also mentioned, and we see it is coming up in various different interventions, sometimes termed differently, but it is essentially the so-called community of practice. It is let's call it a platform. So there are meetings, there are trainings, there's a forum, but there's also materials, the e-learning, for example, the tools, the manual, the welcome kit that Alfonso has mentioned, the governance document, and so on. All of this will allow for a peer-to-peer learning and essentially driving it onwards. I think, speaking now as an official statistician and relating to you, Rolando, and the colleagues in the room as well, is we need to ensure that we are aligned with the user needs, which is, of course, important element. It's on reducing the reporting burdens. There has been mentioned before, there are different standards, there are different methodologies, there are different systems to report to, and there's a question that is really popping up, which is the question of interoperability of the data, of the systems, and so on. This is a very crucial element, and I think we do need to speak about it to find a proper solution. However, I would like to mention two notes, or maybe that are related to this. One is South-South cooperation is too important not to be measured. So we need to measure South-South cooperation. However, we need to measure South-South cooperation as it should be, which means with proper tools, such as the UN South-South cooperation framework, and not use any other measures that are, for example, tailored to other needs. So it has been mentioned, yes, that the methodologies are different, for example, comparing the TOSD, SAHIB's, CIDICS, or the UN framework, but they also measure different elements. I think SAHIB's and the UN framework are closer together, whereas TOSD, as we know, is really a wider concept that has elements of South-South cooperation, undeniably, but it is not the same thing. And let me finish and wrap up by saying that essentially ongoing efforts on awareness raising, advocacy, capacity building. This is what will actually drive this work forward. Capacity building is not a one-off task. It's not a, yes, we tick the box, we have done capacity building, then we move on. No, we know that knowledge needs to be reinforced and has to be reshared to actually be kept. Knowledge management is a crucial element. We're also looking at national institutions. They are facing rotations. They are facing political challenges. They are facing anything else that comes with it. So I think like continuous engagement with all the relevant stakeholders, of course, is of utmost importance. let me stop here. Thank you, Rolando.
Thank you, Bohan. This is very important. And
Gracias, Gohan.
to build and to continue build this process and of course this capacity building that you mentioned, and of course to be supported by this community of practice that all the countries can be involved in this community of practice that UNCTAD has, and where you can ask for different issues and topics. Déjenme moverme ahora, déjenme preguntarle a Mónica muy rápido.
I'll ask Monica very quickly. Monica from Colombia, why do you consider it's important to measure South-South cooperation? Or from your institutions, and how can this quantification of the cooperation contribute to improving its political positioning of this modality of cooperation? From the agency, we consider that what isn't measured is visualized, and it's impossible to measure if it's effective or not. South-South cooperation is the South-South cooperation is the most appropriate vehicle to assess if we're going to through the best pathway, and it should be to use and adapt our policies. And in South-South cooperation, we work with initiatives and projects, but we need to make progress so that it's a channel to nourish our public policies and to give solutions to the problems of concrete development that each one of the global South countries have. That's why it's necessary to institutionalize the measurement of South-South cooperation, and we believe that the UNCTAD framework is a very good starting point because it gives us a standardized framework in which countries can reach an agreement in what we are contributing with, and also within that concrete contribution towards the agenda of the global South.
We need to advance then in this level and go from the technical institutions, which are important, to the citizens and civil society, which is what will allow us to give appropriation and continuity as the governments just pass. So I would like to issue a very special invitation to you all in the framework of the 4th Conference of Financing for Development of Seville. And it is a side event that we are leading from the Presidential Agency of International Cooperation. It's opportunities for the Global South for the compliance of the agenda. We'd like to discuss how South-South cooperation has concretely contributed with the 2030 agenda, and it positions us in a position not of recipients, but of strategic partners of our own change and transformation. We will be waiting for you July 2 at 12:30. And Fides at the Seville Exhibition Conference Center, which is where the conference will be held. We hope to see you all there. Thank you, Monica. I'd love to go. I hope to get funding.
Pero tengo entendido que creo que nuestro secretario ejecutivo estará por.
I believe that our executive secretary will be there participating, representing all of us here at ECLAC. I would like to ask Alfonso about some technical challenges and capacities. What do you consider that are the main technical challenges that will be faced now while trying to systematize and measure the South-South cooperation? What type of institutional support or tools do you consider are most needed to advance in this process? Thank you for the question. Definitely, generating institutional capacity is a challenge given the high rotation we have in the different institutions. We can't support ourselves in technological tools just to generate courses that can be replicated rapidly because they're taped, or have tools that are very intuitive with technology. That on the one hand, from the technological perspective, as I commented, the fact the more administrative records we have, the more information we have recorded, more raw material we have. The other major challenge ahead is how to process that information and how to obtain that information in a clear way so that it is useful. And that leads us to search for convergence and reporting interoperability among different platforms. Attain interoperability within the country is difficult. Well, you can imagine what it means to obtain that interoperability among agencies or between countries. But I believe that there we should consider creative alternatives. If the world could create direct programming codes, why can't we have open platforms for cooperation? That's a challenge we need to think about.
Muchas gracias, Alfonso. Y Andrés, yo quisiera.
Thank you, Alfonso. I would like to ask you a question based on what you're commenting on the law, the modifications to the law in which they want to incorporate all this national part of the states, subnational part of the states. How do you visualize the importance of the measurement of South-South cooperation based on the institution and the changes to the law that are being proposed to implement? Yes, no doubt we will have to strengthen within the same regulatory framework of AMEXIT the South-South cooperation. We are convinced that if we have used the Welcome Kit handbook and are convinced that this is guiding and documents that evaluate impacts strengthen each one of the cooperation agencies. We believe that the path that we're pursuing in Mexico is precisely to strengthen cooperation, and particularly, I insist, we want to strengthen South-South cooperation that is evaluated with the filters available so that we may all have clarity that this measurement will give us results. It is essential that any cooperation we have be measurable. If we do not measure, it is invisible. It has been said. And if we don't, how do we favor the citizen? How do we favor the recipients? It is very important. We propose an instrument that contains all the cooperation programs that have been analyzed by the different countries, and that the lessons learned generated from the use of handbooks and these programs, the complexity of the collection of the data, etc., will help us generate a knowledge database that will help us to apply in each of the countries. Thank you, Andres. I will now give the floor to the countries. Argentina asked for the floor. Thank you, Rolando, and I want to thank each one of the members of the panel for the presentations that undoubtedly are very interesting, each one on a different perspective, but they all complement this approach about the importance and quantification of South-South cooperation. Evidently, the quantification, not as an objective in itself, because the other aspect we're ignoring here or that we have not discussed is the assessment of the impact of that cooperation, which is something we need to have that forms part of the same package, because quantifying in itself is not sufficient. We also need to assess the impact of South-South cooperation, and that, of course, is a mechanism that is far more qualitative, but not less important. Undoubtedly, from our perspective, quantification is a relevant discussion, and that is why we brought it up to the table in the first conference, and I understand that it will remain as is in the future under the leadership of our new president, Enrique. About this, I would like to give three brief comments or three reflections. This deals with the panels that we've had and the presentations we've heard. They're all very solid from the technical standpoint. Some explaining as the national approach about these topics. So I'm very grateful both to Monica, Alfonso, and Andres for presenting us the perspective of three very relevant countries in our region and their experiences in this matter. As we have said, 2024, in the framework of this conference,
el marco global y
We
voluntario
endorsed the Global Voluntary Framework to Measure South-South Cooperation, which is led very effectively by the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. And in that framework, we also created a group, an open-ended group regarding this topic, which is very important because we have to add partners and we have to increase this and we have to make concentric circles that start in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, expanding to Peru and Ecuador. Now there's other countries that are joining into this effort. And the meeting we held in January here in the same room, the Statistics Division of ECLAC, Orlando, presented us the exercise undertaken by the Secretary to design a mechanism of multi-dimensional measurement of development. It's a complementary effort, undoubtedly, because we have to identify those gaps to development. And from that perspective, we need to have, well, this goes, from our standpoint, this goes hand in hand with the conceptual framework with which ECLAC is working. As to the conceptual framework, there are some reflections we need to make. And there are other topics that, of course, from the perspective of the developing countries, of countries that don't always have all the capacities, we need to also see how to maximize the way in which we work in these topics. And if I may make a criticism to the conceptual framework from the standpoint of the handbook, it is too difficult to assimilate for countries who are not familiarized with this. And I'm saying this from Argentina because we are starting to work on this framework. And we have experience in terms of quantification, but what we have seen is that very often the material is difficult to process. And I'm saying because I'm thinking that if this is something that we need to replicate at a global level in the global south, clearly, I believe that the Latin American countries have a comparative advantage in terms that we've been doing cooperation for many years. And we have technical capabilities that, but I don't know how this could be replicated in Africa, Asia, or some places, or even in Caribbean countries where those capacities are lacking or they're more reduced, or in countries who might not have this marked history. The other reflection that I know is not timely to make it right now, but we need to think about it, is the framework is thought to quantify South-South cooperation to mobilize resources in the framework of the 2030 agenda. Evidently, we're the mid-2025 and the final SDGs and 2030. We don't know whether there will be a framework that will replace the 2030 agenda. Clearly, the international conditions today do not lead us to think there will be a framework. Maybe in 4 or 5 years, those negotiations might be feasible. The reflection that you need to have, some of the panelists mentioned it, South-South cooperation does not have an ending date, but the 2030 agenda does. So these conceptual frameworks to measure the implementation of the SDGs, well, what happens when we're not looking at the SDGs anymore because there are no more SDGs? Now, this is a collective exercise and we need to go through it. We have to be realistic and we have to see where we're heading when, in order to continue working about these matters and through what framework are we going to continue working on this? If we lack that umbrella, which is the 2030 agenda, that we will only have until 2030. Another topic that for us is interesting is this development of SAHIB. I believe that we need to highlight it. A presentation was made end of June, I understand, Martin, when we were in a meeting in Madrid, dealing with an exercise of quantification of what the Ibero-American countries do in terms of South-South cooperation. I believe it is something that we value, and we believe that it is also something that it's not being involved in that process, but taking it into account. Last thought, and in this I would like to echo the words of Alfonso. There's a topic, well, we have the issue of the interoperability. This is a continuous complaint in every country. We have different reporting systems that do not interact with each other. I understand the objectives, as Borjan said, are different. What TOSI measures maybe is not measured by the conceptual framework. We have CIDIX in the Ibero-American framework, but clearly these systems are not interoperable, and there is an overlap of reports that, going back to my initial point, to my initial reflection, if we already have difficulties, because what we do is cooperation. Do we want to measure cooperation? Yes. Do we want to quantify it? Yes. Do we want to evaluate the impact? Yes. But we need to continue doing cooperation. So if I have to dedicate or draw resources from cooperation just to be dedicated to reporting about the cooperation we do, that is a challenge. And it is a challenge that we need to do at the level of each country to say whether it's worthwhile or not. That's another reflection that needs to be done. But my appeal is, why don't we work in harmonization of systems, of IT systems? I believe that we have these different quantification frameworks. We have the global and voluntary framework, TOSI. We have the countries that form part of the Ibero-American system, CIDIX. And what I don't see is how to work in the interoperability, or at least in that there may be a dialogue between these systems.
It's a dialogue that might not be required for this moment, but it is a reflection because all the countries represented here many times, and Alfonso mentioned it and others did so too, we report to the three, and we participate in the three processes, and there's an additional effort every time we go through these sorts of reports. And this also allows us to be more efficient in terms of our cooperation actions, because our responsibility, our accountability lies towards our citizens, our peoples, and it's towards there where we need to work towards. And the reflection held by Alfonso, it's one that Argentina shares fully, and we wish to work along that line and to think collectively of how we can make this possible. I understand that each mechanism has its own governance system, and each mechanism works isolatedly many times, but the perspective of the developing countries that wish to provide further visibility to our cooperation, we need to insist on the fact that we work along that line with that objective. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Argentina. Chile has the floor. Thank you. Firstly, I wish to thank the presentations. Getting to hear experiences from different countries is always of great contribution to what is done in Chile. Chile has been working alongside in the quantification of South-South cooperation for many years. We need to report nationally the expenses, the resources, what is called transparency. That is something or an exercise that has been performed for many years. The same as Argentina, and I fully agree with many of the points presented by the Argentinian delegate. We look into UFPA, we report to SEGIB, and there's a workload and a way in which we report very differently. That's why I won't repeat the words of the Argentinian delegate, but I do believe it's something that concerns our countries. The human resources that work on these topics are not that numerous, and we require to quantify that cooperation based on the demands of the Chilean law, and because we also need to show or prove what we are doing. And there's a doubt that I have based on the different interventions. To quantify is translated into what you spend and execute in South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. Something very different is the measurement and the visibility. These are different concepts. Quantification, measurement, and more than impact assessment, we speak of the results of the South-South and triangular cooperation. That's what we want to make visible towards the citizenship, to show the importance of South-South and triangular cooperation, because I think that this happens in all the countries, that citizenship many times states why, if we have gaps in our countries, we need to cooperate with others, because by cooperating with others, we also cooperate with ourselves. South-South cooperation is not unidirectional. It's of mutual benefit, though many times there's a larger contribution from one partner to the other, but that's an important element. Visibility of South-South and triangular cooperation and the contribution towards this development. And another comment, South-South and triangular cooperation will not attain development if it's not a contribution towards the efforts that each country holds to have sustainable and inclusive development. What we do have to demonstrate, and quantification matters, the measurement, the results, and therefore visibility, in order to provide the value that the South-South cooperation has within our region. And for us not being able to work isolatedly for ourselves, but creating a joint space of work. That's a reflection on the one hand, and on the other, we are forming part of this new platform at Chile with this measurement by UNCTAD, and I paid attention to what the Argentinian delegate was saying about the framework. If it's too heavy to work on to assimilate all of the concepts, we will analyze them, and being able to comment on them. There will be a workshop that Alfonso pointed out throughout the end of July in Santiago, Chile, in which the agency will be participating. It's very important to see that the conceptual operational frameworks are not to limit ourselves, and the purpose is to quantify and to look into the cooperation, the South-South and triangular cooperation that we provide. There's a new element, lastly, that we incorporate, which is the initiative of Sahib about interoperability. I also agree somewhat with what the Ecuadorian and Argentinian delegate was mentioning the need of reporting, and not for it to translate into a large effort, because we have a lack of human resources, and we do provide cooperation, but we need to show results, because what, as Monica from Colombia was saying, when there are no results, it's invisible. So there's a series of efforts from different spheres, and we have to see how they complement each other, and not to be scattered, because we duplicate, triplicate efforts at times, and many times the regional conference is a moment in which we can align ourselves to look into the different initiatives and how we can contribute towards them, so it doesn't waste human resources and budgetary resources to visibilize our triangular and South-South cooperation that is contributing to sustainable development, and it's always a contribution and not the final solution. If the colleagues at the agencies allow me so, due to time constraints, if you could respond to the comments, Bohan. We have Brazil. My apologies, Bohan, if you could provide your input. Brazil? Thank you. Just to thank the presentations that were very interesting, and to provide a small comment from my capital regarding how to mobilize resources. Brazil understands that the main function of South-South cooperation is not the mobilization of financial resources. Therefore, it would be appropriate to look into the text adopted in the resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations, reaffirming that South-South cooperation is an important element of international cooperation for development, and it does not substitute, it complements South-South cooperation. Secondly, Brazil highlights that the work in place under UNCTAD to structure a future platform to quantify data in South-South cooperation does not attempt to map the funding sources of the Global South. In that sense, Brazil points out that the debates could generate results that are more substantial if it were to focus on trilateral cooperation as an instrument to drive resources for development. Once actions of this nature are efficient to mobilize additional financial resources and to broaden the scope and the impact of South-South cooperation. And Brazil also highlights that the mobility of South-South cooperation trilateral with international organizations represents an agreement, a horizontal agreement that fosters how complementary the different financial management based on what is shared, the local protagonism and mutual benefits. By fostering the exchange of experiences and solutions within the countries of the South, the trilateral cooperation contributes towards collective construction of answers to the priorities of development. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. We give the floor to the British Virgin Islands.
First, I would like to thank all the panelists for their presentations and the good work done on this subject. In the British Virgin Islands capacity as a CARICOM country and a Caribbean country more generally, I would like to again highlight the cooperation agreements between Colombia and CARICOM, Mexico and CARICOM, and the most recent cooperation agreement between Brazil and the wider Caribbean. The country profiles and development profiles of the Caribbean are an important consideration in South-South cooperation. The region, the sub-region, is a collection of relatively small, underpopulated states and microstates that are largely middle income, have a high debt burden, have very limited institutional capacity, and in most cases do not qualify for development assistance based on their per capita income. Because of their small size, partners tend to approach the Caribbean as a bloc for cooperation purposes, which gives that cooperation greater scale. There are important questions about how to go about this form of South-South cooperation effectively, that is between large developing countries and CARICOM or the Caribbean as a bloc. I'm sure there are lessons that can be learned from Mexico's experience in delivering technical assistance to CARICOM. The benefit of South-South cooperation to the Caribbean is that as a small group of small island developing states that are largely middle income, the governments who need technical assistance are not excluded from South-South cooperation. In the past, they were excluded and continue to be excluded because of graduation from overseas development assistance. But they still need capacity building, technical assistance, knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and very importantly for the Caribbean, resilience building against extreme weather. When many of these countries were graduated, as I mentioned, they lost their access to these things, but it's still needed. So South-South cooperation has to be one of the solutions to the middle-income country problem. I commend the work done on the various pilot programs and projects to measure South-South cooperation, but please keep in mind that the profile of Caribbean countries as SIDS is very different from the countries in the pilot that was presented. We need to make sure that when the final framework is completed, it is not just something that applies to the countries of similar size and scale that you've studied already. There are countries that are much smaller, and we have to make sure that it will apply to them as well. I just want to say one thing about the practical realities of Caribbean states that are really micro-states in the international system when compared to large countries like Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. Think about St. Kitts and Nevis, that has a population of 55,000 people, or Dominica, that has a population of 75,000 people, or Antigua and Barbuda, that has a population of 94,000 people. These are microstates. You compare them to Brazil at 212 million, Mexico 130 million, Colombia at 53 million. So when you're doing the pilot, you have to remember that the scale, the difference is huge. So, comparatively speaking, the developmental needs of the Caribbean are much smaller and require less resources. So let's take institutional capacity, for example. These small countries only have a limited number of engineers given their population size, but sometimes they are undertaking huge infrastructure projects and they just don't have the engineers that they need. Sometimes all they require is technical assistance from a partner country in the South to provide them with a few additional engineers on a temporary basis to help them with the technical aspects of the project and to complete implementation. At the same time, they can get some level of capacity building because they have very small government administrations. So the bureaucratic practices involved in the conventional approaches to development that we have been used to have hampered the Caribbean because of their limited administrative and technical capacity. So we have to make sure that South-South cooperation does not repeat that mistake. We have serious challenges accessing climate funds and other things because we just don't have the capacity. And so we should not make the bureaucracy involved in it too problematic, too burdensome. Lastly, Caribbean countries are highly vulnerable due to climate change, and we need partners to build resilience very, very quickly. The British Virgin Islands was hit by a hurricane and 2 Category 5 hurricanes in 2017. 85% of all the building structures were damaged or destroyed. The GDP loss was, the damage was 2/3 of GDP, almost. It's taken us thus far 8 years to recover, and the recovery is not completed. We probably have another 3 years to go. So it will take a decade to do this. So South-South cooperation should provide countries in the Caribbean with some assistance that's very quick to help them rebuild. We could not access funds to help to recover because our per capita income was too high. But we have a population of just 40,000, and the damage was 2.3 billion. So you can see the problem. So instead of having to deal with the bureaucracy of the OECD rules around regular cooperation, South-South cooperation on the basis of solidarity, as someone mentioned, should allow us to get help when we need it in the case of a natural disaster. And so there's an urgent need to accelerate South-South cooperation for the Caribbean because of our context. And so we cannot wait until every study, every report, every measurement is worked out. We need the help now. So there has to be, I think, in our case, some consideration of a bit of a fast track to South-South cooperation since we are very vulnerable. We need a special consideration in that regard. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias al representante de las Islas Vírgenes Británicas. Le voy a pasar muy rápido.
Thank you so much, sir. Before going to the agencies, I will give the floor to our colleague from UNCTAD. so that he will give us some thoughts about the concerns that the countries have expressed, particularly about the platform or the method or the heavy, complicated method, difficult to process. And this specific case that our colleague from the Caribbean was addressing, whether is this also applicable for small countries, for the SIDS?
Yolanda and colleagues, very interesting questions. I assume we are time pressed, so I will try and make it very brief. But let me start with a question from the British Virgin Islands. First, one of the key messages of the delivery by the Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD at the opening of the Doha meeting was, no country is too poor not to teach, and no country is too rich not to learn. The message being that everybody can learn and everybody can teach, and this is the essence of the South-South cooperation. Yes, profiles of countries are very different. What I can assure you that the UN framework is a global framework, even though it has been pioneered and started or originated or is right now being tested, or let's say in this discussion is being really focusing on the pioneering work of Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. It has been designed by a wider group of countries. It was chaired by India, South Africa was there, Tanzania was there, Kenya was there, China was there, and so on. But most importantly is that various different countries from different regions are addressing the framework, are testing it with the intention, specifically as you mentioned it, that it is a globally applicable framework to different concerns in regions, to different countries, to different profiles, as you said. So this, of course, is in the mindset, and it is important. Now, on the part of the scale that you mentioned, I think this really brings up the point that Brazilian delegate was making, that South-South cooperation is not about mobilizing financial resources. It is not a substitute for the North-South cooperation. It is rather a complement. It has been mentioned at several points that South-South cooperation is not about competing who gives more. It is rather about supporting and delivering support when and where needed. So I don't have a concrete response in the sense, yes, you will get this and that, because this really is in the hands of the countries. But the South-South cooperation in this regard is really intended to focus on how much has been done and not in the sense of the values of it. So the non-financial aspects are central to the South-South cooperation. And this maybe goes back to the initial comment by the delegate from Argentina, that yes, we need the assessment of the impact to actually understand what is going on. So I would like to, if you allow me, I would like to steal a minute from you. I really just want to share with you the draft website that is going to go live soon. I'm not sure if you can see my screen. Okay. This is based, as I mentioned earlier, on the data right now from Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. But the idea is to really allow for different representation of the South-South cooperation, including on different modalities. So it is not really on the values, how many dollars and so on. It is really on the number of activities. It is really building on the scholarship, humanitarian assistance, technical cooperation, and looking through various SDGs, and then you can select various countries that are building, and you see which SDGs are really at the forefront and which sectors are being targeted mostly, or whether it is a bilateral, trilateral, or multilateral cooperation. Again, this is a draft version. This is really just to showcase that essentially we need data to showcase the power of the South-South cooperation. And this is then, of course, then addressing the question that Rolanda has highlighted of the complexity of the South-South cooperation. Yes, South-South cooperation is a complex phenomenon. and measuring specifically non-financial aspects is very troublesome, we can put it, methodologically challenged. So therefore, discussions, pilot testing, application in various countries, in various regions, and really just bring it up higher on the agendas of the measurement and so on, will work in two ways. One is to get to know it, and the other one to get to come up with the tools that will actually support and appreciate that work. I would like to mention one more thing that is related to this, which is that the question of burden, reporting burden, collecting the data, reporting to various different actions, and interoperability has been mentioned. Less than a month ago, essentially 4 weeks ago, SAHIP organized in my view, a very important technical discussion among SAHIP partners, but also with UNCTAD and with TOSDI to address exactly those questions. How do we ensure that the systems, even though they measure partially different elements, they can work together? And they have proposed a wonderful technical solution to go with it. Of course, it will take a little bit time to actually implement it and put it in practice. But all three partners that have been mentioned, SAHIP, TOSDI, and UNCTAD, we are working together to address this important question because we really want to make it go further with the measurement of the South-South cooperation. Let me stop here, but I'm still around if any.
Muchas gracias, Bojan, y por supuesto eso tiene que ver con la.
Thank you so much. That deals with the interoperability of the information, which will permit searching or adding the three exercises will simplify the exercise very much. I will give the floor to the colleagues of the agencies. We'll give the floor to UNICEF. No. OIM. Thank you from OIM. We thank this space that we'd like to use to congratulate the new president. In line with what was said by the Vice President, South-South cooperation and migration has grown significantly, both in volume as well as in impact, especially amongst countries that share similar dynamics. Quantifying South-South cooperation and migration permits making visible the investment of the countries of the South in development situation, integration and inclusion of migrants. For example, OIM has conducted studies in 8 countries of the region about the economic contribution of Venezuelan migration. In Panama, private investment of migrants from large companies to small entrepreneurs reaches $1.8 million, creating 40,000 jobs in Colombia. They contribute $80 million per year to the treasury through the payment of taxes, in Chile $409 million. Remittances are also an important source of revenue for many homes in the region. They support the reduction of poverty and increase the access to education and healthcare services. Latin America and the Caribbean received an estimate of $136 billion in remittances 2024. This represents an increase of 100% from 2017. In Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, remittances 2024 was 6 times higher than the FDI and 18 times higher than official aid to development. In many cases, the cost of sending the remittances are higher than 3%, and reducing these costs should be a priority. OIM works as a technical partner to systematize, strengthen, articulate initiatives in migration. I've supported several states in the documentation of practices, knowledge transfer, and capacity building, which also constitutes a flow of valuable cooperation that must be quantified. A large part of the cooperation in migration amongst countries of the South, for example, bilateral agreements, consular assistance, regularization of migrants, mechanisms of voluntary return, amongst others, are not registered or valued in economic terms. This distorts the international narrative about who cooperates and how, underestimating the leadership of the Global South in migration. Quantifying immigration permits the countries of the South to show that they are co-funding and innovating in sustainable development and safe mobility. It's also a tool to fund international funding to show impacts, results, and political commitment of the South. Our recommendations are very respectful to include the migrations in the regional national methodologies of quantification of South-South cooperation, value the cooperation in kind, technical and capacity, not just the financial flows, expand the peer dialogue in the South to share common criteria of valuation and evidence the value added of these partnerships. And we urge the countries of the South to strengthen the mechanisms of registration and valuation. This is sensitive to human rights, gender, and sustainable development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, OIM. I give the floor to UNICEF.
Muchas gracias. Yo soy Yusuf Abdel.
Thank you very much. I'm the representative of UNICEF in Brazil. I congratulate the Chilean presidency, and I would like to value and thank the work done by Argentina in the first phase of this conference. A gratitude to the organizers of the conference for inviting UNICEF and the interest for boys, girls, adolescents, and multidimensional childhood poverty. Here I'm representing Roberto Benes, who is the regional director of UNICEF in Panama, who asked me to represent him in this meeting and to share with you highlights of our experience with South-South cooperation in the region in general, and also our cooperation with the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ADC.
Also share with you the points that are held based on our experience and our perspective in South-South cooperation. The first point is that this cooperation has a very large potential because it's not only technical exchanges or financial flows, but also experiences, lessons learned, community knowledge, and the act of sharing. And we had a good basis in order to value this potential. The second point of the South-South cooperation, it covers the humanitarian aspect of water and the collectives and social services for refugees. It also covers development in the case of Brazil, in which we are an agency among others that are an intermediate of this cooperation. This cooperation is not only for Portuguese-speaking countries. We also have cooperation with Namibia, Ghana, with countries of Maghreb in the north of Africa and other regions. With ABC, there was an assessment, and among other things, we observed the importance of the evidence base of solid demand, and also having a perspective and a horizon that is less episode-based and in the longer term aligned with cooperation and with budgets, also generating knowledge bases that include the knowledge from the community. Monica Barrios also outlined the importance of this knowledge. South-South cooperation has important initiatives that are entailed by the Global South, the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and the agencies in its regions. I'm speaking of the United Nations. They require to have a particular protagonism because the offices of the country have a mandate of having results for girls, boys, children within the country. South-South requires other sorts of results. So it's part of a global and regional mandate, and it's not of one specific country. And sometimes it distracts offices in its country to have results, but has a huge potential. In this sense, I believe it's important to create centers of excellence that are interagency. In this case, we have PMA that has a center of excellence for South-South cooperation in Brazil. We also need to explore the funding of South-South cooperation on behalf of the private sector and the regional banks. We have rotated in the discussions we held. For instance, CAF has the ambition of funding something of this sort, but the private sector can also do so. I'm about to finish my remarks. I believe I'm using the paradigm of the center and the peripheralization of this region within the modality of diversifying development, for it not to be a modality of a second or third league, thanks to the contribution of countries. And here I only use the alphabetical order: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and of course, Ecuador, Mexico, and all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you to the colleague of UNICEF. I give the floor to Ika. Thank you, and firstly to thank ECLAC and congratulate the new presidency of Chile. From ICA, we are readily available with our 34 offices throughout the Americas for agriculture and rural well-being. I just want to share an example of South-South cooperation that started 2 years ago here in Chile, in El Maule and Ñuble, with crops of rice. Sustainable rice intensification is a system. The rice is the one that emits the largest methane by being a crop that requires irrigation and flooding, and methane is the largest associated to greenhouse effect gases, much more than CO2 and any other gases. So we began with this project in El Maule and Ñuble with INEA here in Chile. What was carried out is a new irrigation technology for rice. It requires 25 cubic meters to produce. 25 million liters of water per hectare are required to produce rice. With this system, we have reduced the expense of water to 13,000 cubic meters. It's 12 to 13,000 cubic liters of water that are not being used per year. So we are measuring the methane and using less seeds. Therefore, the rice is being more profitable. That worked quite well, and that's the example of South-South cooperation. We had resources from ICA, the global second half, and we used this in Embrapa, Brazil, INEAP, Ecuador, replicated in Guayas and Uruguay with great results. And now we are producing this in the 3 countries with this, in the 4 countries with Chile included. And hopefully Panama and the countries that wish to form a part of this initiative, where we have made profitable, we have saved methane, saved water with the appropriate production levels. So this is a concrete example of South-South cooperation, where we expect more countries to be aligned with the new technologies, and especially how we make this more attractive, the rural sector for youth. I think it's a challenge we all face, and to make ICA available for all the countries and the brother and sister agencies. Thank you very much to the representative of ICA. I give the floor to Sahif, our last participant. Thank you, Rolando, and thank you to ECLAC for giving us the possibility to participate in this important event, the Ibero-American Secretariat, and to congratulate the new presidency. South-South cooperation has always been in good hands, and it will continue to do so. I wish to also congratulate Argentina in these last 2 years. To elaborate on what our colleague for Geneva was saying, Bohan, and the workshop by SEGIF, creating a multidimensional index of South-South cooperation, and we will refer to it tomorrow. But in this instance, we created a piece of work in an instance where SEGIF and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and due to their tight schedule, and the resources, they were not present, but UNCTAD and the team from OECD was able to work on interoperability criteria. For those of you who are not that well aware of the information, Maria, together with the colleagues from the agency, Mario and others, what it is to upload the information of all the projects. For instance, a standard of fields of a project in the Ibero-American system are around 25, 26 fields of information for each one of the projects. If we think of a country as Colombia that may have more than 300 projects in a year, do the math, and it could be more than 6,000 fields of information you need to upload in a system per day. So if we move forward in interoperability criteria, which is the proposal that we made for countries to try to move forward, we could take the main fields of each one of those projects, and TOS and UNCTAD kindly provided us with the core fields of each one of the projects, 12 to 16 in general, and to take the common fields that we upload in the Ibero-American system and the countries that report towards TOS or report towards UNCTAD in the IT system. They can draw screens or tabs, special tabs that can upload all of those common fields, let's assume 12 to 14, and then complementing whichever is necessary for that system. It's not interoperational. There's also property of information, security, and whatnot, but it would facilitate the technical team's work that would need to upload the content only once. We need to move forward in this proposal, but it's technically possible. And maybe in technical terms, if it was already possible some time ago, but something that we reached the conclusion of with OECD and UNCTAD, and politically, it's way more necessary than before for multilateral organizations to work effectively among each other, to cooperate in the best way possible with the work of countries. And many times from organizations, we might have a tend to forget we are the service of countries and not the countries at the service of our organizations. Therefore, we need to facilitate this as much as possible in terms of complex budgetary conditions and situations. It also sets us in larger pressures for international organizations to be truly open and are effective within the cooperation among themselves to work efficiently with all the countries. Thank you. And we have reached the end of this panel. I thank my friend, our Bohan from Geneva, Mr. Alfonso Cerón from the Statistics Division for the support, Monica Varos from the Colombian Cooperation Agency, Alfonso Abdo, the Vice Minister of International Cooperation of Ecuador, and Andres Aguirre, Director General of Project Execution from AMEXID, for having participated, and all the colleagues that provided their input. As you may see, this project and this process of quantifying South-South cooperation matters. There are results we are seeking more countries for pilot plans, and there's a large interest on behalf of the agencies to participate. There's also interest in terms of simplifying, as our colleague from SEGIP was outlined, to interoperate the information so we have the lowest burden for the countries. I give the floor to the chairman to continue with our process. I wish to thank Rolando Campo, the director of the Statistic Division of Table 1, for this table in South-South cooperation, the excellent panelists. I invite Nicole Villegas, Gender Affairs from ECLAC, to moderate Table 2, Integration of the Gender Perspective in International Cooperation for Development in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Buenas tardes, es un gusto para mí saludarles y darles la bienvenida a esta sesión en el
Pleasure to greet you in the second meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean. Greetings to the government representatives from our international organizations, distinguished participants and panelists who are with us in this. Bueno, the idea of this session is precisely approach the integration of the gender perspective in international cooperation for the development in Latin America. As you know, the Latin American Caribbean region has shown a fundamental commitment to the rights of women and gender equality, being the only region in the world that counts with a regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean that meets regularly for 48 years now. And the agreements reached subsidiary, this agency subsidiary of ECLAC, form part of a regional gender agenda, which is ambitious, a comprehensive roadmap with commitments for gender equality from a multi-scalar level. And many commitments regarding the importance of regional South-South triangular cooperation to accelerate the step to gender equality and autonomy of women in the framework of sustainable development. We must emphasize that the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the newest subsidiaries of ECLAC, and in the first meeting, May 2023, urged the subsidiary entities of ECLAC, including this Regional Conference on Women, to promote synergies in areas of bilateral, multilateral, South-South and triangular cooperation to advance with synergy to attainment, equality, and sustainable development. That meeting 2 years ago, ECLAC, as Technical Secretary, was urged to develop an action plan to integrate the gender perspective into programs and projects of cooperation as methodological and conceptual tool to improve the understanding of the gender perspective in different modes of cooperation. Complying with this commitment, today we will present to you a working document that you have in your tables and called Guidelines and Plan of Action for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective and the international cooperation for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. The idea is that this space will be a multi-stakeholder conversation covering all the opportunities and challenges of the region to advance towards cooperation for development, putting the importance of advancing in models of development contributing to equality at the center of the debate, guaranteeing the rights of women as a guiding principle of cooperation. It is particularly important, this reflection in global context, as Executive Secretary said in the morning, which is marked by multiple crises, large geopolitical changes, and competencies between large economies and powers. And these scenarios combined the structural challenges related to cooperation for gender equality in the region. As you know, in spite of efforts by several countries to install the gender perspective in international cooperation, there is still a major challenge and deficit of financing for the commitments to equality. Most of the international funding for development at a global level does not have a gender equality focus and is not evaluated by that criteria. According to the data we have linked to the members of Aid for Development in OECD, only 4% is destined to programs in which gender equality was a main target. And if we analyze, only 5% of this global 4% is destined to countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. In this context, so apart from continuing to emphasize the need for the developed countries comply with the goal of 0.7% of GDP of the official aid for development, we also have to think of how we're going to stimulate South-South and triangular cooperation in order to close the funding gap, and also of capacities to accelerate the path to substantive equality. These reflections we want to comment were part of a seminar that we held yesterday here to start this panel that we will now debate. That was a forum about mainstreaming of the gender perspective in international cooperation, where we had space so that several of the governments present here could also present the progress and challenges in this area. And that today we would like to go deeper into the framework of these subsidiary agencies. We have Anna Westman, Director of Division, Gender Division of ECLAC, in her position as a Technical Secretary of this conference. We'll make the presentation of this guidance and action plan. And then we have the presence of Enrique Farrell, Executive Director of ACCID, the presidency of this conference, Monica Barrios, Coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean of IPC from Colombia. We also have the presence of Laura Galindo, Director of Operations and Special Projects of AMEXID, Barbara Scholz, Head of Strategic Alliance between ECLAC and the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, GMZ from Germany, and also Francisco Garcia, Head of the Cooperation of the European Union Delegation to Chile. Every panelist will have 7 minutes for his or her intervention, and then we'll start the questions, reflections, interventions of the delegation. So without further ado, we give the floor to Ana Güemes. Thank you very much. Greetings to the president of the conference, government representatives, agencies, colleagues, and colleagues. It is an honor to present to you the document that you will soon have in your tables, which is the guidelines and action plan for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in international cooperation for development. As we have been commenting at the different conferences, here you have the cover of the document. There is no area of cooperation that is neutral from the perspective of equality or gender. Underscore that from the areas related to climate change, migration, human rights, the consolidation of peace, we can work with this approach, which clearly is pertinent, but still not sufficient in what we have been analyzing in terms of cooperation. So it is a pleasure to be able to present this collaborative work that starts from the resolution of the first meeting of the regional conference, urging the subsidiary agencies of ECLAC, amongst other, the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, to strengthen the synergies in the fields related to cooperation in its different modalities, particularly in what refers to the identification of common criteria guiding the evaluation and valuation of these modes of cooperation. And it's a pleasure to present to you, the member countries, the first regional standard that collects the experiences from the countries that we have designed as secretariat, and also puts two conferences here. This one and the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, which will have its session in the month of August in Mexico. The methodology has been 2 years of work where we have been working hand in hand with the Secretariat of the Commission in receiving input from the member states. Here you have countries have contributed with support, and also agencies from the United Nations family, UN Women, UNDP, ILO, also with the Foundation of Science and Politics from Germany. So the work has been quite collaborative, accompanied also by a working group that we have been having regular sessions, which is integrated by a project called Strengthening of the Feminist International Cooperation, in a practice community that we have for Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Alemania, Germany, and ECLAC, funded by GMZ through GIZ. The objective is to provide a methodological and conceptual tool guiding the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the different phases, processes, and modalities of international cooperation, geared to all the stakeholders involved in the ecosystem of cooperation, but also apart from reviewing the different tools that the countries already have, we've also received contributions from emblematic projects and of action lines and modalities that each country is having.
Hemos intentado que este documento sirva para todos los países de América Latina y el Caribe.
This document is for all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean for the phases in which they are in their regulatory, institutional frameworks, their action plan, and opportunities. So these are the 6 chapters under which we have structured the document. In the conceptual framework, and there is a contribution that is key from the region, is the contribution of the double route that comes from CEDAW. All of the countries within the region have ratified the convention to eliminate all the forms of discrimination for women. This is an agreement from all countries and also in the framework of commitments in ECOSOC. On the one hand, we highlight we need to make progress in mainstreaming gender perspective in all the actions and programs, policies of cooperation. But at the same time, if we wish to mitigate the gaps of inequality structural in our region, we need to be specific and affirmative in our actions. We need to have projects and programs that have as an essential purpose gender equality and mainstreaming in all the cooperation programs, and at times a mixed scheme. We were speaking with the European Union how the green hydrogen can be included in innovative sectors of the economy where the region is moving forward. It's something that we highlight in the document, this focus of a double pathway. We speak of a series of treaties, conventions with jurisdictional framework, and this morning we were mentioning in the opening words in the framework of Buenos Aires 1978, firmed and signed in Nairobi, the importance of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation to foster gender equality and empowerment within women and girls in the context of sustainable development, and we redouble efforts. Here we also highlight Nicole Vidigain. This region is unique because it also has a regional conference for women in Latin America, in the Caribbean, and throughout 47 years, 48 now, has been providing contribution and dialogue with the global framework of cooperation, but also moving towards the autonomy of women, the structural issues of gender inequality for women, and in Buenos Aires, a paradigm of the society of care that sets us in the core of care in the planet and people. To say, for instance, that the document also introduces provisional practices, the South-South cooperation, more cotton developed by Brazil throughout the ABC agency with FAO and 7 countries of the region, the North-South Cooperation project in gender financed by Canada and the United Kingdom, implemented by the Caribbean Agency for Emergency Management and Disasters, UNPD, with triangular program of foreign policies and feminism. Chapter 3, and the importance of an institutional architecture. Cooperation with gender perspective has to cooperate with national policies to involve the mechanisms for women being at the forefront, other relevant aspects, civil societies, how to make sustainable in time with a state policy, the commitment with the principle of equality and non-discrimination within the cooperation policies. Chapter 4 focuses on 4 phases with the definition of policies, programs within countries, and a second phase mainly focused on the analysis of the portfolio of projects and programs. 1/3 phase that speaks of the life cycle of the projects and programs, and phase number 4, which is related to monitoring, assessing, and accountability. Therefore, we also include mainstreaming and how to be able to work in generating this regulatory framework, these systems of information technologies, and especially funding of equality at Portas in the development conference. It's one that also concerns the region. We have examples of countries that already have action plans, as it is the case of Germany, that is going through its 3rd action plan, but also efforts as the one held by Mexico And throughout the Mexican Agency of Cooperation, it has proposed a roadmap in order to move forward in gender perspective in the upcoming years. Or what is held by Colombia, it has a development plan. These are different regulatory instruments, or in the case of Chile, where it has a program to improve management. So we see that there are many instruments throughout national policies, equality policies or so, where countries are moving forward. And we also wanted to mention that it's a region that brings examples. Lastly, the action plan. The diagnose elements, how to be able to progress, and we would love for countries to continue or to begin with their action plans, the work plans for the mainstreaming of gender perspective international cooperation for development, strengthening capacities and building them. It's something that has been pointed out very often in the work groups and in the contribution and input you have provided us with, the toolkit, what are the guides and so forth, the mechanisms, the follow-up, monitoring, and assessment. And we also set here examples, for instance, the cooperation framework with the United Nations that include clearly mainstreaming. We have UN Women that also has a regulatory mandate globally and with the whole United Nations system. And with all the countries, we have a clear mandate for this change that is already occurring, as the Secretary General pointed out, is to be faster. So the challenge is double-sided: how to create more mainstreaming, more affirmative action, and not only socially, but also in the economic, environmental side of things, the challenges where we generate this multi-stakeholder, including governments, multilateral organizations, the civil society, the private sector, and towards the future, how to improve in effective mechanisms, how to align the gender agenda with the equality plans, with corporate international cooperation policies for the development in its different modalities. And lastly, because this will be the core issue of the next conference with the leadership of Mexico, it's this idea of a society of care, which is a paradigm within development that goes from territory to national planes, passion to define what countries in the world already set in the First World Conference in the year 1975, where it began on July 2nd, and which was a nation decided to attain peace, equality. It's still a debt in all the countries of the world. And this is a time, as the Executive Secretary of ECLAC states, to go through the strategies, the policies to move forward substantially towards the society of care. In the ideology of the society of care, these are other documents that we have been working on that complement this concept, and we invite you to further reach out to these guidelines, these action plans, and if you decide so, to have a regional standard in hand with the work that is being held by the different countries, the examples, the practices, and South-South triangular cooperation that the regions are developing in the next years. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ana Westmes, por esta presentación. Y ahora...
Thank you, Ana Westmes, for this presentation. Now we wish to give the floor to Enrique O'Farrell, the Executive Director of ACCID and Chair of this conference. Well, thank you. In the second meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation, Latin America and the Caribbean, and as it was requested throughout the meeting in the year 2004, we have heard of the documents of guidelines for gender perspective, international cooperation for the development in Latin America and the Caribbean, as it was pointed out in the annotations in the agenda. It seeks to transform itself into a conceptual tool and framework for gender perspective in the different phases, processes, and cooperation modalities within the states of the region. This document, therefore, seeks to offer a practical and strategic tool that strengthens policies, programs, and cooperation actions with gender focus. Most likely, we all have a say in this regard, and that's exactly what it's about. Our contribution is a factor of great importance to contribute towards the solidity of this text. I wish to make reference tasks that from Chile we have been propelling. Our country has committed in building a foreign policy with a feminist focus. This focus wishes to go beyond the formal lines. It needs a change of power that is necessary to make visible into the gaps of the lives of girls, women, youth, and the International Organization for Development understands this vision. Therefore, it works day to day on this purpose. And we wish to integrate progressively in gender focus within our policy and strategies, within our projects and the technical tools and human capital that we have available. The seriousness and importance of this topic obliges to go beyond the sole willingness. That's why we require institutional bases that are permanent and enable the changes to which we have referred. In this way, in recent years, we have given shape to a new strategy of cooperation 2023-2026. This incorporates the gender focus as mainstreamed and with 2 lines of action: direct inclusion in strategic spheres and mainstreaming in all the phases of the project. Exactly the focus of 2 lines as we were introduced in the document. And gender equality in 2023, this is a paritary organization that incorporates institutional focus on gender with concrete goals in terms of planning, training, and follow-up. Equally, we have moved in the adoption of safeguarding gender in climate and multilateral focus in applying to projects, including gender markers in these formats, as we have applied affirmative actions in some of our training programs for human capital. On the other hand, ACCID has promoted a gender focus with different mechanisms and funds. Allow me to mention a few examples. The Chilean Fund Against Hunger and Poverty 2024-2025 had a priority on gender and incorporating them from the design in the objective population and in its intervention. Aside from that, this fund in 2024 generated 2 projects with gender focus, under which they were implemented in Peru, focused on leadership and female participation in STEM in Mexico, gender with criteria of impact. The same fund awarded in 2024 a project of economic empowerment of rural women and artisanal fishing. ACCID has prioritized female participation in postgraduate studies in affirmative measures that has had as a result in 2015 and 2023, more than 6,400 women had the benefit of training programs of Chilean cooperation. Recently, in 2024, 63% of the scholarships of masters were awarded to women, and the same as the Alliance of the Pacific, 56% of scholarships to women or grants to women are experienced. Based on the strategic perspective of Chilean cooperation, we assume that the document guidelines and mainstreaming of gender for the cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean provides us with important elements to move forward towards a more just, transformative, and locator society. It's an element that not only guides us, but sets a horizon strategically for the whole region. One of its main contributions is the start of critical comprehension of gender as a structural category, leaving aside equality before the law is substantial, understood as a result of structural transformations that acknowledge the differentiated perspectives of gender. This is aligned with human rights and with the idea that gender equality is not a secondary goal, but a condition for sustainable development. The experience with it sets gender mainstreaming as a transformation beyond women in projects. It's in all the phases of cooperation, from planning to assessment, transforming the ways in which we carry out public policies. And notwithstanding, the triangular and South-South cooperation has its own and specific characteristics that the document must consider. It is particularly outstanding, the incorporation of intersectionality as an operational principle that allows us to look into the diversity of experience of women and other identities and its overlap with classes, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or migratory condition. This complex perspective reinforces the need of having a flexible cooperation, contextually sensitive and culturally pertinent. The document critically oversees the traditional international cooperation, remembering it's not a neutral field, but deeply weaved by geopolitical and symbolic disputes. In that sense, there's a need of a foreign feminist policy that includes sovereignty of the South and includes care, economic independence, and peace on gender focus. In operational terms, the document articulates coherently international regulations, CEDAW, with the strategy of Montevideo and gender, allowing us to concretely work on this matter, monitoring system, specific indicators, gender markers, among others. Mostly, these guidelines are among a project of structural transformation that proposes to transit towards a new style of development based on sustainability of life and the society of care as it is promoted by ECLAC. Gender equality is not only seen as an end, but a motor that is responsible environmentally. From this perspective, the international cooperation within Chile sees an important point of what is included in this document, looking into governance of cooperation, the methodology of the design of the projects, bearing in mind how horizontal South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation is included throughout our foreign policy with gender focus. We have horizontal partnerships and the inclusion of gender in the negotiation of projects South-South and triangular, having a dialogue with its partners in order to contribute towards building regional cooperation that is more sensitive, transformative, and committed with equality.
Which constitutes a progress in the design of a shared roadmap. It contributes us to have a strategic tool that strengthens the efforts of the countries of the region for mainstreaming the gender agenda and its cooperation from an ethical, political perspective. At the end of my presentation, I would like to highlight that in the international debate prior to the Conference of Financing for Development that will take place in the coming days, the necessary commitment to gender equality is being planned, and the empowerment of women and children, the promise of the care economy, budgets with gender perspective, fiscal solutions related to gender, and the disaggregation of data to ask for gaps. This presents a horizontal and coherent approach for the commitments signed by Chile. Thank you. Thank you so much, Enrique O'Farrell, for the intervention. I would like to give the floor to Monica Barros now. She is the coordinator of Latin America and Caribbean from Colombia's APC. Thank you, Nicole. A greeting to you all gratitude, and Colombia, we're very honored to receive all these guidelines and this action plan and the framework of the project of triangular cooperation that we have with Chile, Mexico, and Germany. Where the technical secretariat is. This is a very concrete first product that allows us to see the progress and the power of triangular alliances. I will share very briefly the progress and challenges that Colombia has in the incorporation of the feminist perspective, both in its foreign policy as well as in the service we do of international cooperation. Here we have then the framework that we have been able to agree upon today, starting by our feminist foreign policy. It is a bet of the Colombian state to structure the gender equality, human rights, and the non-discrimination of women and girls in all their diversity. This policy has three main objectives. The first, to integrate the gender approach in climatic and international cooperation. The second is to redirect diplomatic efforts towards the guarantee of rights in context of inequality and conflict. Strengthen as the third objective the participation of women, feminist women's organizations, main speakers and not as accessories. This policy was not done from an office, but it was done in a participative way with the knowledge, experience, and struggles of hundreds of diverse women in all the national territory, which gives appropriation, legitimacy, coherence, and depth to this proposal. Feminine foreign policy counts with five main axes, which are social justice, environmental justice, comprehensive peace, education, science and culture, and international cooperation. In this framework, also for the first time, we have an explicit chapter of feminist cooperation in our cooperation indices 2022-2026. We also have expressed mentions in our national plan for development, aiming to provide institutional follow-up to these decisions and the international standards and the action plan of the resolution. As a mechanism to concrete this and to have a multi-stakeholder dialogue, several of the colleagues of the countries here have agreed with it. We have a mechanism which is a national system of international cooperation. Well, this system has three technical ministries: the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the National Planning Department, and APC Colombia as a technical arm to mobilize and articulate these decisions. The system has a sectorial and territorial approach where we have prioritized some of the communities, but also strategic partners of a national development plan, and it aims to prioritize the supply and demand of Colombia in its role as dual country. Here we are building and trying to bed for the mainstreaming through a panel which is called Panel of Social Advancement, so that on the one hand, we're going to incorporate the gender approach to these thematic panels, systematic and territorial, but have specific proposals to the objective of equality. As measures for mainstreaming, we have these four, basically. One group that was created within the agency, that interdependency, ensuring consistency between the narrative and the practices. Also about the prioritization of our projects at the bilateral as well as triangular and regional level. The panel I mentioned of social advance in the framework of the system, and also the update of several tools, guidelines, manuals, and methodologies that we had before the creation of these instruments. I will not stop here on the model of quantification and value adding because I've already expressed it in the prior intervention, only to highlight that one of the main criteria that we have in prioritization of projects in the negotiation phase and implementation is gender. We also have a toolbox that tries to follow the cycle of the project from the formulation, going through the evaluation of the initiative, the budget, then its monitoring, then closure and assessment. Here we take into account the impact and the benefit made for the rights of women, and we are in the process of consolidating this assessment with experience such as that of Ecuador that has enriched us in this specific phase of assessment. We also have other It's like initiative of international cooperation called Colombia Teaches Colombia. And it's a transfer of experience and good practices among our national territories, which are leveraged by funders or multilateral agencies who are our partners. We have good news of the 6 practices we had between 2023 and 2025. 5 have a gender focus or are sensitive to incorporating this perspective in their results. We also have a mechanism called the counterparts. This is a complementary funding mechanism. These projects are initially funded by a partner, and sometimes Colombia adds on to the results of the budget with a national budget. We'll hear from the 3 partnerships that we're implementing. 2 of them have gender equality, so we have been able to obtain a positive advance in that sense. Also like to tell you that the perspective of feminist cooperation Colombia is a feminist pacifist cooperation because we recognize there can be no long-lasting peace without gender justice and the voices of women, and it's important to have effective diplomacy in that sense. We are building from an initiative of a program called From Colombia to the World, the transfer of the practices and the building of peace with countries of Asia and Africa, where basically we have shared our experience in the construction of agreements and capacities for its implementation, transformation and the causes that generate armed conflicts, and how to integrate victims and peace. And we will have good news, and it's a road for specific learning for all the contribution that women have made in civil society and resilience and in these processes of building peace. This is also a project that we have with Mexico, precisely on the contribution of women from their voices and from the culture in the construction of peace, the network of women. Last week we had a visit of some Mexican women to Colombian territory to share experiences and from a circle of women to forge that resiliency and the network of care that leads these initiatives last. From the official aid to development, we have some increases and explicit mentions of how express decision to mobilize resources may increase their initiatives. We made a comparison between 2020 to 2022 and then 22 to 24, and we see that we've been able to significantly increase the projects with the feminist approach. Finally, mention some of the partnerships that from ABC Colombia we're working in the Latin American Caribbean region and also with extra-regional partners. With Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 5 projects that are concluded, 5 currently in implementation with countries such as Guatemala, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, Mexico, El Salvador, and Argentina. We also have extra-regional partnerships with countries Asia, Africa, and Eurasia, among them Colombia for the World and the construction of peace, but also partnerships that aim to increase productive inclusion of women, such as one that we have with the CAF and IMO and with Mesoamerica and Southeast Asia, sharing experiences in green businesses with a gender perspective, and also bilateral projects with Kenya in issues in Ghana in prevention of violence against women. In triangular issues, we have, of course, the project and this partnership initiative of a CONVEF project aiming to strengthen capacities in feminist foreign policy and cooperation with the gender perspective, both in the training and pedagogy of our offices, as well as in the indicators and institutional frameworks. I believe it's good practice that we want to invite all the countries to join in and to make use of the results of this project. I would like to close my presentation with this decision that we share this paradigm of the care society, of the care of the persons in the planet. I believe that the feminist perspective is a circular economy, a careful economy with the resources, an economy that advances from activism to other forms of thinking ourselves in the economic, social, and political development. And I would like to close with this video that shows how we try to take these decisions to the territories and the communities. Bogota, no doubt, is a center in policies targeted to women. We have an exchange for the knowledge of the implementation of care models in the country. This was led by APV Colombia, with the participation of several important entities such as ITB, Secretariat of Women in Bogota. This is a chapter in international cooperation. It's a feminist chapter. We're all in the same. And we want to reduce inequalities, and particularly working with the territories, because we're very centered in the territories. And what we want of this conversation is to go to the territories. I'm so happy to have been able to participate in this space because it's so important to see the different experiences from the territories in the framework of all the systems of care and what is made to support the different localities. There's 3 forms of being territorial. One of them is care. We have right now in Bogota 24 blocks of care that are directed to reduce the time of care for the women, to redistribute inside the homes the burden of care, and also to acknowledge the work of the caregivers. Thank you. And to end the intervention and to share the way that we're taking this to the territories, is an honor to show the contribution of APC Colombia to the first seed program that we did to the gender division in order to continue to systematize our good practices from the land in this field of care and thus nourish our bet on this change of paradigm. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monica Barrios, for this presentation. And we will now give the floor to Laura Galindo, Director of Operations and Implementation of Special Projects of AMECSID.
Very much. Invitation extended, and on behalf of our Executive Director, Alejandra del Moral, I also wish to share my congratulations towards Chile for this new presidency, and for Mexico. Chile has been a benchmark in gender perspective. Therefore, there will be a great deal of work to be done in South-South cooperation. Also thank Argentina for the role they played. From AMECSID, one of the largest challenges in international cooperation with gender perspective radicates in making it effective the mainstreaming of this perspective in all stages of programs, actions, and projects, from its diagnosis to assessment and gender perspective in international cooperation projects. This allows, firstly, to convey knowledge in order to have substantial equality, for this to outreach all people, to reduce and eliminate structural gaps of inequality, to respond to the needs of each and every person. To mention a few, international cooperation with gender perspective in Mexico has its starting point in a perspective of South-South cooperation. It's a channel for joint feedback and strategies, measures, and dispositions to contribute towards mitigating inequality gaps. Throughout AMECSID, we have regulatory frameworks and coordination mechanisms that seek to continue working and fostering substantial change between men and women and in the different groups. In the same way, we have a protocol of gender perspective, and at the same time, a guiding document that allows us to entail little by little gender perspective in projects and programs of international cooperation. To be able to deploy or incorporate, better said, mainstreaming of gender perspective from AMECSID, we started from our project format. When we created the agency in 2011, we had a project document where we only had one field to approach the social cultural field and gender analysis. And we had to update a few documents and instruments in order to ensure for the projects that we are to bear in mind gender perspective. We are currently working in a new methodological marker to incorporate criteria to mainstream gender perspective so that all projects and actions that are to be performed include gender perspective. In AMEXID, we are committed to cooperate internationally for development in gender perspective, promoting mainstreaming of gender perspective as a strategy to create, implement, and execute programs and projects of international cooperation within the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Currently, we are running 34 projects of cooperation on gender from the offer, horizontal, triangular, with countries of the region. Within the projects of AMEXID with gender perspective, we have had training sessions focused on women who are artisans and workshops to exchange experiences and good practices in Mexico to strengthen the value chains. And we also executed the project of Lives, Growing Lives, where we seek to strengthen participation of women and empower them. A few of the examples, the project of Growing Lives or Planting a Seed for Life, and with youth, there were more participation of women in El Salvador, 56%, and in Honduras, 63%. And also the project Sembrando Vida, due to how traditional this field is, we had more growers. With the experience of both projects, when there was Growing Life, Sembrando Vida Guatemala, throughout the learning that was held with El Salvador and Honduras, they did not have an explicit gender focus. With this project in Guatemala, from the 14,000 people who were benefit with it, 63% women and 73 men. And this has allowed us to increase their income and more economic independence. In AMEXID, we are convinced of the strategic importance of actions and international cooperation projects with equality from intersectors and acknowledging diversity. As we mentioned a while ago with the Joint Fund of Mexico and Chile, it's a framework under more projects are being executed. In Colombia, we are carrying out bilaterally a few projects, and that's how we decide to continue working with the countries that accompany us to include gender perspective in the projects of cooperation that are bilateral and triangular. Just to mention in very general terms, in the Mexico-Chile Fund and Framework, it's the first exercise that we ran so that in the format of the project, we were able to reflect certain key points in order to mainstream gender perspective. And as the executive director and Enrique Ofarril, it approaches many aspects from the intersector diagnosis, the strategy of intervention, where we will look at the action lines of gender, the people would benefit from it, the questions to include gender perspective, and of course, the categorization in the gender marker. To complement what my colleagues have shared on triangular feminist and international cooperation, feminist cooperation throughout a practice of Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Germany, ECLAC. Why do we mention this so often? Because it's the first time ever that Mexico participates in a project of triangular cooperation of this nature, and that allows us to think of the challenges that we have to work from the international cooperation agency and from foreign affairs. We also seek to have mechanisms to position mainstreaming of gender perspective in programs, plans, and actions to land a foreign a foreign policy that is feminist. This is a community of practice. And this triangular project, we entail component 4 to produce information and gather data regarding the progress of partnering countries in strengthening their policies, their foreign policies, foreign feminist policies, and development in feminism, in diplomat careers, international negotiations, and leadership of crucial issues of international cooperation for development. Aside, with this project, there were also internal efforts in the Internal Foreign Affairs Ministry. There's a guide on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the representatives abroad, with which we are defining the core axis of foreign feminist policies. Mexico was the first country in Latin America to have a foreign feminist policy. Finally, behavior takes time. A change of behavior takes time, she corrects herself. And this requires perseverance, resources, and patience. More projects will have the integration of gender perspective to attain SDG 5. International cooperation for development performs a crucial role to foster equality. Therefore, it includes gender perspective in our programs and projects. This represents an efficient strategy to ensure that the benefits of development are to outreach everyone. By doing so, we contribute to eliminating structural gaps within inequality to build a prosperous inclusive society. So we invite all the countries present today that little by little and progressively, they can incorporate gender perspective in their programs and projects of cooperation. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Laura Galindo, por esta intervención.
Thank you, Laura Galindo, for this intervention. We now give the floor Barbara Schulz, the head of Strategic Alliance of ECLAC, head of GMZ, Economic Development in Germany. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share this important panel. I wish to refer to the event we had yesterday that allowed us to share the experiences in regards to this process, this shared process, as we have seen with our colleagues here in the panel. Within Colombia, Chile, Mexico, ECLAC, Germany, there are many stakeholders within this process, and we form part of cooperation, of this cooperation process in all dimensions. It's cooperation that set itself free of north, south, west, east. It's shared, joint work on a goal that we have in common. I won't go into details or figures of how we understand the concept or how we manage it. Maybe a few points to reflect jointly upon. Firstly, we understand gender equality as an intelligent investment. It's not a cost. It's not an additional effort. It's an investment in a better future. We are convinced that gender equality is a winning strategy for development in economy and innovation, and societies that empower women and girls are more resilient, safer, and more prosperous. So based on this concept, we wish to reinforce what we've previously heard from the other participants in the panel. We consider that it's important to move from a speech or discourse to measurable actions. That's an interest that we have seen in different strategies, plans, methodologies that we discussed yesterday and we have heard of today. We require to implement follow-up systems that are simple and transparent, that allow us to measure the real impact of our actions and quickly adapting what isn't working. There's one example. We have heard of examples of the progress made in different countries, but I wish to share one example from the German cooperation in 2023 with the feminist cooperation of BMZ. There was a goal that at least 23% of the cooperation projects were to integrate gender equality as a main goal or significant. For that, there are two different markers. And to attain this, we reinforced the technical guidelines and the methodological tools in the internal processes of review and the technical information. We had those methodologies and those instruments, but that impulse that set an ambitious goal, this is not something that we just add. It's something in which everyone needs to work on. It's not 100% yet, and that allowed us to reinforce on a critical perspective on the instruments available and taking advantage of that tool to gain furthermore. As a result, there was a sustained decrease of the project that do not contain any gender focus whatsoever, an important growth of those who contribute or include the so-called markers SDG 1, 2, and it's the one who mostly wishes to contribute to gender. And we have complied with our goal. We are at 93%. And to highlight the relevance of having these measurement systems of impacts and to set ambitious goals. Secondly, to invest where it hurts and include budgets with gender perspective. We need to allocate concrete resources towards projects so they can close real gaps, especially in critical fields as the one that was mentioned, care, access to technology. If there is no budget, there is no transformation. So a colleague that worked largely on budgets said, what is not within the budget does not exist. Therefore, we need to set a budget, allocate resources for this purpose. In GIZ, we manage a safeguarding and gender system. That's what our instrument package is called, to ensure that unleashing of analysis, the design of projects and activities, indicators, and monitoring systems and budgets that are to fit accordingly, and that system is mandatory in applying it for all the projects with relevant budgets. And as an important detail, this system took place due to the demands of the Green Climate Fund. The funding mechanism imposed it as a requirement, and that made us go through that institutional step of also setting the instruments that were necessary.
Also understanding what are the levers that can be applied to establish these mechanisms, not only as an objective, as an idea, but with something that has teeth. Fourth point, co-owned partnerships. Partners, we have seen many initiatives from the governments and the government agencies, but we think that we also need to add the private sector. We need to add the grassroots organizations. We are not the ones who will achieve the change. We need to set up these broad partnerships. Here we have had the presence of Claudia Zella from ESP, from the Science and Politics Foundation, who supported us in this process. And I would like to quote something she said yesterday. The focus of feminist cooperation as such does not live. It's just a focus, a concept, a piece of paper. If we don't internalize it, if we don't live it, we don't have living persons representing it, we will reach nowhere. So we need to stimulate that, and we need partnerships for that. These partnerships of social and political support. And this is essential to support the progress, institutional process, and in the organizations. And I'm speaking from experience because we went through a change of government, and we have a restructuring of the objectives for cooperation, the objectives of public policies. So we're living it ourselves. We're not the first, and we won't be the last. That's a topic that we must also think about, the partnerships. And to resume with the topic of our triangular cooperation, the project that was mentioned several times, of taking the step of working from knowing at a national level, but also go at the regional level with this document, establishing regional standards with a regional shared milestones, a methodological notion at a regional level as well. It is a support that helps us in terms of resilience in this process. Visible leadership. This is a topic that we have learned. We need leaders that stimulate gender equality with the example from top management to the grassroots. We need accountability that needs to be public and regular to maintain the pace and the advance. And we also need to continue with the awareness and training of the staff. And so it is so important to have, well, one of the objectives of this triangular cooperation program is the training of our staff. So learn what works and what does not work. Also have the courage of making mistakes, of experimenting and sharing the good practices and the failures with no fear. Spaces of regional exchange within the regions such as Latin America, but also with other regions. I find it very interesting that we have examples here of cooperation even with regions such as Africa and Asia. But also what we are doing in this constellation, jointly with ECLAC, with the countries already mentioned, with Germany as well as a country who is also learning and wants to share experiences with us. Celebrate achievements and communicate them. This is something that we also touched upon yesterday. It is important not only concentrate ourselves on methodologies, political instruments, everything that we're interested in as public sector, but also communicate the shared benefits and investing in gender equality. It is important because we need the support of the citizens. We need the support of society at large in this path. Thus, we need not only to be concentrated in our instruments, etc., but also communicate them, make them tangible, make them visible, particularly in terms of what those benefits also mean for the regions. Benefits attained in Latin America are also useful for Europe, looking at it from our perspective. So we are very pleased, very proud. We feel very honored to be part of this process of working in the framework of triangular cooperation and the COPEF project. And not accompanying the process means not being part of it. We have to all contribute. Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura, for bringing the rich reflections of yesterday that I believe also gives the basis for this exchange. And I would now like to give the floor to Francisco Garcia, Head of Cooperation of the European Union in Chile. It's so important to advance and common practices amongst the diversity of countries to advance in this agenda and in this proposal in cooperation. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation And the diversity of countries, well, we know a bit within European Union, so that might be an example for others. First, to congratulate Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and the Germans for this instrument. I believe this shows the value of the South-South cooperation. It's similar to what we do in Europe. This is an instrument that if everyone pushes the same wagon, we can reach very far with the same methodology, the same processes. I believe it will be very useful to advance in general matters. The good news of the European Union, I would like to give good news, not just bad news these days. We've treaded a path in terms of gender equality, as my colleague said from GIZ. It is not just justice, it's economic. There's a trial that shows that gender equality in the labor market, it means 8 points of GDP. It's evident. And Europe is still convinced of those guidelines. And if something we have, the Europeans, is that we're foreseeable, sometimes too much. And there's a renewed political push for gender with differences amongst the countries. To talk about our experience of what we learned in the European Union Action Plan of Gender Equality 2010, with clear objectives. The most visible one was to have that in 85% of all our new programs had a component of gender equality. We used the methodology of OECD. G1 is a gender equality. It's a significant aspect of the program, and C2 is the objective of the program. We said that 85% of our programs would be G1, a significant part of gender equality. We started in 30-some. In 2010, we did our plan for gender action. We did not comply. We made the plan 2015 to 2020, and after 5 years of efforts, we did not comply. We made the action plan for gender 3, 20 to 25, and we still have not complied, even though we're close. And that objective, for example, something that we said, as Anna said, it's not just to mainstream gender in all our programs or in 85% of them. We must also have programs that are only and exclusively focused on promoting gender equality. So 5% of our programs was equivalent to at least one program in each country of the many we have. We must have one exclusively for women. Looking at what had failed and the first action plan, second action plan, and why did it not learn our lessons. And the third, we gave in the highest political level we could, a communication to the European Commission, the Council, and the Parliament with an annual report, where we would say, me as a person in charge of gender goes to the commissary or the president of the commission and to Congress, but we have not complied or we are lagging behind. Second, we gave a training plan to all the leaderships of the European Commission, which is the entity that rules us. More than half of our directors, heads of units, etc., have gone through training that lasts 3 months of leadership as response to gender equality, including internal aspects in the organization as well as external aspects. And all this was simply to assign political priority to what we did. We didn't want gender equality to be just one additional thing of the many we have, but to have it truly be a political priority. And we wanted to put actions wherever we put our words. And the last year we evaluated was 2023. In the cooperation of the European Union, we've reached 85% now. Latin America, we're in 86, I have to say. Yet we're not yet there. The Gender Action Plan doesn't deal only with cooperation, but with all our foreign actions. Cooperation in terms of security, military, police areas, there we're not there in 85%. In some thematic financial progress, we're not there yet, but at least in cooperation, we're there. The second thing we did, apart from giving the political value, is to get all together. We had the plan that was for us, for the European Union. Then we went to the 27 member states, and 25 of them subscribed to that plan, and they internalized it. They said, the Europeans said by the European Commission, we will have it ourselves. So the annual report we make is not just the report of cooperation of the European institutions, but also the report of Germany, Spain, Italy, France, of all the countries. And together we go to Parliament to say, we have not met it, but we're on our way. We're almost. That was a component, numerical component in order to measure the plan. Assuming that the programs with the gender equality program passed from 10 billion euros in 2020 to 14 or 40%. We have lots of numbers, but it's not enough. Gender equality first cannot be left behind. All this is reversible. It's taken 15 years to get something, but if there are political changes in 3 or 4 of our countries, and people vote for parties that are not convinced of this, this can reverse. And all that will make this sustainable to stay there no matter who rules is social change, just as like the Europeans don't understand things that happened in the Second World War. And to say, how could that society accept these things? There will have to be a day in Europe, and I hope in the world, where people don't understand. People understand that there will be no equality between men and women, that is, that the sun will not come out from the west. We need 3 more things. One is multilateral cooperation. Europeans believe in the multilateral world, and we believe the world will be multilateral, or it won't be. And the UN and all the fora, the European Union tries to have a leadership and stimulate the agenda through its dialogue with the countries.
Fight whatever the European cooperation does. In the dialogue with the country, we need to see how we propel, how we support public financing, how we can introduce gender equality in their countries and budgets with gender focus. All of that will attain much more than any other cooperation program. And lastly, South-South cooperation, which is where I wanted to touch on. Many times the European solutions apply to Europe, but they don't necessarily need to apply to all the places equally, or all the partnering countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's easier, but there are other places in the world that are quite different to us. And the policies are understood differently, societies are also formed differently, and it's throughout South cooperation where we can apply these mechanisms created throughout the countries and adapted to the realities of countries that will work better than any other solution brought or imported from a foreign world. So that's where we currently stand. We have reached our 5% cooperation, 85% of G1. We want to outreach the rest that are not cooperation. Not all of our member states have reached, and we wish to cooperate so that we are all there at the same time. It's a mix of good news and to realize that in 15 years and 3 action plans of gender, we still haven't reached the goal completely, and all of this is reversible in second place. And social change, the change of standards, the change of ideas will propel it. And that's where we stand. And with tools as this, we will continue along that line. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Francisco García.
Thank you very much, Francisco Garcia. I think that these reflections create a great space of debate, of comments on behalf of the delegations present today. I wish to finish this first part of this table reflecting upon 4 points that I consider were present in the interventions. Firstly, that cooperation, international cooperation is not a neutral field. It's related to gender inequality. Without mainstreaming it, these policies can reproduce inequality, and it's not necessarily working on the productive sector, but it's creating a scaffolding. Many examples from Mexico, Colombia show how important it is to create an operation within the action plans, the guidelines, and this document also presents tools in terms of how to move forward in that sense. I think that's the second point. And based on what has been discussed, it sets the ground for a regulatory horizon within the region to take the good practices of many countries and for it also to be a tool for those countries that are moving forward and how to materialize global or regional commitments into concrete policies. Another element has to do with the importance on investments and thinking of the projects and gender policies not only as an expense, but also an investment, besides being a key criteria on social policies and inequality in power. And at the same time, it's urgent. There's a long road of progress, but it's necessary for it to be at a faster pace and even avoid a few setbacks. And the last point, which is also of relevance, it's the importance of sustainability of processes and to look into medium-term policies and how the processes of building these policies make them sustainable. The construction of policies, there are many examples of countries within the region that contribute. There's a responsibility on behalf of the state, but it's also necessary to summon other stakeholders of the society to make these transformations and horizons possible to contribute to improving inequality within the countries and among the countries within gender perspective. I want to open this space. It's 30 minutes for interventions on behalf of delegations. Whoever wishes to provide their input may raise their chart. I want to thank the panelists and to look into the progress of each one of the countries and the challenges that we have amidst and how we can articulate ourselves to move in such an important topic for sustainable development. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but also a condition that is necessary for a society to be fair, equitable. Latin America and the Caribbean, despite the progress in regulatory matters, there are still gaps that affect in a disproportionate manner women and girls. Economic inequality, gender violence, the political participation which is limited, and the structural limits in access to education, employment, and health. Facing these challenges, international cooperation and a specific South-South cooperation has a strategic role to perform. It's not exclusively about the transfer of resources and knowledge, but of building a regional transformative agenda that fosters equality and empowerment of women, mainstreaming sustainable development. In Honduras, we have accepted this commitment firmly. Our government, chaired by Isomadra Castro Sarmiento, is currently working, and as the first woman, is working on the reforms of the policies on a feminist focus that wishes to mainstream all of these perspectives, and equally, there's a foreign policy with a gender perspective. We work to strengthen our national institutions to collaborate with social stakeholders and participate actively in the regional spaces that foster equality and rights of women. Our countries must ensure for each one of us to be able to move ahead, and cooperation programs include gender focus and strengthening institutional capacities at a national scale, and setting platforms of dialogue and horizontal learning. For Honduras to move forward towards gender equality is not a future aspiration, it's a task of the present, which is urgent and shared. We highlight our availability to keep on collaborating with the countries of the region and with the organizations of the United Nations system in building international cooperation, which is more fair, just, and people-focused, nothing without us and with us. Many thanks to the delegate of Honduras for her intervention. We give the floor to the delegate of Brazil. Thank you very much for the presentations. As an example, on behalf of Brazil, we have an innovative South-South cooperation model and triangular model, which is being developed in the framework of the association of the partnership between the Brazilian government and UN Women. We currently have two guiding documents whose goal are to mainstream the gender focus in all the initiatives of cooperation, of South-South cooperation, even in those whose main topic is not gender. The first document has the guidelines and a list of verifications that offer general guidelines in terms of gender perspective, emphasizing of lining up information in this regard and the stages in each cycle of every project. The second document is a toolbox with methodologies that facilitate the integration of gender equality in all the phases of the life cycles of projects. We expect for both documents, once they are finalized, they are to be permanent benchmarks, and they integrate the manuals and procedures of the Brazilian Agency of Cooperation as a baseline for the formulation and management of initiatives in cooperation. Besides, the Brazilian Cooperation Agency acknowledges the sensitivity and the capacity of institutions that cooperate. The goal is to guarantee for partners to be prepared and conscious of the need of including gender perspective and its initiatives, avoiding negligence or lack of focus towards this dimension. In that sense, there were 3 editions of the course of management based on results that were gender focused, with the participation of the Brazilian Organization of Cooperation, international organizations, and Brazilian ministries. At the same time, the Brazilian agency has included in the reference terms and in the invitations for further training and events, explicit recommendations to incentivize active participation of women in technical South-South cooperation projects. Thank you. Many thanks to the delegate of Brazil for his intervention. Uruguay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to thank ECLAC firstly in organizing this event, and also thanking Argentina, and to manifest to Chile our commitment with the conference, and that we are readily available for what you require. We want to outline the importance of the intervention of the chairman intersectors between our societies, very fragmented, unequal. It's not the same to be a woman if she's an Afro descendant, if she is from the rural sector, and if she is also a single mother who is the head of a household and is also under the line of poverty. This is just to mention a few intersectional aspects of women that do not allow her to fully participate in their role. And the International Cooperation Agency, and as an example of how gender perspective is taken as its priority, we want to share with you the presentation of the strategic framework of cooperation from the United Nations of Uruguay, introduced last week, but it was hard work that involved a political side where we involved the ministries, then a dialogue with the civil society, and a third instance at a more technical level. We identified 4 strategic priorities. Firstly, a cohesion society that is to integrate development of all people, and among that priority access to strengthen an integral system of social protection that promotes the reduction of poverty in multi-dimensions, focus on family with girls, boys, and youth, and with feminine heads of households. Secondly, fighting against those experimented by women, migrants, Afro-descendants, structural gaps, women deprived of freedom and suffering homelessness, and gender, focus on policies of equality, autonomy, and care for sustainability to sustain life. Safety and security on focus for human rights for the new expressions of violence that promote rehabilitation and social effective reinsertion. A second priority is a sustainable development model based on science, technology, and innovation that fosters a harmonious relation with nature. And it is there among that priority access, we have the development of new skills adapted to the current needs and of the future that promote value and the insertion of women focused on the less favored sectors. The third priority axis is a governance, a democratic governance, which is efficient on solid institutions that are transparent, that have solid citizenship participation, and we have the substantial parity democracy that incorporates the new generations, and strengthening the mechanisms that are independent of follow-up of human rights in public policies.
The fourth axis that escapes a bit the tradition, we consider it as a country inserted in the world that promotes multilateralism and international cooperation without exclusions. And it's a decision that was adopted that are prioritizing the gender perspectives and the evaluation, design, execution, monitoring of the cooperation in actions of our country. On the gender perspective, prioritize those actions or projects that have an impact and results in those women that are most vulnerable. I would like to highlight from all this process how participative this was, be it in cooperation with civil society. Civil society is quite heterogeneous in Uruguay, but highlight as well the participation of the feminist movement and the elaboration of this framework that was not just an appeal or a call for one day or one session to see what they had to say, but we actually incorporated their proposals, their concerns, the way they perceive things. So we are very pleased with this process that we conducted, where we incorporated the gender perspective in all this cooperation framework. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Uruguay. And we give the floor to the delegate from Peru. Thank you so much. Being the first intervention, I would like to thank the important work from Argentina and the regional conference and South-South cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course, congratulate the representative from Chile for his election. We are certain that with your leadership, our efforts will reach very safe harbor. So I wanted to highlight Peru's commitment to this very important endeavor and the challenge that we all have in our countries regarding the current situation that is so challenging. Having said this, I wanted to highlight the effort made by ECLAC with this document distributed to all of us, guidelines and action plan for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in international cooperation. No doubt it will comply with the objective of serving as a conceptual and methodological reference to guide and promote even more the mainstreaming of the gender perspective and the international cooperation actions. I wish to emphasize that national policy for cooperation to 2030 in Peru already establishes as horizontal topics gender equality, disability, and interculturality. The point of gender equality is contemplated in what we called area of social development and well-being of persons and equal opportunities. And this topic of gender equality is already incorporated in the formats that we use for the international technical cooperation projects. We consider it to be very important, and one of the areas that's already incorporated as part of our national policy for cooperation to 2030 is precisely this, the gender topic. Thank you very much. I want to thank the delegate from Peru. If there's no other government delegation, we would like to give the floor to the representative of UN Women. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank for the space, the opportunity, and once again, greet the presidency of this conference from Chile. International cooperation is an important instrument of foreign policy of the countries that permits prioritizing actions and mobilizing resources, particularly when we think about it in feminist key, it also means betting for substantive transformations for the advancement of the rights of women and girls. Latin America and the Caribbean have historical path to cooperate in South-South and triangular, the same political concept, making visible the impact on the citizens of our countries. This is reflected not only sustained compromise of the region, but the capacity to generate innovative solutions adapted to the context and transferable to other regions of the global south. From UN Women, we see the arrival of a new generation of initiatives of triangle and south-south cooperation with different sectors, but for the relevance of these modalities to deepen the process of integration and regional agendas through the strengthening of capacities and the production of collective knowledge. An example of this is the partnership generated with ECLAC to accompany the deepening of the gender agenda in the region, as well as the generation of that knowledge that may guide the management of cooperation itself. That is why from UN Women would like to extend the congratulations to the Gender Affairs Division for the important input they've given us today. On the other hand, highlight how the exchange of experiences and good practice have permitted the countries, especially the mechanisms of women, strengthen their voice and position in the construction of regional consensus through initiatives of South-South and triangular cooperation with partnerships with Spanish cooperation agencies. An example, we have leveraged horizontal learning in more than 16 countries of the region at a national level, but also subnational for the construction and building of integral systems of care. We are convinced that the current context invites us to reflect on how to continue to support the management of these and other modalities of cooperation. And this path from UN Women ratify our commitment to continue to create spaces and partnerships that support the design and implementation of public policies, regulations, and whatever it takes. So we reiterate the invitation for the 16th Regional Conference for Women in Latin America and the Caribbean to be held in Mexico in August 2025. No doubt this will be a decisive moment to consolidate international cooperation for development with a feminist focus that positions women and girls at the center of sustainable development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la representante de ONU Mujeres. Ahora le damos.
Thank you very much, UN Women. Now we give the floor to the representative from UNICEF. Thank you so much. 3 or 4 fast points. The first, the interconnection between the rights of childhood and gender rights are clear. In this region, we can say that we have factors such as socioeconomic inequality, cultural standards, conflicts, and migration, which influence in the obtention of gender equality as well as the rights of the boys, girls, and adolescents. The second point as to data, the adolescent fertility rate in the region is the second highest in the world at a global level. The practice of childhood marriage has reduced in the past 25 years, but there has been no progress in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's the only country where there has been no progress. 1 out of 5 girls in high school age is outside of school. The third point is the mapping of the initiatives of South-South cooperation that can be interesting. In Brazil, we have the family help, school initiatives, and we have noticed interest of countries such as South Africa, Indonesia, and Ghana in these programs because they give cash transfers in the hands of the mothers, of the women, and that is very interesting. The fourth and last point is just a point about the programmatic framework of gender. We have a framework called Gender, Race, and Ethnicity, and it gives a tremendous explication of inequalities. I'm asking ECLAC, how are you analyzing this if we now have a model of gender, or are you considering race and ethnicity or other models that are exacerbating inequality? It's just that I'm bringing this up to know if we have any regulation from ECLAC in that sense.
Muchas gracias al representante de UNICEF.
I want to thank the representative of UNICEF, and if there are no other interventions, I would like to give the floor for brief comments or interventions. Yes, Mexico. Thank you very much. Very briefly, once again, I want to thank ECLAC for all the help we have received. And just as my colleague said, apart from my exit in Mexico, the past 4 years, some laws, gender equality were approved that probably other countries also have, but for us it's novel. That just implementing that all the governments should have gender equality in the proposal for municipal staff. The political parties and the candidates must all be half and half, men and women. This does not mean that today we have egalitarian Congress. We're all 500 members, so there's 250 are women and the other half are men. But in the local congresses, they all are egalitarian. And if there is an even name, there must be an additional woman rather than an additional man for the Congress to be egalitarian. We've been working at that. And in Mexico, we are pressing to have this topic to come from primary care. The fact that the gender issue becomes a constant, that becomes something that It shouldn't be only linked to biology classes and that the rest. That in this attempt of developing the gender issue is a priority today, but tomorrow it should be part of daily activities. I end by commenting that in the invitation tightly made for the next meeting in Mexico, AMEXIT will be presenting a project on gender equality that's even more aggressive in terms of what we want to achieve, because we want this to be successful for all of us. Thank you. I want to thank Mexico. I'd like to give the panel 1 minute each if they would like to make a comment or final reflection. And we start in the reverse order. First by Francisco Garcia. Just to see how all wills have come together, particularly the Latin American region. I believe triangular and South-South cooperation is bearing fruits. We have conditions in this continent that are make it easier than in others, I believe, but I believe that is the path, and tools like the ones we presented and meetings such as this one will help us progress significantly in the coming years. Thank you, Francisco. Barbara? Thank you. What can you say in just 1 minute? I believe it's a learning process, continuous learning, individual and collective, that has its ups and downs. It's reflected in progress in the institution, the advances in society, as was highlighted here in the panel. Something you said yesterday, Anna, there is a legal, solid international framework that forms the framework on which we base. So regardless of the ups and downs and the backlashes of politics, things continue. That's one thing. The other thing I would like to say, I believe the most important thing is a change of attitude. The change in the minds and the hearts of the persons. That is something that continues to carry the process forward. I believe that we are in good company here.
Yes, thank you. Beyond our functions, we need to commit ourselves to have an approach as direct as possible with the objective population. The most important voices are the ones that are least heard or visibilized. So having a gender marker from the format of the projects to have code protocols, guides, guidelines. It allows us to have the beginning of an element in the inclusion of gender perspective. So hopefully in the upcoming meeting that is held, all of the countries are able to have further progress in terms of mainstreaming gender perspective. Thank you very much, Monica Berrios. Thank you. We only want to close, and we are deeply thankful by sharing and looking at all the progress that many of the colleagues and countries have conveyed throughout this table. And from Colombia, we bet on feminist cooperation that is transformative and provides cooperation, and to look at this in a just, resilient, and hopeful way. I think this can be with the contribution of the South to move forward with what we have and not leave aside what we've already built. It's not linear, it has progress and setbacks as a spiral. So to take care of the progress made, that's institutionalization, and to follow this in perspective to nourish this proposal. Thank you very much, Enrique Ofari. I fully agree with everything that has been said. And to finish, Anna Guesmes. I think we close with the concept of hope. There are things being done transformatively in the countries of the region. The countries are starting from different positions. That's why we have this document of guidelines that contributes in terms of how to create action plans within the countries and to do this in a faster and better way. That's somewhat the idea. And at the same time, this sense of urgency, that change is taking place, but it's too slow. We need to make this focus that is dual-sided with UNICEF. We need to finish with all of this discrimination that exists within the region, and it's a core issue as the marriage of girls or violence due to gender issues. And effectively, I would believe that the contribution in terms of accountability of the markers of resources, I love this concept of resources. Where we allocate our resources is where we set priorities many times. This has to be measured with indicators, with markers, and hopefully in the upcoming conference, we have better measurements in the different cooperation modalities. And one last point based on the question, the contribution of the region, we have mentioned this thoroughly. It links peace, equality in a region that seeks to be a region of peace. And the principle of equality is also added to the one of intersector, as Uruguay mentioned, and many other countries. ECLAC works on this framework, but also gender is equality that requires a perspective, its own perspective with an intersector lens. There is a different emphasis from every country, racism, ethnicity, people living as disabled or so. So we need to work towards a better future, and this guide summons us towards that proposal, hope, sense of responsibility, and the sense of urgency. The region is doing so, but it's doing so slowly. So that's a bit of the sense of fast pacing and the contribution from the South-South cooperation that we wish to take to the regional conference for women in Mexico that will have transformation in economic, social, political, environmental fields to move forward in substantive equality and care society, coordinated with Mexico, UN Women, and the whole United Nations system to continue this common path to seek what reunites us and how to portray this throughout the region. Thank you very much. We want to thank the whole panel, and we give the floor to the chairman of the conference to close the session. I want to thank Nicole Vidigan, the division's fair from ECLAC, the moderation of Table 2, integration of perspective of gender perspective for development in Latin America and the Caribbean, to each one of the panelists too. We have reached the end of today's program, today's agenda, and tomorrow the secretary tells me that we will begin at 9 a.m. in the same room. So you have a great afternoon.